Labrīt. Good morning, everyone. Nevertheless, there are many speakers and even in public, I hear a lot of Latvian. We will stick to English because this is actually the event that started as Cyberchess, as we say in Latvian, but CyberChess is the hashtag you could use to share now, really. Why don't you share the link? You can find it in conference website, but also in CERT.LV. This is, I think, also the time when we should congratulate CERT, at least in Latvia. No problem, no worries, silence. From my point of view, as a journalist, the great event Latvia voted was not disturbed, or if it was even, I don't hear it. So you are in a good position. Congratulations for everyone who invested in this security of the cyberspace of this year when we were so nervous about what could happen and if someone will threaten. Nevertheless, there were and there will be many challenges for you guys, so congratulations. You will always have your special position, your special tasks, but also probably special reasons to ask for, I don't know, salary increase or something like this. So why don't you use even this conference for this? I think the great day of today means that we will share opinions, also the experiences, and probably even predict the future. So all the keynote speakers are exactly that kind of persons. And not to be very long, just a small reminder, share please the nice link of this conference. It is now online as well, and I suspect that even more people are somewhere around the globe online instead of being here, but it's better to be here because there is a coffee break and there is an opportunity to face, you know, during the coffee break, even the keynote speakers with special questions. Nevertheless, I encourage you to raise a hand. I will run, or my colleagues here in the hall will run with a microphone, and you can always ask. So it's a lovely discussion we'd like to provoke here, not only the keynotes. But there is a special minister, the Minister of Defense of Latvia, and he's defending also the cyberspace in this country and in a way globally. So Mr. Doctor, actually, Artis Pabriks, I'd like to ask you on stage here and give us, if you now come here, then, okay, it's typical you, I know. Hello, good morning, nice to
And it's typical you.
Yeah, it's typical me. So you will see, okay, you can stick to this microphone if you want.
I'll stick to this one. I like to preach from the scene. I don't want to be there because, you know, ministry wrote for me some papers, but I don't like them. So I'll just speak on my own. And believe me, politicians can speak for a long time. I'll not be that one because I understand you have other things to do and you are here not to listen to politicians but to play chess, even if it is a cyber chess. And first, welcome to Latvia to everybody who is not from here. Also, dear Latvians, I am happy to see many of you here because we are a cyber power in the world. We are a small country, but our geography and our history and also our technological developments puts us in a special place. As far as the geography, you see now the lines are blurred in the world between many, many things. As far as the cyber, lines are blurred between the reality and virtual reality. As far as the war, the lines are blurred between the peace and war because it's extremely difficult for the younger generation, for the people in 21st century to really draw the line between the reality and imagination, between the reality and the fake news. So the things are becoming much more difficult for us to assess. And what is the result? The result is that our societies are becoming more and more fragmented. Our societies are becoming more and more polarized. And also for us, politicians, for any elites of society, for society itself, it is becoming less and less possible to predict and also to organize our lives. Some might like it because they can say, look, you know, those who have been in the power, we can change something, we can do things differently. But in fact, where we are living increasingly in the matrix world. I believe you know the movie what I'm speaking about. And this is what reminds me at this moment when I'm thinking about the CyberChess, about cybersecurity. Cybersecurity becomes the reality of our lives. And our advancements, which we have been preaching so much for, which we have been developing, are actually having also quite large dark side. And we all know what I am talking about, because it's not only the positive things. We are becoming more and more also endangered by those technologies. And what is the way out? The way out, of course, not is to retreat and to abandon those technologies. The way out is only to believe that we can survive with them together, that we will not lose the control, that we will not be ruled by artificial intelligence or somebody else, but that still that we as humans can use our technology more for our benefit and not against us. I think technologies like artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, they are increasingly not less, as a minimum, not less dangerous as the times when we as a humanity and our scientists, as representatives of our intellect, invented a nuclear bomb. We are still not knowing what will happen with a nuclear bomb, actually, when we are reading now news and about Russian aggression against Ukraine, against democracy, against all, as we understand, civilized, liberal, democratic world. We don't know what will happen. And the same thing is with cybersecurity. As we speak, cybersecurity is breached in this country and in most of the countries where participants come from. So I would like you to ask, actually, please try to find the best ways how to guarantee more security for our people, for our countries, for our lifestyles, for our freedoms, so that we are not losing our freedom either to Matrix or to virtual reality or to some aggressive villain coming from the country or from countries which are not keeping dear those freedoms what we do have. Cyber advances, artificial intelligence, everything, it was created by the great minds in order to make our lives easier. Let's not complicate our lives by our own inventions. And you are the ones who can help us. So I wish you a good day today, and I'm looking forward for good outcome and good suggestions how we can improve our lives by not losing neither our freedoms nor technological advancements. And I'm very happy that this is happening in Latvia in the great power of cyber advance. Aww. Thank you.
Oh, that's so kind of you to say these words.
Will you jump back?
Well, if you want, yes. No, thanks. never ask for help from politician, be journalist.
Yes. Just like about cybersecurity, be careful what you are wishing for.
Yeah, you're right. But I think I would be right now to pose opportunity. No, don't run away. Minister, maybe there is a tough question for you from the hall.
Boy.
Yeah, you are a politician. Yeah, why not? Tough questions. The one.
Or tough wishes?
My probably not the tough question, but kind of geopolitical. Now we see Ukrainian army advancing. After there will be a defeat of Russia, probably Russians will start a kind of cyber attacks for Western world, because they will be angry.
Well,
and
hopefully they will stop one day cyber attacks.
Sure. But we know that they started already even before they invaded Ukraine. So would you predict for people here in the conference that they will be actually in more like 24 hours, 7 days a week positions to be next to these, because they are very, very important part of our Latvian cybersecurity, of European cybersecurity?
Look, cyber attacks from Russian side, and not only Russian side, they are going on, as I mentioned, as we speak. And of course, their intensity increased against also our country and our allies before 24th of February and also after the war started in 24th of February. But I would say that once we speak about the war, our opponents, adversaries, they will use any possible opening. Will it be cyber? Yes. Strategic communication? Yes. And actually the line between cyber and strategic communication is not existent, because these things are used together. new technologies, and through these new technologies, the new information or misinformation rather, how to influence the people. And of course, anything else like energy security. We see what is happening under the waters or in the waters of the Baltic Sea. Anything what can be used in this modern war will be used, believe me. Anything. So we must prepare for that, and we must not be neither scared, we must simply accept it, and we have to try to use all our skills and intelligence how to prevent this before it happens. That's the only thing. And what is a problem is, it's not about technologies, it's about our minds, because the Western world, for the last decades, not here, but a little bit more to the West, they have been living in a wishful dream that the life is wonderful and we can discuss a secondary and third matter issues. Sorry if I offend somebody, but is it legal to smoke marijuana or not? And do we have to take out this monument or not to take out this monument? But at the end, it's about the fundamental things, fundamental values, fundamental security. And once you are in Bucha, once you are in Mariupolis, once you are in Ukraine, then you understand what really matters and what really doesn't matter. And I hope very much that the Western world will return to the senses and reality as soon as possible, and will leave this virtual imagination of the beautiful and wonderful world. Because the biggest mistake for politicians and societies is that they are living in a wishful dreams and not in reality. Return to the reality. Switch out that thing what Matrix put into your scalp.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyway,
I mean, I can take long about this.
I know that you will be now.
You see, no second question.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Minister. And there is a small gift from Baiba Kashkina, from the head of CERT.LV. And well, anyway, thank you for being a minister of successful cyberspace in Latvia. Now, many of you came for the conference here with a kind of big question, and most probably the big answers are actually held by Baiba Kashkina, the head of the CERT Latvia. So, Baiba, you know reality. Give us this, please. Share, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, good morning.
I have strong lights in my eyes, so I don't see the audience so well as I would wish for, but still, I'm very happy to see you all again here in Riga, in CyberChess Conference 2022. And it's been 3 years since we have properly met. Can I ask you to raise hands who participated in the last conference on site in Riga before the pandemic?
Almost everyone.
Almost, well, more than half for sure. Excellent. Well, in these 3 years, a lot has changed. I would say the world has changed. The first, it was COVID pandemic, and we all remember the shock it brought us and the changes to our lifestyles, to the way we used working before and how we were forced to work remote, everyone. What security challenges it brought. And we thought this will be the biggest change in, well, if not in our lifetime, then in many, many years. And then the war came. And we understood that, well, actually this is much, much bigger than we thought. The changes that we expected, this is something we never wished for, but this is reality where we live in now. And because of that, I'm even more pleased to open this conference, CyberChess, and later CyberShock 2022, to welcome participants here in Riga and all of those watching online. I really want to thank our supporters and organizers of this conference. They have enabled us to meet and to organize this very nice event and to talk about things that matter. Of course, that's Ministry of Defense. Thank you. Also, it's Latvian Internet Association, Latvian Internet Association. Thank you. We have our partners from many organizations helping us, and how to say, making this conference more interesting, more valuable for all of us. CyberCircle, LMT, TET, Cybexer Technologies, I'm very sorry, CTF Tech. I'm very glad to have you as partners. And this is really nice that we have these relations already for several years and that you are not hesitating for a moment to come, step up again and come for help. Well, the fact that we are here together and so many of you have been also 3 years ago probably mean that the community has not changed so much. Even if you have changed your positions perhaps, still the community remains quite stable, and that's, I think, important for sustainability. Also, I would hope that it means that you have high expectations for our events and that we'll be able to fulfill those expectations. And of course, the third thing is that you are eager to meet each other, and that opportunity is here and today, and I hope we'll use it fully. These last years for us and for you have been very challenging. And of course, they are culminating this year with the highest ever activity in the cyberspace that we have seen. The risk landscape has changed, the threat actors have changed, and never before, since the establishment of CERT.LV, we have seen the situation when our geographical location on the border with Russia have been such a crucial element determining the threat landscape and the attacks that we face every day. Before, we all talked about commercially motivated attacks. Of course, they have not disappeared. They are still around, but they are not on our priority list this year. In the conference today, we'll discuss, especially in the next session when we have a panel discussion, we will discuss those things that have changed this year, our mindset, our habits, what we try to save our internet societies and infrastructures from. So I hope we'll have very fruitful discussions, not only in that session, but also in the other sessions. I will tell a bit more about the structure of the conference later. And the other thing which I want to highlight is that, of course, these new risks also bring legislatory changes as a consequence, as a response. And we have many changes in the level of European Union, as well as nationally. So we will have another session where we will talk about those changes, about the upcoming NIS2 directive, about the planned National Cybersecurity Center in Latvia, and other things. So I really invite you to follow this session and engage. From CERT.LV side, of course, there are many things that we have done during the last year and before, and I'm not going to talk about all of them. It will probably take more time than I can afford here, but there are two items I would like to highlight, and one of them is the Coordinated Vulnerability Disclosure Program. This is something that was approved by the government in December 2021, where state institutions and local municipalities are encouraged to participate in the voluntary program to decide which of their resources could be open for vulnerability testing and receive reports and, of course, react to those reports. The implementation of this program is ongoing. I must admit it has been slower than expected due to the very unpredictable circumstances in the cyberspace that we didn't know are coming. But we are nearly there, and we plan to open the program this month, October 2022, as a part of Cybersecurity months. What does that mean? We have a system prepared for institutions to register their resources We will be looking for first institutions willing to test the system and to help us to spot which parts of the onboarding process are clear and working well and which perhaps could be improved. The system will also enable later researchers to register and to report vulnerabilities in the resources that are in the programs. And then, of course, the platform will enable us also to coordinate this vulnerability management. So just to sum up, stay tuned. In October 2022, we will publish all the information about the Coordinated Vulnerability Disclosure Program and invite participating institutions to volunteer to start onboarding. So we hope that there will be willing volunteers from you, from your organizations, to participate, to onboard, and then at the beginning of next year, we hope to start inviting researchers to start testing resources and see how this all will work together. And I'm sure this will help to improve security of Latvian cyberspace, since this is opportunity to learn about our vulnerabilities before they have been exploited. And the other item that I would like to highlight, and the hashtag is in Latvian for a reason, is that we will be hiring. Unfortunately, we can hire only Latvian citizenships, so for the international audience, this is slightly less interesting, but still, the plan is to have at least 16 new people for CERT.LV next year, and 9 more for the National Cybersecurity Center part in the ministry, so more than 20 people with very different profiles. It will not be just deeply technical positions that we will be opening, like incident response, like Security Operations Center. We will be looking also for more research type of positions related to ICT and SCADA research, but not only. Also, we'll be looking for new auditors, for new threat analysts, for exercise coordinators, for similar positions. So the invitation is to stay tuned and to consider applying once they are published. But now, let's mention again that this is the 10th time when we celebrate European Cybersecurity Months, together with European Cybersecurity Network Information Security Agency, ENISA. This year's topics for Cybersecurity Months are phishing and ransomware. Those are from the commercially motivated attacks, probably the most annoying ones, the ones that cost us most resources and most money for the victims. We'll be talking about those topics throughout the whole month, including publishing videos from prepared by the Ministry of Defense together with CERT.LV, State Police, and the Cyber Defense Unit. So welcome to the Cybersecurity Months. Let's celebrate the whole month that our topic is on the high agendas. Now, a little bit about the conference. Today, we have the main conference day, CyberChess, where we talk about the high-level topics mostly. And for 2 days, today and tomorrow, in the afternoon, from 2 o'clock till 6 o'clock, Latvian time zone, there will be parallel track Cybershock with strictly technical topics and presentations. Of course, you have seen the agendas. We have excellent speakers here in Riga, and some of them online. So looking forward to the great content. And I would like to thank our program committee chair, Dr. Bernhards Blumbergs, for putting together this excellent program. Without Bernhards, it would have not have been the same. So Bernhards, wherever you are. Thank you. We have approximately 1,000 registered participants, 300 for here on site, and more others online, almost all around the globe, at least 30 countries worldwide. Of course, after the conference, we'll see how many of you really watched and from how many countries, and that statistics will be available later, but this is what we expect. Another thing that probably you are expecting a lot is the Capture the Flag challenge. It has started already 25 minutes ago. It will run until 4 o'clock tomorrow. We could accept 30 teams with maximum 5 participants in every team. And we had more than that applications. I think around 40 teams were applying, but we had to choose, and the criteria were that we were choosing teams with more participants mostly. And there is a Discord channel for communicating about the CTF challenge. Next, I would like to draw your attention a little bit to what is available here on site. We have a booth from our supporters and partners. And the first one is from Latvia's Mobilized Telephones, LMT. They have Internet Guard service and demonstrations in their booth, so please go and visit. Excuse me. The next partner I would like to mention is VR.dots, and their booth is also located at the back. And they, as maybe you remember, used to do before the pandemic, they do it again. They will have a lottery. And there will be a lottery for headphones, as well as for the access to the cyber hygiene platform for all employees of your organization. And what is more important, that you can participate in the lottery both from here and also from online. There will be a link where to fill in the application for the lottery in our social networks. The lottery will close today at the closing remarks, so we have the whole day if you want to participate. Also, I would like to invite you to visit TET booth. They will have some demonstrations and information about business-to-business services like data centers, TET cloud platform, security operations center, audits, and vulnerability scanning. This is the hashtag I invite you to use for the social networks. If you tweet or put information in any other social networks about the conference, and we invite you to do so. The live streaming hopefully is going well from our website and from also YouTube and other points where you can enter. For the questions, especially for those that are online, are Menti.com. You have this information also online. What I would like to highlight is that we'll have one presentation in this track in the afternoon from 3:30, which will not be streamed. So the Bumblebee loader identifying a colony in the swarm by Mr. Connor Foster will not be streamed. So those watching online will have a longer break in the afternoon. And the recording of that presentation will also not be available. Presentations that will be recorded will be available on our website and YouTube account, but of course give us some a week or so time to prepare everything after the conference. There will be participation certificates for those that have registered, as usual. We'll try to email them by the end of this week, and in case you don't receive it or your name is not spelled correctly, please do contact us. And lastly, I would like to remind that there is open competition Platinum Mouse that is organized by Latvian Information and Communications Technology Association. The deadline for applications is 25th of October, and why I'm mentioning it here, because one of the categories is about the best cybersecurity supporting or promoting or engaging initiative. So this is a very open category, inviting you to submit your activities that you've done in the last year to support or promote cybersecurity. And we hope to see many interesting applications there. Thank you once again to our sponsors, to all the speakers that are prepared to share the interesting content with us today, to the organizers, to Latvian Internet Association, and to my team, to my colleagues who have done a tremendous job to bring all here together to this very nice place with a very nice setup. Thank you. Enjoy the conference, enjoy meeting each other. Thank you. And even though this is my thank you, I'm also here to welcome the next speaker. As I mentioned, this year has been exceptional, extraordinary, but not only with the threats that we have faced, with the attacks that we've seen. It is also extraordinary because we have forged new alliances and made new friends in the cyberspace. And one of the strongest friendships that have been forged between CERT.LV and Canadian Armed Forces is underlined here by a participation of General Yarker. And I'm very happy to invite you, General, on the stage on CyberChess to give us the keynote presentation as a really token of appreciation of our collaboration this year. Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you. Very kind. It is bright up here. Latvian. Thank you very much. I will say that I am humbled to be here today. It is an honor and a pleasure to be at any cybersecurity conference, frankly, but particularly here in Latvia. And I'm going to underline the here in Latvia piece a little bit in a second. I'd like to note that in addition to European Cybersecurity Month, October is also Canada's Cybersecurity Month. Our theme this year is Fight Phishing, Give a Criminal a Bad Day. Criminals, of course, come in many shapes these days, and I'll talk about that a little bit through my presentation as well. Cybersecurity is an important topic. I'm passionate about it. You're clearly passionate about it because you're here. But at this time in particular, I think it's really worth talking about some of the threats we face, because as our previous two speakers have both mentioned, the environment in which we live, operate, and spend our time day to day has shifted. Russia's illegal invasion of the Ukraine has significantly shifted the global security situation writ large, let alone the cybersecurity aspects that go along with that. You don't need a Canadian to stand up here and talk about the threat that Russia poses. I think Latvia, by the nature of your geography, feels that viscerally in a way that your Minister of National Defense sort of highlighted that perhaps not everyone in the rest of the West does. But I would like to say that, and I'll talk about what Canada is doing here in a little bit, there certainly is an understanding that this is important, that this is an important place to be. It's not an accident that Canada chose to be in Latvia, and it's not an accident that I chose to be here today. And that's going to be sort of how I kick off my presentation today. I'm going to walk through sort of three things. I'm going to talk about sort of a question that no one is impolite enough to ask out loud, but might be shaped as why on earth is he here? I'm going to move to talk a little bit about cybersecurity as perhaps the ultimate team sport. And then I'm going to end with a few thoughts on what I think is the magic ingredient that makes cybersecurity work, and it's trust. So let me start with why me. So I am the Canadian Joint Force Cyber Component Commander, and what I'd like to do is just pull apart the various different words that build up that title. I'm going to talk about Canadian, I'm going to talk about military, I'm going to talk about cyber component, but I'll do it in a little bit different order than my title has. So Canadian. Let me start with beware of your source. I am Canadian, but I think it matters that I'm Canadian and that we're here. Canada, through the enhanced forward presence in NATO, and in particular a battle group that has been here for many years now, has invested significantly in a relationship with the country of Latvia and the people of Latvia. That started and indeed has largely been predicated in military channels. What we've seen over the last year, I think, is a very healthy and very effective expansion of that relationship, coming out of a strong base, but moving into the cybersecurity domain with a strong relationship with CERT.LV. We've been providing support to CERT.LV for some time. We've been working with them. I think it's important to know that one of the reasons why there's a Canadian standing here instead of someone else is because of that very strong friendship. That very strong friendship that as CERT.LV decided to put together the outstanding conference you stand in today, they leaned on some of our folks that were embedded to ensure that this kind of event got placed on my calendar, a decision that I hope they're not regretting now. So Canadian matters. I'm going to move on a little bit out of order to talk about a cyber component, about what does it mean that Canada has a cyber component, about what makes up a cyber component, and about, again, why that means I'm here today. So a cyber component is much like an Army, Navy, or Air Force component, except we don't get tanks or ships or planes or any nice-looking things like that. Instead, what we get are cybersecurity professionals, and some very talented ones. And as the cyber component commander, one of my key jobs, in fact, arguably the key job, is force generating, that is, training and ensuring that they're ready for deployment, cybersecurity experts to go do the business of the Government of Canada in cyber defense and in cyber operations. I'll talk a little bit about how we do that. It's not surprising. It's not rocket science. It's cybersecurity, which is arguably harder than rocket science. We find and train experts and less than experts in cybersecurity. We recruit military uniformed folks. We run them through a training regime, and then we look for opportunities, much like the conference here today, to deepen their skill sets and their ability to operate. From this group of talent, we put together cyber task forces, based initially around something we called cyber protection teams. Cyber protection team, if you're in the US, is about 39 people. If you're in Canada, it's about 4. But the idea is not necessarily all that different. They're the basic building block around which we build capability. But what we've found is that no cybersecurity task looks the same as the last one. So the cyber protection teams that we build are almost never fit for purpose for any real-world problem. But they are the building blocks from which we construct cyber task forces. And that's what we have here today in Latvia, is a cyber task force. A cyber task force that is varied in size from as small as 1 to as large as about 25, depending on what the requirements were here in Latvia for cybersecurity support. It's not all that different than the way we put together teams to respond to incidents in Canada, largely incidents on our own military networks. But also we've operated elsewhere and have provided support to the government of Ukraine as well. So what that means is that as the cyber component commander, as the members that were supporting CERT.LV looked for someone's calendar in which to insert this particular event, it ended up in my calendar and not some other Canadian general, so that's why you're suffering through me. What I want to switch to next is the military piece. And this is where there are significant differences between nations in the West and significant difference between nations within NATO. In Canada, the military and the Department of Defense is not the lead agency for cybersecurity for the Government of Canada. In fact, we work very closely and have a deep partnership, and I'll come back to that deep partnership in a second, with the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, which is the entity in our government that's most directly analogous to, excuse me, sorry, to CERT.LV. So why are we here? Why are we here instead of our partners from the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity? Well, let me answer that two ways, to say that certainly we have worked with our Centre for Cybersecurity as well, but also, much as in the other domains, I mentioned Army, Navy, Air Force, in Canada we do not build cyber forces specifically for the kinds of tasks that we've come to do here. We build military cyber forces in order to ensure that our military is capable of fighting and winning in war in a cyber-contested environment. On the other hand, we don't build military forces to help with forest fires, floods, or hurricanes either, and yet I can tell you that the Canadian Armed Forces is frequently called upon to use capacities and capabilities that it's built for other purposes in order to support our country as well as other countries around the globe. And frankly, what you're seeing right now is the same thing in cyberspace. Capacity and capability that we built to do one thing is better focused on other ways to achieve security for our country and our allied countries within NATO. And that is to take some of that capacity and use it to backstop Latvia's actually outstanding CERT. And I'll come back to what backstop means in a second. So anyway, that's why it's a military uniform. We built military capacity to do military things that is now useful in order to deliver broader civil security results. It's me because the cyber component is the entity in the Canadian Armed Forces that trains, raise, train, and sustain is the US phrase, but trains and prepares cyber operators for operations, and because I am Canadian. I'm going to shift slightly. I'm going to move into the second part of my talk today. I'm going to stick with sort of a military theme or title, but what I want to talk about now is cyber a little bit as the ultimate team sport. You know, as the threat from, frankly, the threat from Russia increased, dating not just from the invasion of Ukraine more recently, but frankly all the way back to 2014 and the events in Crimea, Canada realized that its national security, the national security of the liberal democratic West, was fundamentally dependent on NATO. And as part of NATO's efforts to strengthen itself after a number of years focused elsewhere globally, set up and established the Enhanced Forward Presence Battle Group here in Latvia. NATO, though, is another example of the importance of team. You know, it's interesting. I stumbled across this idea of cyber as the ultimate team sport with no bench limit, no limit on the number of players you're allowed to have on the field. A long time ago, in a presentation from General Keith Alexander, who at the time was about to become the first commander of US Cyber Command. That idea is well held within militaries. It is absolutely accepted that allies are the key to strength. And in fact, NATO as a group of allies is the key to that building of the team. NATO provides perhaps a very useful starting point to build the bench for that ultimate team sport. And I'd point to the CCDOE just north of here as a good example of NATO attempting to expand into that. But I would say as I look as a cyber component commander at the breadth of the team that I have beyond Canada, it's not just NATO. There's a number of other bilateral and multilateral agreements with other close military allies and partners. A clear and often unstated one, of course, for Canada is the United States, which plays a very key role in our national security. But also I would point to the Latvian CERT. I've said a number of times that Canada has come in order to support, I think I've used the phrase backstop. There's an implication in that Canada has come to do something for the CERT. But I think it's really important to note that that's not a one-way exchange. In fact, the nature of the ultimate team sport is that is absolutely a two-way exchange. Canada has gained enormously from its interactions here in Latvia. Indeed, one of the key ways that we have built some of the expertise, that we have trained some of our operators, is to leverage the opportunities here in Latvia. It is a partnership, not a supporting relationship between the two. I'm going to expand a little bit further to talk about some of our civilian partners. First of all, within government, I already mentioned the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity. It is almost inconceivable to me that as a military cyber operator in Canada that I would do much of anything without a close relationship, close partnership, and the involvement of our partners at the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity. There are other partners, of course, across government, and I already mentioned that this month, as it is here, is the focus of cybersecurity in Cybersecurity Month. But it's more than just government. There's a number of much broader elements and partnerships, and I thought it was interesting in Baiba's introduction the number of civil companies that are playing an important role here, just as they are in our own country. The tools we use, many of the training systems we leverage, much of the expertise is developed in more agile, small companies, and then frankly absorbed into larger companies as we move ahead. We rely enormously on cybersecurity products, cybersecurity expertise, and for that matter, the cybersecurity that thankfully is increasingly being integrated into the IT services that we consume across the board in the military environment. Finally, and something that was hinted at by Baiba, but I'd like to make explicit, is the crucial nature that academia and the research community play in this space. As a cyber component commander, I have a much more intimate relationship with our Royal Military College and the research branches of the Canadian Armed Forces than my colleagues in either Army, Navy, or Air Force do. The bottom line is we live, we work in an environment that is not yet solved. It is not yet clear. So many of the questions that we would like to ask ourselves end up with either muddled or very difficult answers that the research academics and frankly the people who have time to just think through these problems are essential. So I don't mean that as you build the team you should pick one or two of those. What I really mean is that cyber as a ultimate team sport allows you to have all of those on your team. And that, certainly we have found, is the key to success and moving forward. But it's also way too simple. That sounds easy. Get lots of partnerships. Make sure that you can have lots of different logos on your slide, and you will be good to go from a cybersecurity perspective. But I think when I frame it that way, that's ridiculous to hopefully everyone in the room. And the answer is there's a key missing piece. And for that, I'd like to transition to sort of the third piece of my presentation here today, which is to talk a little bit about the nature of trust in our business. You know, in the military, within NATO, we have systems that allow our various nations to subordinate our military capabilities to each other. We hand over command and control of our forces to broader and larger structures within the NATO construct. We don't do that in cybersecurity. We don't do that in cybersecurity for a whole pile of reasons, but I'd like to kind of pull the thread on what I think is one of the most important ones, and that is the nature of trust. And that is that what I have found is in cybersecurity operations and in military cyber operations, the need for trust is not a generalized one. It's not a need for generalized trust between two bureaucracies or two organizations or two nations, but it is a very personal need for trust. This is a technical domain, but it surprises me just how much of our mutual effectiveness demands an incredibly tight personal connection. It's one of the reasons why I'm so excited to be here at a conference post-COVID, as we begin to gather in person and begin to get to know each other in sort of that more intimate kind of way. And I'd like to highlight that one of the challenges we've found is this need for two different kinds of trust. There's the kind of trust that certainly outside of a cybersecurity community, everybody would have immediately jumped to. And that is the trust that I can believe you. I can take you at your word. You will protect my confidences. We can work together. That sort of trustworthiness. And that is absolutely essential. And like I said, in this business, it seems to be inordinately demanding of a level of personal knowledge and personal trust. It's amazing how distrustful as a community we tend to be. Perhaps it's because we live in deception all day, every day, that we expand that sort of deception onto our peers and comrades. But I would say that it is difficult and challenging. But there's a second kind of trust, and it's a trust that, frankly, as we launched some of our earliest operations, we hadn't really thought through properly, and that's competence trust. This is a domain where pretty much no one believes your accreditations. No one believes that you can do what you say you can do until you show them. It is important that we take the time to show each other competence, to build that trust in each other's ability to do what we say we're going to do. And again, perhaps it's because we're an extremely skeptical group as a profession, but I find we need to do that in this space an awful lot more than I ever had to when I was a communications officer working on radios and satellite communications. I would highlight that need for trust isn't just a feel-good kind of statement. You know, the statement that organizations move at the speed of trust is incredibly true. Cyber operations can move lightning fast. They can be global and dispersed in nature if the trust exists. If the trust doesn't exist, two people sitting right next to each other will get nowhere. So what do we do about it? Well, I think one of my personal observations is that from a military operations perspective, we need to start building in that understanding. We need to start building in deliberately a phase where we spend some time to build trust in each other. I believe that the relationship that we've built with the Latvian CERT, and for that matter, through the Enhanced Forward Presence Battle Group with Latvia in general, is incredibly useful and helpful and has been essential to the successes that we have achieved. I believe that it means, certainly from a military perspective, we will need to continue to emphasize skill sets in cyber operators that seem not immediately obvious and to some outside of the community even counterintuitive. And that is the soft skills, the interpersonal skills end up being every bit as important and every bit as essential to effective cyber operations as the harder, pure technical bits and bytes skills are. Well, okay, not quite true. Without the technical skills, we don't get anywhere. But they're still an awful lot more important than you might think they are. I think with that, I'm going to wrap up. I'm going to give some time here for some questions from the audience. Hopefully by then I'll be able to see you. And end with, I am sincerely honored to be here. It is a pleasure to be in Latvia for an in-person cybersecurity conference during Cybersecurity Month. Thank you very much. Plodias.
Oh, yes. Wow. Thank you.
Hopefully that was close.
Oh, yes. You were very close. We understood, definitely. So, please, any questions, remarks, thoughts, maybe challenges? We can challenge him. He's a military. He knows how to deal with challenges.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Should I? Yes.
Oscars. Yeah. I actually have tried to formulate this question in my head while Artis Pabriks minister was talking, and Ansis asked for the question, but maybe it's even more appropriate to you. And the essence of the question is about the research in the area of cybersecurity. Or looking from the military perspective, should military invest in funding research, building teams? Should military rely on the businesses? Should both of those rely on academia doing it? Are they all kind of for the same goal, or might be those researches differ in the areas?
Ooh, so I guess in line with one of the themes of my presentation, I just highlight again that I think cybersecurity is a team sport. And the more people you can bring to the team, the more effective you're going to be. So should the military have partnerships and engagements with academia, civil organizations, other government entities? Absolutely, I believe that. Each nation will need to figure out its own balance for where it chooses to put defense and military capabilities. Certainly in Canada, for day-to-day life of Canadians, we're in a secondary role, and I have no issue with that. We support and have a very strong relationship more broadly. To pull apart a second sort of part of your question about are there unique military things in cyberspace that we need to look at from a business, perhaps a product or a research lens, again to that I would say absolutely. You know, if I go back to my kind of primary raison d'etre, the reason why I have capabilities that are able to be reassigned, if you will, to other kinds of more civil-oriented tasks is to ensure that militaries can fight and win battles, even when their use of cyberspace is contested. You know, the Western way of war relies very heavily on a technology focus that is more vulnerable than we assumed for a very long time. It's interesting that many of the things that use information communications technologies have embedded them in ways that are complex to understand and even more complex to defend and move forward with. So there certainly are spaces where the military is interested in funding such things. And in Canada, we have a number of quite formal programs. One is called IDEAS, where we fund specific research to look for proposals for how to solve some of our cybersecurity challenges. I'm not sure if similar things exist in Latvia, but yeah, absolutely. Hopefully it's a very broad question. Hopefully I've scratched usefully at an answer there. Oh, I see Dr. Bloomberg's has the mic. I'm more worried now than I had been. All right.
Right, it's going to, thank you for your speech, for sure. It's going to be a very short and maybe provoking question. Is it easier to take the civilian expert and turn him into the military, or taking a military person and taking him into the technical expert?
Ooh, that's a very interesting question that we've actually sort of wrestled with. Yes.
Yes to what?
Or maybe no. I'm not sure. So I think the idea that we'll be able to put all of the skill sets that we require in a cyber operator into one individual cyber operator is a bit of a losing game. So I really believe that the answer to your question is not yes, but neither. I believe the team needs military personnel that have a lot of civilian training and civilians that have some military knowledge, along with some military people that have no cybersecurity knowledge and some civilians with no military knowledge. The question is more What sort of leadership do we need to put in place to allow those various elements of the team to be pulled together and deliver the effect that we need? So that's perhaps a little bit too pat an answer to your question. What I would say is that I think if I take a step back and look at the major gaps in cybersecurity skills, I was supposed to say across the Western world, but it's across the world. I read a statistic. I wish I had the reference right away because it would be slightly more credible. But we're something like 2 million cybersecurity experts short globally. What that means is that in some ways you should be looking to build the cybersecurity force you can, rather than wishing for the optimal cybersecurity force. One of the things that as a military in Canada we can do that is very difficult for industry is we can build people. The military's got a system where we're okay spending 8 years to develop someone from when they join to when they're actually going to be, let's call it, fully mission capable. That's not something that exists elsewhere. So I think we can and we are trying to bring a new section of talent into the cybersecurity sphere sort of through uniform. So it's a mix, it's not either or, it's complicated. What a hard question. Thank you.
Thank you. No problem. If you want to get more hard questions, come to Latvia more often. You will have them.
Oh, I get them everywhere.
Okay, good. So we are a normal country in this sense. Good. Good to know. Thank you very much, General. Nevertheless, we will meet again on this stage later on for a panel discussion. Some small presents from Latvian CERT.LV. You just told that this is a great agency, so it is. So there is a small gift. Well, please. Now we will kill someone, or should we do it on a stage? Yes, why not? Shakespeare was doing it in every play. You were just referring to Shakespeare, yes or no, in one answer. So kill the killnet, not an easy task. So you're coming with a special tool to kill something? No, you leave. Oh, that's your office, always with you. So the one who is going to perform this killing the killnet is Uldis Tatarčuks. He's outspoken always on these matters, but also probably with great reason. You control a lot of internet space in this country, most probably not only in this country. So you have great lessons which you learned probably. So why you want to focus to kill someone rather, before we were saying about preventing, like training to be more maybe nervous, maybe skillful, but not really to kill. So why?
Oh, well, rather it's a game of words. Our main mission is to protect more than 60% of data traffic we are carrying every day for governmental institutions, for private clients, for business units. But coming back shortly to the great speech of General Yarker here from Canada, we are grateful to have some Canadian presence here, and we also believe that we can do more if we are working together with CERT, with Canadians, with other nations, other companies also in Latvia. And it's definitely important to create this trust. So we had the idea to create some more trust with Canadians. We decided to play ice hockey with a team of Canadians. Not a good idea. Next time we will pick Lithuanians or some other nations, but cannot comment on a result. It's classified. But we did okay. So some things shortly about why it's important to kill the killnet, why it's important to protect ourselves so our businesses are running, so our data are secure, and other aspects. So first thing with a word, every presentation starts, especially in this region. We are living in new reality. We have new threats, physical and also cyber. So cyber warfare is also ongoing. And one thing I was thinking today is that I will speak about a bit later about the topic, but we have noticed huge decrease in DDoS attacks, in other bad things for last moments when the Russian Federation announced mobilization. So it helped a little bit the way they organized it. And the only industry probably gaining some benefits is alcohol beverage producers, as we see from the social networks. But however, it's a short silence, and most probably it will come back. But we also need to remember that most probably someone is also attending this conference either in the room or either digitally. So we need to put those things together, cybersecurity and also physical security for our staff members, for our main experts which are dealing with the problems. So like a year ago, before February, overall expectations from the cybersecurity and geopolitics was everybody was believing the geopolitical conflict is like gaining only 20% prediction a year ago. Now it's 32%. Same goes for cyber risks. The predictions that cyber risks are important was around 30%. Today they are 49%. We see more and more governmental institutions and business units are understanding it, really approaching the problem and starting to invest in tools which can solve the issue. So it's a big jump from 30 to 49 and from 20 to 32 in geopolitical conflict. The world changed. In 2 weeks, in first 2 weeks after 24th of February, we noticed in our systems that cyber activity or attacks are down for 2 weeks. So as our experts started to get a bit worried about it, are our systems up? Are we seeing everything, or is something not working maybe? So there was some delay in reaction. But of course, like a couple weeks later, DDoS attack boom started, and it started on 9th of May. Some cyber criminal groups declared Latvia as their target, and the most active group in this area was the Killnet. That's why we specifically started to monitor them, to track the activities and try to understand how we can protect ourselves in a much better way as we did before February. Of course, we did some activities, but also the trigger for ourselves was the war which started, and then we started to invest heavily in our IT security solutions also, even more as we did before. So one thing they succeeded to do was they shut down the biggest email system in Latvia, Inbox.LV. They are suspected. There is no clear understanding that how exactly it went down. We have some information. We are using this information to protect other clients and ourselves in the nearest future, but we see that they are able to succeed in some events. Other event which we predicted, and this is a good thing in our business, we knew that Latvian Parliament is voting for the law which will declare Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. So we were ready. We knew that some activities can be existed on that day, and exactly here comes the partnership aspect. Together with other partners, we knew that something bad probably will happen, and we were able to protect the infrastructure, so the parliament was able to walk, all digital systems were up, and we proceeded as normal with our everyday work also in a parliament. And we are quite proud that we were able, together with the partners, to achieve this result. And of course, the thing I mentioned already, in September, we also started nervously to check our systems, because what we saw is that our DDoS attack amount is decreasing by 4 times. So something is ongoing, obviously, in the area, but our systems are working. There is a real decrease in cyber attack amount. However, we understand that this trend most probably will not continue. Therefore, this is the right time for us to invest more and to be prepared for the next incident coming. And source of countries, of course, one thing every country and companies are using is geolocation. So we are shutting down the access to our networks from abroad, especially in Ukraine, because the only way when the geolocation is protecting the Ukraine's network is to continue to attack the systems of the country from inside, from the territory of the Ukraine, from the computers located here, other technical equipment. Therefore, that is why quite important that we continue to educate our population and our businesses, because in practical life, the strange situation we are monitoring is that we get the information from CERT about the devices which are corrupted. Then we deliver the information to the end users who is owning the computer or other system. And quite often we are getting zero reaction. They are doing nothing. So they are keeping the bad code inside their computer, and that's the way how they are helping bad cyber criminals to target other systems. And that's the one aspect we need to focus a bit more on. Maybe even we need to implement some legislation to address that issue, because there is no real progress in this area. We need to shut down the vulnerable computers and other devices to protect our networks in general, and that's the aspect we will continue to work on. We see that attacks are getting more fierce, like in 1 year progress from 17 million to 46. So not only we are developing our systems, attacks are getting smarter, more powerful, but the good thing is that we are developing our systems and we are able at the moment today in reality to handle such a huge amount. This is more than 100% increase in 1 year's period. So there is some trends we definitely need to address and be ready to defend ourselves. Yes, and DDoS is only one part of the problems. They are often called as hooligans. They cannot really compromise our systems with this method to some extent, but it's important that we keep them in order. And we also pay attention to the whole picture. There is organized cybercrime, hacktivism, mobile devices are part of the picture, and definitely lack of cybersecurity professionals we are facing at the moment. That's why we started a huge program with Riga Tech Gals. 6,000 attendants for second year in a row, trying to learn about IT. Systems, about IT professions, and that's the way how we, together with military, are trying to develop the new experts, because we definitely need more experts in this area. We have a lack of them. Everybody is hiring. CERT is hiring. We are also hiring. I'm suspecting that Canadians are only friendly company in this area because hopefully they are hiring in Canada. That's good news. So we are hiring here together with all the industry. And it's important to check how strong your walls are, because there is a lot of bricks in the area. And one of the most important bricks are your employees, because this is a real target. For us as a tech company, we made phishing experiments. We are continuously making them, and we were shocked about the number of our colleagues which are not only opening emails, clicking everywhere, but even starting the arguments with phishers. You are not this, and they're starting to send emails back and forth and so on. So even if in the tech company we have this problem with our colleagues, then you definitely all other B2B segment has to address the issue. Most probably there is some risk hiding in there. So train them, And in our company, we implemented the system. If you open like 3 times wrong email, then you go to the training and we switch off your access to the system until you pass the test, so you are behaving better. So, very shortly, some ideas, problems are there, so what to do next? First thing, find your weak spots, reduce vulnerabilities, and last word in a third point is, from my perspective, most important. Find the right partners. We are also, as a big tech company, working with partners because they specialize in some area. They are better experts as we are in some areas. So the tricky thing how to get the real success is to put the right partners, create some trust between them, maybe even play ice hockey, and then they can deliver good results together. And the important thing also is know them face to face. We are part of the cyber protection team in Europe. We are working with other big operators, Proximus, KPN, Deutsche Telekom, A1, Vodafone, Telia, some others. So there we exchange information. But this is the most secure of telco community, which is speaking only to the representatives from other countries if they know them face to face. If they have meetings, they have create first some trust, check who is who, that he is representing real company, doing some proper security work also, and only then the information about some aspects which we are monitoring in Latvia. We are sharing information with other colleagues in Europe so we can protect telco networks together better. And some trust and knowing whom you are speaking to is also important in this area. And go further. Improve your IT governance, investigate cyber threat, partner with CERT. They're doing a really good job. Improve some business continuity and create some long-term IT strategy. And this is the second time in this conference when we are mentioning Matrix movie. So some quote from the Morpheus. So the blue pill or red pill, which is the one to pick is obviously your choice. We definitely recommend the red pill, so stop working in the safety illusion. Nowadays, cyber criminals are attacking even small businesses. They are not targeting only big companies, only state agencies, so it can disrupt your business. Maybe they are not coming from other countries' military environment, but still, you are in a real world. Safety illusion is not a good thing to trust. The question is not if you will be attacked, but the question is when, as we are saying. And follow the news, consult with the experts, and protect yourself. It's like insurance. You must have insurance, and you must have cybersecurity nowadays. So that's very shortly from my side, and thank you for being here and for your attention.
Thank you. Nevertheless, we will ask you some questions probably from the hall. Don't run away, please. Yes. The good experience, the bad experience, the brilliant experience. There was Egil, there was a gentleman. Yes.
Hello, and thank you for the presentation. As an international student here, I am more asking this question to little private companies and etc. What opportunity, you said that training is important, everyone is looking for specialists. As a TED, what do you plan or what opportunities do you provide for students such as boot camp or international as training them to become a better specialists?
Well, you can check all the info on our website or drop an email to myself, or otherwise we have a daughter company, Baltijas Datoru Academy, which is constantly running a big number of different kind of trainings together with industry partners like Cisco, Fortinet, some others. We just had a specific training together with Fortinet for our B2B clients. So there's a lot of activities happening.
But do you still recruit? Because there was a big numbers of recruitments in Canada and in Latvia and everywhere mentioned. Do you recruit these kind of specialists? So the big question comes, there is always a lack of them. Like 2 million were mentioned globally, right?
Well, we are doing all things. We are hiring and we are training and we are trying to grow them ourselves because there is a huge deficit of all kinds of IT professionals, I think worldwide at the moment. So yes, we are hiring and developing.
Do we need to go a special security scrutiny? You know, if you apply for certain jobs, you're scrutinized even by secret services sometimes. So do you do this to your kind of normal civil stuff? Like student, the foreign student.
Yeah, we do some stuff according to the legislation. And of course, the other aspect is that our company is owning the industry security certificate issued by the state. And we are running a lot of critical infrastructure in this country. Therefore, we have some regulations which we are strictly following also in this area.
Okay.
So
clear.
the CEO is checked.
Oh, you are checked. Okay, good. No problem. So you are to be trusted. So please, your questions. You're coming for question? Yes, please.
Yeah, I have one question. So you mentioned that the issue here is also when we have the security incident and you collect the information provided by the CERT, you deliver it to the end user, but the end users do not take actions. Maybe abstracting away from the legislation point, is there anything technically that we can do to prevent and secure the users who do not want to make this one step to fix the issue?
The thing is that the tools we actually are using and having, we are reminding, sending. And most probably, we see that it's not really working. Some are acting, to some we are providing consultation. So if you don't understand what you should do with your PCs, then we can call you or connect you remotely and help you solve the issue. So there is a lack of response also. But therefore, two things are important. Educate the society, why it's important, how they can suffer from the incidents themselves. And then we started internal discussion. We don't have the final conclusions yet, but we expect that maybe we will need some visit from police to remind that also these rules should be followed.
No, but oh yes, sorry.
Thank you. Just to comment on this, I think some of ISPs in Europe also have very strict practice where they put infected users in a separate VLANs where they can access only updates or only antivirus solutions. And I know this has been very controversial. So have you thought about doing something in this regard maybe?
Yeah, we considered also disconnecting them from our services, not only putting somewhere, but then from practical life, we see that they are connecting back with the same device by using other operators. So there should be some, and in Latvia we have more than 300 like telco certificate issued letters that telco operators can be around 300. So we really need a system which is working the same way for all 300 participants in this market. Otherwise, it's not working. We discussed it, not decided yet.
Yeah, Oscar's here once again. Bad guys are bad by definition, but there is clearly one good thing. They are kind of serving all us. They are forcing us to learn and learn fast. Could you elaborate how much longer would have it taken to us to learn all those things you have learned during the last few months?
Okay.
It's a good question. I think it goes similar to the COVID, 2 years of COVID. There is estimation in the market that the e-environment or e-shop concept developed like they had the progress of 6 years put in 1 year. I think it's the same trend approximately for cybersecurity also.
Wow, what a nice outcome. So we are considering this quarantine thing of what you are saying, if there is and then we are, having a progress. So two good points from the one COVID.
And also the same trend goes for the concept work from home or hybrid work. The speed, it was growing before COVID also, but the speed it picked up in last years. It's like progress of 6 years in 1 year. So we are learning, we are adapting, and we are moving forward.
You kind of prolonged our lives now. We are experiencing,
okay.
you know, something, wow, futuristic ideas are here. Yes, please, realistic, futuristic, whatever is your question, please pose it now or later by probably being some students. You will approach now COA, COA.
It's a great
whoever you are.
Great concept. Now I feel 6 years younger.
Yeah, oh, younger. Oh, I thought you're just kind of dying 6 years later instead of something. Okay, if
that's another way to.
Okay, you decide. Now questions, because now it's kind of yeah. I'm kind of thinking of what you said about this safety illusion. Do you think that we are somehow also going to see a kind of more and more dangerous illusions around us, or if we are capable enough to fight this new reality that the wall you are trying to check constantly every day is actually built by us in Zilope, in the border with Russia, and probably
built by our daughter company, of course.
In a way, yeah. But again, so how confident you are that now we are kind of very optimistic, but if we meet in 1 year, whatever will come in geopolitics, in cyberspace, in all these things, if you feel really stable of these challenges will definitely come, and you will fight them with a speed of 6 years in advance.
I think it depends on me, and I'm ready to work. If you are ready to work, then we will have better environment in 1 year with help of Canadians, CERT, and you. So look in the mirror is always what I'm telling to my colleagues. It's all what we do. Are we joining Zemesardze, cyber force of Zemesardze? Some of my colleagues are, and we support them also. So we can do a lot of things, I believe, in our company, in our country, and in NATO and the European Union also, and in the world.
But living in a country where the concept of the kind of compulsory military service is discussed, should we add to this discussion that the very strong cybersecurity, system or something should be added to this, because we are talking about the physical recruitment because of what happens in Russia. So should we talk about even, you know, that's a great offer maybe to young people who didn't decide who they want to be, and they could be offered, you know, when they finish their secondary school, yeah, you have to go in a military service for a special recruitment and training program. Probably in cybersecurity area, not in physical, you know, running and shooting.
We don't have to create it. We have to develop it because we have it already.
So you're
I'm a positive thinker.
Okay.
We need to develop. We know the trend. We are investing, hiring, and working.
Yeah, this was like, good. I like it very much. Okay, any remarks, some thoughts, last questions? No, thank you. It looks like we are going to the coffee break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, while we go to coffee break, one very important thing is to wear your name tag. Never meet during the coffee break your good friend which you know, but really taking this consideration, we should know the persons who are going to be recruited maybe, or anyhow. So please approach each other, present yourself, so there is no such a thing like a coffee for free. There is always a reason why you get coffee for free, so that's the reason, to know each other better. Take a coffee and present yourself to, not a friend, but to someone you don't know yet.
Savienojumi iekustina pasauli. Tikai apvienojoties esam spējīgi uz lielām lietām. LMT vienmēr ir savienojis cilvēkus. Tagad mēs šo stāstu turpinām, savienojot tehnoloģijas. Datori redz ar intelektu, sistēma ar sistēmu, domā ar dari. LMT sistēmas, mūsu radīti, pielāgoti IT risinājumi.
Congratulations to those who found new friends. Let us continue these friendships during the lunch break. But now, let's return to sincere discussions. So we will start in a short while. I'll also ask all the speakers, please come on the stage so everyone understands that we will start. Certain order here, so please find your face and then Okay, gentlemen, ladies, no more coffee, no more biscuits. Come back to our distinguished guests, and probably they will show us some new perspectives as well. Serve yourself.
Oh, perfect. Good thinking.
So, my dear friends, we will start with, of course, introduction of all the speakers. Everyone knows General. Nevertheless, we should be sorry that I know that the Brigade General is much higher position than just the General. Sorry, we were just referring to... No? It's down. Really? It's different? Okay. General. Oh my God, because all generals in Latvia, and we have like 3 of them only, when they come to television, they are always insisting me to say Brigade General. So, okay, now learning by doing. Okay, Tonu. Tonu works for, here you are, Tonu. You work for CERT.LV, and it's nice to have you, because I know this mental health problem with Latvians thinking that everything is better is in Estonia, and you have the same, just vice versa, to Latvia, right? Say yes.
You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, okay, yes. Now, actually, the Variste ones, I know for many years, he's not with this problem. He thinks that both are good members of the great European team, and actually the representative of Latvian CERT.LV. But also this great European team is named ENISA. And here Edgars Tauriņš speaks Latvian as well. Yeah, he's Latvian citizen, but is representative of ENISA, the big CERT in a way, a European one.
Not the CERT.
Yeah, I know, but you know, the kind of member of a great family.
But we also have an Estonian colleague who is general manager of ENISA, so we have Estonian links.
So Estonians are always around us. So that's good to have, you know, friendship.
There is one Estonian in every port.
Aha. Good that you are not Maltese, because I know Maltese are so small nation that they cannot do these, you know, at least one Maltese to every corner. Estonians can do it, and Latvians also try to do it. Now, we actually will, let's say, draw probably a new perspective. We are kind of understanding that we are living in a very interesting, in a way, environment here. And this discussion is actually to also involve you guys. So please raise your hands. Oscar's did his job great. Oscar, no first hand, okay? Some others, but then in a case of emergency, I just face you and then you come and help me. Now, my first thing is Varit to you, as also a host in a kind of this event. Do we play the same games in a sense of same armament, of the same tools? You are talking about everyone has his position, the military, civil, there should be more recruitments, but the tools that we could, if you compare the tools you have as a special agency attached to the Ministry of Defense, but not being, you know, general with a uniform, do you have access to the same tools? Like, it seems like Canadians have even a better tools, and they can, you know, play a kind of better game, or this is not the case. We are talking about the new front lines. We have to, you know, in a NATO language, we have to use the same radio channel at least, and probably the same language. So, okay, we use English.
Yeah, you're right, but I mean, nowadays especially we see that not only the technical tools are something really important, but that was already mentioned by other speakers, that people and the actual operators with those tools is the most significant thing. And I'm really proud of what we have here in Latvia, not only in CERT, but also the community, the cybersecurity community that we have built, and people that are here present. It's something to be proud of, and they can provide their expertise both to Latvia in particular and to region. I remember also our dear friend Tonu from Estonia wrote me a message when we were facing those significant attacks, reminding me that we have friends. And this is, again, not the tools, but people.
Now, Tono, in a case of border problems with, let's say, Belarus, Latvian border guards were calling for help for actually kind of ENISA, so for a border patrol agency called, whatever, there is a good name, and they are based in Frontex, right. So in a case of kind of problem in your country, do you call, let's say, Latvians, Bulgarians, I don't know, whom else you want to call? Do we need to build a kind of new chain of command on a level of, because, you know, small is beautiful, but sometimes we hear that you will recruit, you know, double the number. So it means there will be more and more things to do. And in some special days, D-days, I don't know if it exists in your environment, there could be, or there is, should I put this, if there is a need for a great help now, not like after 5 minutes, but just now, everyone, run and help me in Estonia, for example.
Well, if I need to make such a call, then obviously something has already gone wrong. So, and it means to me that I have already failed somewhere along the path. For this not to happen, obviously, we need to look at the different routes, and before, at least this is how I feel, before we start building new structures, we should try and make the existing ones work. It's not a big secret that a lot of European, but also international community are exchanging information in real time. But do you think that this happens across the board throughout NATO, for example? Do you think so? Yes.
I you would expect have this trust that it exists.
The trust surely exists, but the different tools are not there to speak on the same language, or they're basically not using the same frequency. Although we have different tools, if they are not communicating over the same frequency, we have not a personal gap or a technical gap, we have an interoperability gap. And then before we start to elevate this to a new level, we should try and then mitigate those gaps and see, obviously, where we can go from there. And then this is one of the great examples why CERT community is exchanging a lot of information through MIS platform, information where you can share critical indicators in very short amount of time throughout wide community. But I can tell you that not everyone in NATO is using that. And this is not only impacting us, but this is impacting the whole community. And before we start to envision, should we put in place something new, we should try and then see how we can make the existing one work. Because otherwise we will constantly feel that what we have now is not sufficient, we should do something new. And if we don't make that working, then we're repeating the same cycle over and over again.
Now, talking about capabilities, that was exactly the reason why we were so happy at that very day, 6 years ago, when it was announced that Canadians are coming to Latvia, and I think it's 12 at the end, or 13 even today, nations which will join kind of this group, having their own equipment, not only personnel here, based like really here on a spot. So would you agree that like big countries have a different type and role even to play in this new, if it's a front line, I don't know.
Yeah, so I guess I'd start by saying that it feels very odd for Canada to be referred to as a big country. We certainly
well, come on, by territory you are much bigger than any European country, so for...
Sure, if you're talking territory, we're quite happy to be quite large. I guess what I would say is that capabilities in this space are built in a variety of different ways. I really like Veris's sort of point about hammering home on capabilities and tools. They're important, but they're probably not what it's all about. I think, Tony, you had a great point to follow that up with, that often what we're missing is a link, a point of contact, a commonality, an interoperability, a partnership sometimes. We tend to concentrate too much, particularly I think in militaries, on stuff, because frankly if you're in the Army, Navy, Air Force, that stuff is really important. When you sit in a cyber component command, the stuff, the software, the tools, that stuff is relatively less critical at the start. But then as you begin to create these commonalities, these points of contact, these ways of working together, an understanding of where you can share information is very powerful. When you have to share information in 5 or 6 different ways, that's good because you can share information, but very inefficient. The better you can get, the more commonality of process almost, the better off you can be. Because there's certainly a bunch of different ways to interact with the kinds of data that you were talking about. Do I believe that sort of the larger countries need to lead the way in this space? Actually, I don't. I think this is a better space for the better ideas. And the better ideas are going to come from where they come from, not necessarily from some of the larger typical countries. So I think I may have scratched again at the edge of your question, but...
Yeah, more or less I understand what you think. I'm just thinking about the reality of a kind of NATO, big family. We are kind of trusting each other, right? Around this table. Now, we have a meeting of ministers of foreign affairs. They try to be diplomatic. Then there are ministers of defense. They try to be, forceful and decisive and, put all the, to you guys, to military stuff of NATO. Do we need a kind of special, and should it be an agency? Should it be a ministerial meeting? Should it be something like a shape, like this very special command unit of NATO for cyber affairs? Because it's a future. We will probably never fix it. It will be always things to do there.
Yes, I think that's an interesting question. I would say that as we've kind of gone on this journey within the Canadian Armed Forces, there's a key moment earlier where we tried to actually ban the word cyber. If cyber ever appeared on its own somewhere as a standalone word, you were almost certainly saying something wrong. Cyber belonged as an adjective to describe something else. We use cyberspace to do things as opposed to its own separate entity. And I think, again, this kind of goes back to some of what Tony was saying. I think we need to be careful about, are we really using what we already have before we try to build something new? Is there a new, different enough problem here that you need to invest in a whole new architecture and infrastructure in order to execute it? Or do you already have ways to address it? And I'll give an example. We have a variety of different ways to address terrorism, both within NATO and broadly internationally. Do we need a different thing that handles those problems if they happen to move into cyberspace and you're talking about cyber terrorism? My instinct in the first instance is no. We're better to use the tools that we've already got until we find a gap. But you don't know you've got a gap until you try to use what you already have.
But now I feel a little bit like nervous. So it makes a lot of homework to do, like you were referring, Tono. But then there is this kind of concept which I joined when we joined NATO, is this common, you know, everyone shelters everyone. Whatever is a problem, it's an alliance problem. So can I trust that everyone who does worry, for example, you as a citizen of Latvia, as agency for me, for the citizen of Latvia, can you do your job without a great help or shelter or umbrella organization or something above you, which in a way will probably command you? Maybe you don't want to be commanded.
Yeah, well, this is what has to be made sure, that the first response for each nation in NATO is the capability that they have on their own, and this is the first priority. Also, to add on the tools and your initial question, I think obviously maybe some bigger economics can afford millions and millions of dollars on tools, some threat intelligence products, etc. And they're obviously very good and might create some benefit. But it's also important to know how to use, like already Tono said, how to use your existing tools and use them correctly and wisely. For example, it's not worth to hide a problem that is existing not only in Latvia but also in other states, especially in the government sector, that we buy shiny boxes that promise us to protect our environment and everything is going to be fixed for us, but it's not true. So again, you have a Ferrari in your garage, but you don't know how to drive it, and that's something that has to be addressed first of all in each individual nation.
Okay. Now, can you fix the problem here? I'm kind of trying to put everything on a NATO hands, and now here is the ENISA existing structure. And should we say that structures in the place, like Tono just mentioned, are to be, you know, strengthened, developed, and safeguarded, whatever, and we shouldn't go this kind of international structure of the good friends?
Sure. How much time do I have
like
for
2
fixing?
hours, please.
No, so I completely agree on what Tono mentioned and also other colleagues. So we as ENISA try not to be we cannot be the big umbrella who is ordering all the nation states around. It is not our task. But what we can do is to support. I give you an example of the structure that might and is contributing to this crisis situation. It's a CSERT network where national CSERTs have a community. When they come together three times a week, 3 times a year, they build the trust slowly. They get to know each other and they get to exchange information. They have technical tools like MISP. They have their more communication tools like video conferences and chat channels. And this is the existing tool that can be used, and it is already used for assisting CSERTs, for helping them to exchange information, to maybe ask for help, to maybe give some advice to the colleagues, and also to build this trust, which is also very important. And I want to come back to what General said previously about not only trust in persons, but only a trust in competencies, was it? So you're able to handle the information you are given and also able to contribute. This is not a short process. It takes time, and now CSERT network is, I think, approaching the 10th year already, close to it, and then we see that the cooperation is slowly growing, and this situation with Ukraine also gave a tool, at least for communication, for different teams to come together and try to solve the issues. So that's I think one of the tasks as we see it in ENISA.
But would you say that people in between, I guess they are good friends, Varis and Tonu, they speak like more or less probably every day or something. But do people in Europe as such, as a territory, sorry for excluding Canada now, do they communicate enough? So you provide the tools, that sounds great, but we are overloaded with information. Time is money, we are running out of it. Why should I now communicate with a Greek person? I mean, what can he help me in this very moment when I need to do my cyber cleanup or
because
something?
that's why you have to build this trust beforehand, before the things happen, and you have to see that there is some advantage of sharing the information, so you receive something back and people trust you more. So it's not a process like introducing Varis and Tonu for the first time and they immediately connect and start. It takes time, it takes building going through the different events and then seeing how it works together. So it's not an easy answer to this question, unfortunately.
Okay, who can give me an answer? Where is this front line? We are kind of referring to this discussion as a new front line. But I was just seeing this phenomena that more threats are coming from Ukraine or even United States or whatever. Germany was in the table mentioned there. So these are the territories of inside NATO space, of inside Western world, and they are the ones who are threatening our systems and everything more than those guys in the East.
If we address the question that I get to ask from especially from many of the Western journalists, you know, you guys so close to Russia. And I'm just saying that, you know, Russia is as close to Paris as it is to Auckland, as it is to Ottawa in terms of cyber, than it is to Tallinn. Yeah. Sorry, less than a second. A second in human understanding, it's just like that. It's gone. So in terms of cyber, we are not only everyone's neighbor, we're literally sharing the same bed. And when some people in the bed, instead of wanting to sleep, want to have a party, then nobody is really enjoying, you know, this sort of night in a hotel, really. So so this is the first thing we need to understand, that you know, physical world and how we see world are a little bit different in terms of cyber. In terms of cyber, things are a little bit different. For example, if I steal €5 from your wallet, you don't have it anymore.
I don't have any wallet.
Well, exactly. So you've already lost it. But if I steal your data, you don't. Now suddenly there is 2 copies of the data. So in money terms, I've made 5 times 5, well, 5 plus 5 equals 10. Yeah. So this is something that people are really struggling to understand in physical concept. But we need to make them understanding that cyber is not only a military thing. If we look at Ukraine, yes, there is war in the east, but on the western part, okay, the country is still in war, but you know, people go to work every morning, people go to school every morning, they do their shopping, etc., etc. So the country is still living its, I don't want to say normal life, but you know, they are going through the same routines again. And this is also part of military activity. You need to keep the country going. So this is it becomes the sort of wider sort of defense. And this is not something that military has to address, but this is something that civilian agencies need to address in order for having a safer country.
Now, General, please remove this uniform and tell us as a Canadian about this nightlife. They were referring to the nightlife in Tallinn, but if we refer it in Ottawa, So do people in Ottawa, before they enter this, well, whatever, pub in Friday night, do they have this feeling on an Ottawa street that they are also involved, as in Narva, which is just next to the Russian border place, in Estonia, or in Tallinn, or in Ottawa, or in Auckland, or in wherever? Do they have the same feeling? No, they would say, you even referred in your speech, you said, oh, someone like Bolts, you are the front fighters in a way.
Yeah, so absolutely there is a different sense about the threat that Russia is what we're talking about, Russia poses between living in Latvia and living in Canada. What I would say, though, to echo exactly, almost word for word, Tonu's point, is that when it comes to cyberspace, it isn't any different. But the sense of security that a citizen has is not just tied, in fact, it's not principally tied to their perspective on the way cyberspace works. And in fact, the reality that the world is one cyberspace is difficult to wrap your mind around, even if you work in this space. If you don't work in this space, it's just that much more difficult. But I think your point was bang on. You said it's not just a military problem. I would say it's not even principally a military problem. Right, I divided the things that we do into two buckets. I'm responsible in order to ensure that Canada's military is capable of conducting military operations despite the fact that there are cyber threats out there against it. That's very different from keeping our country and our society safe. Those broader problems belong rightly outside of military lanes. One of the real challenges in, not necessarily defense lanes, but military lanes. One of the real challenges in cyberspace is that, as an earlier speaker talked about the blurrings that we see, is there is a significant blurring of that nice, clean divide, because the difference between an attack designed to deliver a military-like effect and one not, or a threat to the nation through cyberspace, or merely a criminal threat, those are all very difficult to pull apart in real time in cyberspace. And it underlines why many of the same skill sets are needed on both sides. They're the basic skill sets for surviving, navigating, and delivering impact inside cyberspace.
But as a military, the question is, now, I as a journalist on maybe it was the 3rd or 4th hour after invasion, we called to Varis and Baiba, and we called for what should we do with our private computers now? It was a kind of advice from the television screens to the general public. Do you advise your country people in such a matters that now the NATO is kind of unofficially, but in a war position with Ukraine, and the threat is there in every, small device of the small village, probably somewhere in Canada?
Yeah, so I mean, that's a really awkward question, because I think I may need to challenge some of the premise that's at the bottom of it, and it's the premise that's the title of this sort of conversation, and that is, cyber war, where are the new front lines? I'm not sure cyber war is a particularly useful paradigm to look at the world that we live in through. I think it forces us to draw many of the wrong conclusions about what should be militarized or securitized and what shouldn't necessarily. So if you ask me, are we at war today in cyberspace as a Canadian, the answer is no. War means something very specific as a military operator, and it doesn't describe the reality that we live in. And I go back to, we need to be careful a little bit with what we use the word cyber for. I don't really like the phrase air war or land war either. Those are subdivisions of something that really is just war. You don't have a land war that just stays on the land and has got nothing involving sea or air. That's a ridiculous concept to a military person. Cyber war is exactly the same thing. If cyber war is a thing like war, then it's something that's fought alongside air war and land war and sea war, and we just call that war. What we do face today, though, I think, is a very different kind of conflict. I do think we have conflict in cyberspace, and the way we mediate the roles for the different entities within government is a bit of a fascinating study, because our three nations, and in fact, if you go across Europe, broadly, we have all decided on slightly different approaches. Everyone in NATO has a military that looks very similar. It's got an Army, Navy, and Air Force and some joint thing that integrates it together, and they're all relatively the same. We figured out how to optimize that and have optimized on the same solution. We are not there in cyberspace. So how do we still, I mean, I think to go back to some of the early things, how do we get at getting the most benefit from collaboration through things like the EU or NATO or bilats or whatever? It's to understand some of the fundamental problems that are below kind of the specific questions that you're asking. And that's why I think one of the reasons why it is so predicated on trust and knowledge and individual trust, because you need to figure out how to mediate those differences between different countries, and even within countries, different portions of different countries approach and see these things in different ways.
It seems like you have a reaction, Vari, yeah?
Yeah, I totally
agree with the
sorting. Yeah, I agree with the general on the term of cyber war. We're not there yet, definitely. But what we see is the cyber means are supporting kinetic operations, and this is what we already saw in this different war that we evidence in Ukraine. For example, the threat actor compromised and encrypted systems on the border control, and thus they kind of created more chaos. People were queuing for longer time, right? So it's not a component of war, but it's supporting some part of the operation to create even bigger chaos amongst citizens. Same goes with energy attacks on energy infrastructure. It's not exactly always like a war. It should be addressed in a war terms, but it plays a significant supporting role in military operations. This is why some countries also are considering responsive, active, and sometimes clearly stating them offensive cyber operations that are supporting warfare or military operations. So I think it's a very new domain, and a lot of things will be changed and adopted to maybe classical kinetic warfare, maybe at some point when we'll have those Elon Musk robots across the spectrum, we'll maybe have cyber warfare.
Now, if we yes, please, you want to react on this?
Just to jump in quickly, just a quick small point. I think it works in the way that what is described, but it also has some other directional influence. For example, I think one of the speakers beforehand mentioned that they see a DDoS activity lowering when the Russian concluded this mobilization operation.
Yeah, for 5 minutes, he also predicted that it will be
sure, it is developing, but it seems that these effects are flowing from one side to another, and indeed this blurry line is not even there anymore. So it's quite an interesting point there.
But on this point that we shouldn't probably misuse the meaning of war, because somehow it really, I understand what you say, it feels like someone is not capable to do its business. For example, military. For example, CERT or ENISA, the agency. If we are in a war, then everyone should be involved in a way or something. How you deal with this? Should we not use this very word? Nicer wording should be found.
Well, hard to find a nicer word for war, I guess. But this modern warfare is different in a sense that you see the people in Kiev drinking coffee while the air raids are going on. So that's also the world is changing in terms, and the term word is indeed to be used very carefully. But what we are having here is indeed significant conflict. and it's still going on. It's nowhere near to be to the end. So we have to prepare ourselves for a long-term commitment, and this is why the guys in CERTs are very important. So they're not burning out, and they have enough resources to continue. This is not a sprint. This is marathon. You know, this saying, but it's true in these terms. So we're in there for a long situation, and we have to be prepared for it.
So if they are not threatening us, what should we do now? We do supply them with, like Ukrainians, with some armament, with some advices, trainings, everything. Should we supply them with the offensive capabilities to really to go in offense to, well, Russia, the one, you know, to get integrity of Ukrainian territory back?
I wanted, before coming to your last question, I wanted to say that I agree with Brigadier General. War has a very specific meaning, and it has been used, I think, too lightly in many of the contexts. It is true that putting the war into the context of cyber, when you look at UN norms, is not so easy, because data is not per se considered an asset that you know, you can lose. And that is why, you know, in UN norms there is also not a very strict guideline. You know, you bomb 3 houses, this is an act of terrorism. You do 4, this is now considered a war. And equally, it's not military's concern whether, you know, you can't refill a tank. Suddenly this has become a war because I can't refill a car, and this is, you know, it's the same thing. What we care most is that refilling happens regardless of whether it's the tank that needs refilling or your portion. So coming to the Ukraine situation, we actually had a discussion with some of our European counterparts, and it was, I think it was in very early March, exactly on the same line. You know, Ukraine requested some assistance, and should we provide them with tools that you can use to look at your own digital infrastructure, identify vulnerabilities, and hopefully fix them before Russians have the capability of doing some damage. But if you turn these tools against Russia, you can do the same, but with different objectives. And I had a very simple and very stupid question. I was saying that, you know, you supply them with bullets, you supply them with cannons, what other military equipment is there? And then you're worried about some software. Ha ha. And, well, it kind of helped to put things in perspective, to say that, you know, if you're doing physically, you're giving them something that can be used to physically shoot a person. Then, you know, some damage to the systems, to me it sounds a little bit less relevant somehow.
So how to make it relevant? Gentlemen, come, help. Should we be also offensive organizations in our help? I mean, we are supplying everything, but not capabilities in this kind. Just defensive advices, probably.
No, I didn't say that we're not supplying, but this is something that, you know, the concern was, if we supply them with offensive cyber capabilities, should that be considered an act of war from the Russian perspective? And then I was like, well, offensive cyber capability versus offensive, I don't know, multiple rocket launchers. And you're worried about cyber. Exactly. Of course, if we want Ukrainians to succeed, we need to provide them with all tools that can help them to come out of this situation as a winner.
I hear logic, and you're probably not going to decide it now, but describe it. How should we look at this situation? Vadi, you have an answer?
Yeah, I really like the point what Tony made, but I guess there's also a difference where the impact is, and with those offensive cyber means, you can get an impact inland also. So I'm not sure if that changes anything or not, but that's a fact. And I think that it's a really good question also, not only to this conflict in Ukraine, but also in our own state. how should we and when should we prioritize defensive and offensive operations. So I've had for a long time I had this idea that we should get our stuff together first on a defense spectrum and then think about how to go on offensive operations. But I'm not sure if I'm right because the reality shows that the strategic opponent sometimes does not understand until they get a hit on their rib cage or somewhere else before it. So it basically means that probably the right answer nowadays is to look on both of those spectrums and work on both of them simultaneously if you have a capacity, obviously, for that. But I'm still a very strong believer, if we talk about our own nation, that we have to get our stuff together on the defense line.
So from the military point of view, of course, keep remember that we are the online conference around the world, so not to have problem with your prime minister later.
I get to have the advantage that the answer to the question of what we should do in the Ukraine is up to politicians, not up to military officers. But what I can do is scratch the other question about defense or offense, and it's a little bit like Dr. Bloomberg's question. The answer is yes. It is a question of balance. Certainly, Canada's decided to develop both kinds of capabilities. What I would say, though, is that what we've seen over the last year that's been a little bit different is, at these conferences probably 5 years ago, certainly my American colleagues would have said that in many ways the best defense is a good offense. And I think what we've actually seen is the best defense is a really good defense. Good, well-run defenses make a massive difference in cyberspace conflict. And therefore, sort of to your question, it really matters to get the defense right, to invest in it, and to put it in place, particularly because offensive cyber does tend to be more of a military capability. You're going to impact a foreign country for a foreign policy objective kind of goal, whereas defending your country is a much more basic task because, as we already talked about, in cyber, it's not so much about your borders, right? Militaries, for many centuries, I was about to say years, but many centuries have talked about defending the borders of their country. That's a meaningless construct in cyberspace. In cyberspace, very much you need to protect the people of your country, and the capabilities of your country, the industry of your country. This kind of goes back to where is the front line? The front line is kind of everywhere, and if the front line is everywhere, does that metaphor really have a whole lot of value anymore? I think is a very good question.
Now, from the point of view of European agency, I hear more and more European leaders saying that there will be a kind of tough language to those countries who up until now never formulated their own position to Ukraine. That they kind of don't join Russia at all, they are in silence. Do we trust these countries in the cyberspace? Can we call them the ones who also fights in this environment with dark people from the net? Or we should kind of exclude them from the family? So can we say that from the point of front line, we formulate the ones who are with us? It very much reminds Stalin's language. He said, the one who is not with us should be killed in a way. So how do you measure this? Because it's not very clear who is in the other side. Is it always Russia? Sometimes it might be with different probably reasons even, not to support the war in Ukraine, but with different reasons. Other countries who are not the best friends of Russia, but they use the situation. So how should we react in this totally different environment, to measure the friendship or something?
Well, First of all, thank you for this political question.
Sorry, journalists.
But what I can say is, and that might be my personal opinion, because of course this is up to politicians most largely also to decide. But what I can come up with back with is this trust in individuals. So. Of course, when speaking with the CERT team, it's not necessarily that you trust one person and you don't trust the country as such. So it's a lot of this personal trust component in there. However, as Europe, we are united in diversity, right? This is the slogan of what we have. So we must take into account different points of view, not necessarily maybe it's adversary point of view, it's maybe lack of understanding, maybe lack of empathy I know Latvians think of Russia maybe differently than Germans, for example. Sure. That's for sure. So it's step-by-step process, and it's individual talks, and it's a different level talks. So it's not a silver bullet answer for this tricky question.
But I think it's a very good question, because it also comes down to the term attribution, which is a very important part on if the state, for example, suffering a cyber attack, wants to come with a statement that we think this is this country or threat actor that did that, it's a very responsible part of the investigation. And this is why also, from one perspective, in the Baltics, we might think that it's always Russians, but it's definitely not like that. And I think it's a great responsibility also on our side to do a thorough investigation together with our partners and allies to come sometimes maybe with even with the joint statements that support the result of the investigation or some decisions. So it also is important from the terms of NATO and defense. There are every now and then, especially politicians, mention these responses, possible responses on significant cyber attacks, up to Article 5 and things like that, right? So again, if no objective attribution is done on that part, it's not possible. So I think it's one thing to consider very seriously.
Okay. Yeah. Reaction?
I wanted to have two thoughts.
Yeah.
I will start on the attribution part. It is understandable why politicians want to do this, because they also want to do something. This is not a joke, by the way. When we do the attribution, and let's assume that we get it right, has it ever stopped a new attack from the same threat actor? It hasn't. So what's the point of doing this? We are revealing the cards that we have, and how we identified, how we put the pieces together. And what do we get in return? And if the answer is we get nothing, maybe it's time to look at the toolbox, what happens when we do the attribution. And maybe it's the point of not only pointing the fingers, but maybe enacting certain sanctions, so that the state in question has more incentive to go after the criminal element in this particular country and try to remediate. And only then, I think the attribution becomes a tool that is worthwhile using. But the things that we haven't touched, and I think both gentlemen on my left and right hand did feel and wanted to touch, is not only to focus on the offense, but to focus on defense. What's the lowest amount of money that a Russian APT has spent on a successful cyber attack?
I have no clue.
Well, probably 6 figures. Yeah.
No.
No.
What, 100 euros?
18 euros or dollars. I mean, it's pretty
18?
much the same
to
these
whom?
days.
To student?
To basically get a server and conduct. So that is where you're seeing attacks coming from Western Europe, from Northern America, because IT infrastructure is so cheap there. So it doesn't mean that our Western allies are attacking us. But it only shows that we are not doing enough to defend ourselves. And the good point is that in 2007, we got hit by a massive DDoS attack. Well, it was massive then. Nowadays, people would start to laugh, 2.5 gigabits per second. Well, I told you it starts to laugh. This year, a little more than a month ago, the attack was almost 100 times bigger. And the comparison, back then, we felt it pretty badly. This year, well, the systems detected it, but for general population, it was not visible. And then that is where I'm saying that you know, in trying to combat this $18 or euros worth of investment to actually start protecting, this is where we need to focus most. How do we increase our posture of resilience to these attacks so that we can drive the cost of attack up?
Yeah. Tonu kind of proves my point on the still concentrating on defense, and honestly, it just takes sometimes just for some guy or girl watch a video on YouTube to perform effective cyber attack. That's all it's needed nowadays. And if it's that simple, then it means that on the defensive side, it's not done properly, probably, right? So if we fix that, and it's possible to fix that, and also this understanding of it's not possible to evade cyber attacks at all or their effect. You have to be just prepared enough to detect them, be able to respond in a timely manner, and react accordingly. So if we achieve that on a nationwide level, that is something that we would like to also in the CERT achieve. But also that to return to the point on the command that you highlighted, who should command what? It's a very tricky question, especially if it's a wartime. For example, with the defensive organizations like CERT, in the wartime, probably they still have to continue to work on the defense, even though they probably all of them have some knowledge on offensive capability. And this is very important to understand also in the military field, that for those generals and people in command, how and if that resource should be used at any point of time.
Of course. Now, questions, remarks, something that comes in your mind, maybe suggestions or denials, whatever. Please. If no hand, I can't. Oh, yes, please, please. You can use whatever. Yeah, it works. Yes, please.
All right, let's hope this mic works. Yes. And it does.
It does.
So the war has been raging already for some time. The cyber war already started prior to the kinetic engagement and the invasion. However, we were expecting maybe something like Die Hard 4.0 movie, that cyberspace would just stumble on us and cyber mayhem will happen. Now, looking back, how would you evaluate the current capabilities of our adversary from the cyber perspective?
Oh, thank you. So everyone probably seems like whoever starts is the right one.
Well, I'll start maybe. So I think that taking into account that Russia has conducted offensive cyber operations for a very long time, at least since 2006, the capabilities should be much, much bigger than they have been able to demonstrate now during this war. I think also the inability to coordinate and use those opportunities have been highlighted at the very beginning of the war, when they had a chance to disrupt or maybe use for their own benefit access to Viasat satellite equipment, and what they did basically, they rendered them unusable, which probably did some damage to the Ukrainian military. But I think that also, as my speculation, it might be highlighting the fact that Putin was hoping for a fast results and a very short war. what they could do with that experience is to sabotage this, not only sabotage the equipment, but to use it for their operational gains, like espionage, maybe even injecting false information through that access or anything else. But I think that destructive approach kind of highlights that they were either unprepared or maybe they work with the initial access providers in a criminal environment, which is also very possible, and it seems like it happens. Or maybe just no one actually knew that it's going to happen, which also might be true. So if you start a war, you should tell your people you're going to start a war.
Yeah, normally yes, but it's Russia.
Yeah, can I add to that? So what we have seen, we haven't certainly seen the Cyber Armageddon or Die Hard 5 scenario yet. And I think it's also important just to stress that, of course, also Russia is involving its capabilities and learning from mistakes, so we cannot be safe at any time soon. But what I would like to stress is the involvement of let's say, private sector or hacktivists connecting to this military operation. And it's more like due to propaganda reasons, we have seen the different hacking groups, taking sides. Some of them take sides from Russia, some of them take sides from Ukraine as well. So that has been an interesting development. And also we have seen, for example, with the Skillnet that was mentioned also before, that this group also had some evolvements. They are more splitting up, they're focusing on other topics, they're going into more commercial sectors, so they're learning, developing, and evolving. So the situation is changing a lot, but I agree with that we haven't seen the Armageddon situation so far.
Okay.
I have been cursed with a good memory in some sense, and I remember it was 26th or something along these lines in February when news on Russian progress on the front lines, it was a little bit difficult to understand, and how Russian media put forth, they basically reached Kiev and it has fallen, etc., etc. So they were looking for a fast win, and in that context, I would ask a very stupid question: why would you damage your own, or soon to be your own, infrastructure?
Yeah.
You would not do that if you're in any sense on the right mind. And we have not seen that happening, but there is a term in military context, and I think Brigadier General can elaborate that. What is a burnt ground tactic? We have not seen it yet, and it requires, I believe, a change in mindset that has not yet arrived. So to completely exclude that from the formula, I would not be brave enough to say that it will not come. But what capabilities or capacities would you need if the cost of a successful attack costs 18 euros? From a defending point of view, if you have done none of your homework, then the possibility for a widespread damage is definitely there.
Okay, please.
Yeah, so I'd say a couple of things. First of all, there have been some surprising things. I think it's going to take us quite a while to unpack why they were surprising, and there could be a variety of reasons. I'm certainly not going to talk about that now. But one of the things I would say that we've seen that was surprising that we can talk about is how effective some of the defenses have been. Just how effective some of the CERT's activities, just how effective some of our ability to mitigate the impact of massive DDoS attacks. These are things that did not exist to the same degree of effectiveness in previous conflicts, and are the kinds of tactics and techniques that have hurt us in the past. So I would say we should certainly be cautious. Russia's got a history of having a very capable offensive cyber suite of tools that we certainly have not seen optimally used yet. But I think the response to that is exactly the kinds of things we're talking about here today. How do we strengthen the cyber defenses of our countries? How do we optimize the capabilities of CERTs? How do we support each other? All of the kind of things that have been the ongoing conversation here so far.
Okay, clear. Questions? If not, then yes, please, please. Yeah, you should come along the microphone, please. Maybe present yourself if you want.
Yes, I'm Mikko Kenttälä. I'm one of the speakers in the technical track.
Welcome.
I have a question related to maybe to the previous question also. Have you seen some restraints in the cyber field? Meaning that is there something which is some elements in the cyber field which has been stopping the attackers to go more forward what they may be capable of doing? So is there something, or clear signs of things like that, or do you feel it has some kind of role in the recent events of cyber attacks, what we know?
And can I add to this? If something from the list you will now list could be useful, like used by you, by CERT organizations, but then also could be introduced as a tool for, you know, business. The people who are represented here, they can, you know, learn from your experience and introduce in their big systems.
Right, so I'll start and hope the colleagues will add something to that. I think that, again, hate to repeat, but being more effective on defense stops the attackers, because it's not a low-hanging fruit then, from a targeting perspective. This is one thing that is obviously an evidence. If all that it takes for the threat actor to send in a macros-enabled document into the organization's email and someone clicks on it and everything works, it means that it's a low-hanging fruit, and especially it's critical if it's in such a state of security as in a critical infrastructure. So this is one point, and also what I think we probably could be even more effective as a society, but we are much faster on exchanging the information, on sharing the indicators, threat indicators, establishing those communication channels and trusted forums where people are sharing, and sometimes even declassifying information that previously was classified and not shared so wide, just to gain the effect on a defense side. So that definitely helps and changes perspective also from the attacker's perspective, point of view.
Yeah, please.
If we look at the reasons for success on Ukrainian side, especially on some of the recent campaigns, then this is not only down to people getting good training. This is not only down to, you know, good equipment that Western allies have given, but also, I think, a good deception. Why I'm mentioning this? I don't think it's a surprise for people in this conference, but if you look at some of the malware behaviors in the past, if you had Russian language installed in your computer, the malware did not deploy. What else have we seen? Well, we run a public sandbox that everyone can use, and then we have seen sometimes malware checking if it is in the sandbox. It's checking for specific signatures. Now, put these things together. What happens if you deploy throughout your organizations indicators that, you know, every machine is a sandbox? It doesn't do anything else but sits there. And you're using an active deception as a defense. So you can use different tools in different places. Just be creative.
Well, it just makes so many critical thinking. Every minute you have to use it. I mean, congratulations. You will never, you know, be old, because your brain will operate. Wow, cool.
That's why I look young.
Yeah, I would say my job, being journalist, is much, much more easy peasy. I mean, honestly, all the best to you guys. Now, if you have something,
I've got nothing to top Tono on that one. I can't beat that.
But no like observations from so far that we can provide to gentlemen.
No, I mean, I think we hit a bunch of it sort of in the last question, right?
Yeah.
It's the value of a solid defense. It's the value of having thought things out.
Okay.
You know, we saw imaginative responses that were effective. Yeah.
Okay, and
yeah,
please.
just two more things. So I think it was already mentioned that the training of specialists is of utter importance, and this training can also be used in both defensive and offensive ways. It's as a tool, and it's nothing of course new. And the second thing is the awareness raising for, let's say, non such specialists. So they're aware of protective mechanisms. They're aware of abilities that they are protected, but they have to also do their own due diligence and to follow the settings that are provided by CERTs and other colleagues.
Yeah, I think that's completely right, and I think what we have to also identify that we have to invest in cybersecurity not only on the technical means but in people, and this is what can be evidenced in the government sector. That of course it's easy for us who work completely immersed in cybersecurity topics. It's what we live with, but sometimes those people who are responsible for running the infrastructure, maintaining it, making sure that all the users are happy with what is there, and then cybersecurity is also on their shoulders, you cannot expect the similar results. So it's very important to address that.
Yes, thank you. Maybe to turn this discussion a little bit different, maybe more personal, I would like to ask, this year indeed a lot has changed, and we have been talking about that already since this morning. But I would like to ask for you, each of you personally, in the positions that you are, what has been the most surprising and shocking, both related to the events in cyberspace, that has happened or that has changed since the war began?
Thank you. So who starts? Who was in charge on 24th of September? I think it was 6:30 something in the morning.
All right. So I can start from the personal experience working at ENISA. We have started this duty officer concept when somebody is at least on the position to check the sources, to check the channels. That was quite a big of surprise how well it was actually received within our collective and how it was supported. So people volunteer doing it in weekends and during the holidays as well. Not that it's the common practice there, but these things happen, so this was quite a surprise for me. And the second kind of observation maybe is that how well people adapt to the change. So this COVID situation changed a lot in the workplace and such, and how we live our lives, and now we have this war situation that is also challenging and sometimes really, really scary and depressing, but the people are adapting, and people are not doing nothing, but they're trying to help and try to be active and try to be cooperative, and that's, I think, very much contributing to the success as well.
Yeah. Please, Mari.
So for me, probably, and I think for the whole technical team, one of the shocking things from a bad point of view, I have to admit, is that some very respectable, long-lasting companies who provide IT services also to the government and critical infrastructure, they were not up to any security standards. Even though the paperwork was good, all the legal and paper-related things are in the right places, but from the practical point of view, they were in a very poor shape.
Now they improved? They are trained by you, advised by you?
Luckily, yes. So obviously, if the company wants to remain and stay in the business and provide those services, they have to improve. It's not up to discussion, and I think that also the national security community in Latvia has helped immensely to kind of foster that and push them to make things happen even faster. That was the shocking part. Obviously, the good part is that they reacted, most of them, and got up to speed. But that reminds me just how important the synergy is. It's not only procedures and documents and policies, but also the practical implementation, checking and making sure that it's implemented. This is where the hackers, the pen testers and people on keyboard are very, very important and play a very crucial role. So not only the auditors, it has to be a teamwork. And what surprised me from a very positive point of view is that both globally and here in Latvia we have very strong and committed community. People are willing to help each other share information, and this is what we also did from our side. We shared more openly than we did before, and it changed our perspective on trust. And I think it was also beneficial to build trust both ways. And again, kudos to Tonu and other nations who proactively just supported and offered their help. It shows that it's not only you on the front line, even though we kind of have this vague understanding of frontline. I still think that the frontline in cyberspace, it somehow exists, even though there are no borders. There are still some geopolitical and other interests, including military, from some states who concentrate more on either. It doesn't necessarily has to be your neighboring country, but it highlights the interest on the cyberspace as well.
Of course, yeah. Tonu, thank you again from Latvian team. So it's nice because your grandfather most probably helped Latvians to gain independence in Cēsis. You remember there is this monument. So now we've built one monument for you as well.
Brilliant. I have two observations, one good and one not so good. So let's start from the good side first. What is surprising is that for the first time, I think that we are really starting to develop a positive momentum to increase security posture. Like, for example, the recent proposal from the Commission only last week to have better security safeguards for devices and software that are connected to the internet. Okay. So for example, let's say in not so distant future, you go to the shop, you buy a new camera that you can use at home. Hopefully in the future it gets automatic updates when you purchase this with the knowledge that you don't get electrocuted. You know that it's also in cyber terms it's also safe to use at least for a certain period of time. So the momentum is starting to develop, and a lot more attention gets to the cyber. So we don't only need to say that, hey guys, this is important, do this. People start to realize. And now the bad thing is that I am a little bit envious of military, because when these guys do their forward planning and they execute, they know where they want to end up and how it looks like. In terms of IT, when we say, let's increase our security posture, how do we want to look then? How do we measure? How do we know which devices and how are configured and are actually there? So we see a lot of, the issue becomes, how do we measure? And how do we get the right skills to the right people so they can execute this task of moving themselves and their infrastructure towards a better place? And this is where I see a sort of skills gap and even understandings gap that needs addressing. And how to do this, I don't think I even have a good answer now.
Well, maybe next conference, huh? We will ask you the same question when you come next year.
You'll be famous.
You will be here. Good. So, General, please.
So there's a couple of things, and I think they're both already being mentioned. One of them is I think it was surprising just how effective defense might be. There certainly had been a thought that, you know, the best you could do was maybe make yourself harder to impact than the person standing next to you, but fundamentally everyone was very easily compromised. And I think we've seen that might be, the tide might be shifting. Certainly it remains the case that if you're connected to the internet, you're vulnerable, but the degree to which you're vulnerable may finally be entering a phase, if you're doing your job well, that's a little bit more plausible. And then the second bit is actually the centerpiece of kind of the presentation I opened with, and that is just how essential a face-to-face handshake level trust is to make operations work in this space. And just how effectively Canada was able to shift. We've conducted sort of 3 or 4 operations over the last year. I think all of them have been quite successful. All of them, we put a deliberate front-end effort into building the kind of trust that we would need in order to be effective, instead of just assuming that because we're Canada and we're nice people that everything will be fine if we show up and offer our help. So I think that's a positive lesson. It's also a bit of a negative because it's very expensive in terms of time, effort, to build that kind of trust. It's something that doesn't easily scale, right? In the IT space, we're looking for the things that we can rapidly scale, super scale, and then hyperscale, and trust is very difficult to do that with, particularly the kind of individual trust that I'm talking about. So one, I'm very heartened and very pleasantly surprised by how successful we've been when we've managed to focus on it, but I'm a little bit worried that that might be one of the hardest things to scale as we move forward to build out our effective defenses.
Definitely.
Yes, please.
Actually, as Brigadier General mentioned, costs, it is true that some things are difficult, but some things are also easy. I can talk about a case that we had this year. In the early days of this year, we had an information that a Russian state actor paid a visit to one of our NGOs. We had a look at the case. Luckily, no souvenirs were taken home, but we also looked at their IT, and we identified several ways how this could be made better. And now I'm actually saying that come and visit us again. We would be happy to see how the security posture has changed, because they have really top of the grade, enterprise level stuff on monitoring, on protection, on zero trust. And guess what? Costs went down. Oh. So whenever someone says, you know, good security is expensive, I would challenge them a little bit to say, you are probably not using the right tools for the task, or you are using some legacy part which drives the costs up. So not always is the cost so expensive.
Okay, that's an interesting point. Now, talking about expenses, we entered also this year this new language of sanctions. Whatever is proposed, and it's not always easy to find the new ways of influencing. Could you suggest, please, something very practical from the cyberspace? Is it an access? Is it whatever computing? We know that Russia is limited of getting technologies. They cannot. Even chips are running out, hopefully very soon, in their country. Now, do you see that the cyberspace itself could be somehow used as a new, package of sanctions against this country, so to stop their invasion in Ukraine? Or we did everything what we could, and it's not only, of course, about the sanctions, maybe about also tools that the cyberspace provides us that we should really use, and not necessarily as a offense or something. I don't know, should we, because at one point we could also, of course, end up with a kind of different internet space, or what? what you think also is probably the second question to this kind. What it will end up if we introduce a lot of sanctions, a lot of things. Will they build their own something systems, like payment systems, for example, we saw this MIR, or whatever small or big things that are connected with your everyday job? Oh, sorry for tough questions or stupid questions. I even don't know how to measure this.
It's not in principle a stupid or a tough question. It's a very simple question that it doesn't have such a simple answer.
Aww.
So I assume MIR is a great payment system as long as it doesn't work anywhere else in the world. So if you have limitations, Russian people will probably feel it very directly. The same goes with internet connectivity. I know a lot of US tier 1 internet providers withdrew their operations from Russia. Okay, I can understand that. But equally, this is making the life of Russian propaganda machine so much more easy, because they don't need to combat, what we are putting forward as, this is the actual picture. So with every response there is always pros and cons, and they must be very carefully analyzed to make sure that we are not shooting accidentally on our own leg.
Yeah, this is the big question with sanctions everywhere, even with oil and gas, not only with cyberspace. So do you have not an easy answer to a very easy question?
It's not an easy answer, but I think sanctions could be part of a responsive cyber defense. Like you mentioned before, sanctions, if they are thought through wisely, they could be a response to cyber attack. Yeah. That might be even effective, but I also have to agree that it's not an easy task to weigh which one of them and which of those restrictions are worthwhile and not damaging it even more. Well, for example, if we again fantasize on this responsive part, we could maybe discuss that the updates for operating systems are not delivered to Russia at all. At some point, they will probably be even more vulnerable on their infrastructure than they are now, and it would be maybe even easier to conduct offensive operations on their infrastructure. Is it good or bad? It probably depends, but it also means that people like script kiddies, for example, could conduct similar attacks with maybe even very devastating effects, and not in a controlled manner. So it has to be weighed in.
Okay, just an ideas. Yes, please.
Yeah, maybe I can add a bit of a different perspective, not in terms of sanction, but in terms of the positive things that are happening also at the European level, is that as Tono mentioned, the changes in legislation and some things are happening a bit quicker because of the current events, and also we see that both in member states there are increase of financing to the cyber capabilities, and also NISA is working on that, on trying to provide actually the assistance to the member states if needed. So we have some capabilities boost in that sense, and also in exercises and trainings, which is also important to deal with one of the most important assets, which are the people. So there's not only this restrictive and then punishing sanctions effect, but this also develops some positives in terms of our own together capabilities making.
Of course, yes.
Yes. Yeah, so I guess I'd, not to add so much, but just to point out an interesting factor that came out of a few of those answers, and that is how many of those pieces aren't necessarily under direct control of the state. So if you think about how the global internet infrastructure works, much of it is in private corporations' hands, much of it in large multinational corporate hands. So many of the kinds of options that were just talked about aren't necessarily things that are easily accessible by the state. State has ways to apply pressure to get what it wants, of course, but it is interesting that in this space, some of those tools belong to others. You mentioned the US Tier 1 service providers who pulled out on their own calculus, on their own calculation, not necessarily that of their state or the West.
Okay, now we will use technology. If you are shy enough to ask your question, then you can use Menti. Of course, I'll come to you. Yes, come approach the microphone. Up until you approach, I will inform you that there is an opportunity to ask a question digitally, and then I will pronounce it here from the stage. So you have to go to Menti, and I'm afraid I forgot this. Can you see it in the small screens? No. There is a kind of key, the combination of the number. Oh yes, sorry, forgot. So the code is on your this beautiful badge. Those who do not have it, should I quote it? 59239092. So this is how you come in a cloud of Menti, and you can formulate your question if you are shy. But we see Canadian military is not shy. Please, your question.
Hi there. Yeah, I just had a question about cyber defense and flexibility. So, Tavares, like obviously working with CERT.LV for the last 6 months, we've seen a level of flexibility in your organization to do the types of operations that you need to do, and also, use the processes that you need to. Just a question of how do you build that flexibility within your organizations to achieve what you need to achieve to enable cyber defense. And then for the rest of the panelists, what are your experiences with the level of flexibility that you have in your organizations to do cyber defense, and how can we improve that?
All right, very, very good question. Thank you. So I think one of the ways how we achieve this flexibility is the attitude and prioritization from the very top of it, like starting from Ministry of Defense, Baiba being the head of CERT, and allowing the technical teams and other involved people to be innovative and flexible, not to put them in a box and frame them somehow. So it's since the very beginning, and maybe also this fact that we started in academia, in academic environment, we were quite a free crowd, and it was a concern at the very beginning also to the intelligence community, local intelligence community, that might be a problem, but it turned out to be a success, I think. And yeah, well, obviously it also involves some risks, and those risks can be mitigated with building trust. And this is what we have built with you guys, I think, very, very big trust amongst each other. And this is why it's successful. It's not only CERT, I think it's the whole system. It's, as I said, Ministry of Defense, intelligence community, CERT itself with its management and your support. And how it can be even expanded even more, not only in CERT, but across the spectrum. Also, General mentioned that several times already. This trust issue is something that has to be addressed, and I think that it's not only kind of building connections and meeting on such meetings, but also creating an environment where you can practically do hands-on stuff, where you can make sure that these people actually can be trusted not to break things.
I think I'll give you even simpler answer. As we are responding to an outside actor who doesn't always get our approval for their mischiefs, then we need to be able to adapt to the situation fast. Otherwise, we are on the losing side.
Okay, so far, thank you. Now, very concrete question. Do you think that there will be borders in internet, like borders of the country in nearest future because of these aggressive countries in the world?
I don't think we're likely. I don't think we're likely to build them. I think the Western world views the internet and cyberspace as a global good, and the more it's connected to the more different places, the better off we are overall, and we'll deal with the security problems that come from that through organizations that are represented on the stage. If someone is going to balkanize the internet, it will be the autocratic regimes that have much more to fear from the internet itself rather than threats that come through the internet that will do that.
Like Canada, Estonia is also very high on Internet Freedom Index. So this is something that we take pride. But at the same time, to answer the question, we have two cases in the world where there are borders. Yeah. Less on China, but the border is there, and way more on North Korea. They run, well, their internet is what we consider an intranet, meaning that you know, we can't access their internet or intranet because, you know, from my computer, if I type 10 dot something, I just can't get my package to North Korea. Technically, it doesn't route, but it's there. So does that make it more difficult or easy for an average North Korean person to access an independent media? Well, I think you know the answer.
Okay. One more question is, what is your prediction of role of private cyber armies in the future conflicts? Do we need them? Is it good to have them? Because private is nice, but it could work both sides. At one point, you know, whoever pays, we work for them. Like Russians hiring private armies in different countries around the world.
I think it's an inevitability. So they're going to be there, and if there's a demand, there will be offer, and obviously demand is there. As I said, it's a very, very new domain and not really well regulated yet. Also, on the offensive side, it's a Wild West, I would say, and it's going to be much more crazy before it becomes more stable.
To footstomp Veris's point, there's a real overlap here between what the question asker refers to as a private army and a criminal group. You know, what we see today mostly are criminal groups choosing to do the bidding of a state. But in the absence, there is plenty of business for criminals in cyberspace, and I'm with you. I don't see getting rid of that tomorrow or even the next day. Although maybe Tonu can solve it for next conference for us.
Probably not, but many of the well-known criminal group actors are organized and they operate as a standard enterprise. So you have, if you communicate to a normal staff that, you know, we are a company that does red teaming, then any of the offensive activity that you would carry out as your job, you would consider this absolutely normal. You get paid, and you don't even know that behind the scenes there is something more sinister taking place. And then you can consider that already someone for hire.
Well, exactly. And I guess the last thing I'd come back to is I think you know, we might want to be careful about the language we use in this space. Again, armies and war go together, but the threat and the environment and the nature of things that are happening is much broader and day-to-day outside of armed conflict.
Mr. Tauriņš, to you, the very specific question, what type of devices or technologies have been hacked the most in Russia's neighboring countries in the last 6 months? If you have statistics in your mind, or you can go European level, if not the Baltic level or Polish.
No, so I don't have a statistic in mind, and at the European level, and we don't gather such detail of the data as such. So it's up to the national CSERTs to see what kind of incidents there are. We're getting the information from them and aggregating that and trying to make some conclusions for that. But maybe I could stress just one thing, that there have not been such a difference in terms of the attack patterns there have been more volume of the attacks, but not the pattern itself. So we haven't seen really a significant change in the pattern of attacks. That would be my answer.
Okay, maybe we can narrow this answer from Latvian or Estonian perspective.
Well, you have to consider that it's also an opportunistic environment for the threat actor. If there's an opportunity, especially if the threat comes from a state who does not respect any principles of least damage, they just fire away, and I mean, it's across the spectrum. If the Soho routers in a small office and home environment are vulnerable, and they want their presence on those devices for lots of reasons, they will use it. So this is one spectrum that we have observed, those small devices that probably none of us at home, at least people who are not involved in cybersecurity are updating at all, even though the vendors are constantly providing those possibilities.
Sometimes.
Yeah, it depends on the vendor, obviously. And also, the systems and operating systems which are more widely used are more targeted. It's like simple math. So this is our answer.
Is this the same in Estonia?
When you ask devices, I would concur with Varis. It's Soho routers. They are internet facing, so it makes them, you know, an easy target. And also, they are not too frequently looked after.
Yeah. Well, that's life, but it is, let's say, easy life. If you compare it with the wartime, then yeah, simple as that. They are targeting, they are doing their things. Well, anyway, we are living in a different environment. This probably is a, well, obvious conclusion from what you said and described. Thank you very, very much. So now you will have a round of applause. Thank you for your inserts and thoughts. Nevertheless, please continue your job during the lunch break. You know, if someone approaches you, then you should talk to him, okay? Because sometimes people are, you know, they don't want to be public, but then they come and you know, they have their arguments. So please accept these. So this is a business lunch we are going to proceed now, not, you know, just a lunch. But after the lunch, there is an opportunity for you also to go to, we call it another, like a smaller room, but it is not smaller in meaning that it is kind of parallel to what we will do here. We called it Cyber Shock instead of CyberChess, and the parallel space is there. By the way, Bernhard's will be the most moderator of this. Nevertheless, it is not planned in these precise slots, then you can switch in between this room and that room, but still you are more than welcome to do it. Nevertheless, you cannot get coffee during not announced coffee breaks because it will be too loud for us here, but you can come back for coffee breaks here during the session if you decide to spend all or half of your day in the second area. The other very important reminder is about these great opportunities. If you fill the form, it's actually lottery. We will finish it at the very end of here in this hall, at the very end of the day. And by the way, there is also our good colleagues waiting for you with a good advice. For example, for some security solutions, you know, for different devices, including that. So everything is possible today. I think I said most, if not all, of information which was needed before. Bon appétit for 1 hour. Thank you. Unfortunately, you haven't had a great lunch. We did. We did a very good one. But the most important and significant part, of course, is conversations in between you. So congratulations for this opportunity. Thank you for organizing this event. This gives us also the great networking opportunities we were just referring to by waiting for this start of the second part of this session. Nevertheless, for those who do not how to, there is an option also to follow our colleagues through the link in CyberShock that is starting just now. And 2 o'clock, yes, sorry, 2 o'clock. They will start in half an hour. That's right. But the most important information is tomorrow, the same opportunity will be exclusively online only. So don't come here. There will be empty space here. But come alone in a web version. There will be a lot of interesting topics to be covered. Nevertheless, there is also a very interesting topic. So it's a new initiative or need or must, this new center you develop. And being I understand not head of that center, but still a head of working group to create that kind of center. Mr. Kikutsans works for the Ministry of Defense of Latvia, and particularly on this kind of things. So just say that we are not like lacking behind of some other countries, or just describe the situation if you compare why this center is needed if we have CERT. I mean, I was always like satisfied with having CERT. They are safeguarding my needs. Or now we will have like 2 agencies doing more or less the same, or how you divide the tasks they should undergo. Please.
Yeah, thanks. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Honored to be here. Also accepting the challenge of having a presentation right after the lunch, which is never easy. Hope that you will not fall asleep. I will also answer the question that Ansis raised, but a bit later in the presentation. I will start today with this slide. So the international cooperation in cybersecurity. You see many different logos, many different formats, how we can cooperate. But what does it mean in practice? That is what I want to maybe explain and talk about today here. So this date, 24 of February, you can see on the screen the Russian forces entering Ukraine. Well, of course, this date, this war, it has changed the thinking at all levels. Of course, including also cybersecurity. I think that for many, there was an idea, perception that this would be the first major cyber war. But it really wasn't at the end. I think that the conclusion after this, or after the first seven months of the war, is that cyber is still a supporting element of a conventional war, but you cannot win the war only with cyber at this stage. And I'm talking now in 2022. This doesn't mean, of course, that in the future this will not change. It might change, of course, but I'm talking about the situation right now. So going a bit to the national level, so what happened here in Latvia, I think many of the speakers talked about it today already. But of course, what we saw was lots of activity, big noise, as we call it, scanning, DDoS, phishing. But our main conclusion so far is that the impact on essential services was low. So, and maybe many of you would ask the question, why? And I think that the answer is that, well, we were ready. Because already in 2007, when the first major cyber attacks happened in Estonia, I think that already started to change the thinking. Another important milestone was the Latvian EU presidency in 2015. Because it was our first EU presidency, of course, we took it very seriously, and we understood that because of what happened in Estonia, this would be a natural target. The successful implementation of the presidency. That's why, of course, the awareness was raised and practical actions also followed. But of course, I also don't want to put you like pink glasses on your eyes. Still a lot has to be done. There are still many challenges, and I think one of the main challenges is that this field in itself is changing very rapidly. It is a field that where you cannot say that, okay, we did something 2 years ago, now we're ready for everything. No, you have to follow all the trends all the time, what is happening, and then you might say that you are more or less ready, but I don't think that we can be always ready for everything that might come. So I started with all of those logos, and now I want to put them somehow in some kind of order and to maybe explain how does it actually work. Up until 24 February, in EU, in NATO, and in many other international forums, we have worked a lot on creating information exchange mechanisms. We have created several mechanisms that should work during the crisis, like CERT network. In NATO, we also exchange information through MISP platform. So also Cyclone, that's quite a new thing in the EU, where you can also share information somewhere between the technical and political level. And I think that this really was an exam for all of what we have created. And it actually worked. And I think from the MOD part, we can say that this information sharing, we have talked about it a lot. Like I've also spent 3 years back in Brussels, and I remember that in every document, everyone was always putting that, yes, we need to have this information sharing, that it's very important. And everyone was saying, but what does it actually mean? So that is what it actually means. It means that you share the information and the others will share with you as well, because it's a two-way street, of course. And that's how we need to make these mechanisms actually work. So we get some information, but we also give some information. And that's, I think, the most important thing. And what I also want to mention is that you would think, okay, you share information, but what happens then? I think that the most important thing is that it actually we can use that information to prevent attacks, to prevent the use of some vulnerabilities that we might have, because we have actually used information what other allies and EU partners have shared with us, so that we don't get in trouble. And we have done the same. We have shared information from our networks, and that has been valued, of course, by our partners. And then jumping to the EU and NATO cyber policy and actions. You probably start to see EU documents and you already start to fall asleep, but I'll try to keep you awake and keep it very short. As I mentioned, of course, info sharing, I will not repeat it again. But then, of course, the cyber diplomacy, and that has also been mentioned before today. That's also an important part, both in EU and NATO, that you come together with your partners, you understand who has been behind the attacks, and you can then together decide what to do and how to impose costs on those who have carried out these attacks. Either it's public announcement, attribution, or even further like sanctions, but this is a crucial part also of the EU and NATO cyber policy. But then again, exercises is another very crucial part of this policy, of the cooperation that we have with EU member states and with NATO. You need to exercise. especially at the international level, because different member states have different ways of dealing with crisis, and you have to understand how you put all those different approaches together, how you act when a serious cyber incident has happened. What do you do? How do you interact with other member states? How do you use the available support mechanisms? That is everything. We have all of that on paper, but we have to also exercise how we actually can use those mechanisms and those information sharing formats. That's why we have numerous national exercises, EU exercises, NATO exercises, in which we actively participate to be able to understand what are we actually doing during the crisis. And then when it comes to the legislation part, that's a very big story, and after me there'll be a representative from the European Commission. I think he'll be very competent to explain a bit more about all the EU legislation. But I will just touch upon it. So many of you have probably heard about the Network Information Security Directive. We have one already, but the review of it is coming up. And it will be published very soon, should be end of October or beginning of November. The NIS2, as we call it, that will be, I would say, an important milestone in the EU's approach to cybersecurity. It very much widens the scope of the entities that are falling under this directive, which also means that the scope of the entities that we should follow nationally and monitor and check if everything is according to the security requirements is also being widened, which means more work for both the entities, but also for us, the ministry, and also the CERT.LV. A bit more recent is the Cyber Resilience Act. That is also something that the European Commission has come up quite recently, still in negotiations, so I will not be able to explain a lot of details about this document, but that's another document that should give a contribution to the security of supply chain in the IT sector. So I think these two are very important documents right now that are shaping our work not only internationally at the EU level, but also then nationally. And then we come to a part which is probably very interesting to both the national member states, but also of course different academia representatives, as well as business and private sector. So the EU funding programs. Right now, I could point out two. One is Digital Europe, which has started to being implemented in this multinational financial framework, which is basically the EU budget for 2021-2027. It's more than 1 billion euros available to all the member states. I will talk a bit more about how are we implementing this nationally later, but the main line here is that money will be available both to government, to private sector, in order to increase our level of cybersecurity. And then the emergency fund, that is something that came up right after the war in Ukraine started. Those were the telecom ministers who agreed that EU needs an emergency fund in order to be able to support member states in raising their level of cybersecurity. That is still also on the side of the European Commission, how this will actually look like. But in any way, we, at least at the MOD, but I think also in other institutions, are eagerly waiting to see how this fund will actually look like. And last but definitely not least is the support that we can get through ENISA, the European Network Information Security Agency. I can say that from my own experience that the work with ENISA has been very beneficial to us, of course, and it's a very important support that they can provide to the member states. It's information, it's advice, education and training, also practical support, and that is, I think, something that we can really say that it's something good that has come out of the EU, that we have an agency that is actually working and actually supporting EU member states. And then when we jump from the international to national level, I already said about the information sharing to partners. We have tried to do it as much as possible. I think we have succeeded also in that. We have shared as much as we can, and I think that has also been valued by the partners. But then, from what I said before about the EU legislation, that of course has to somehow correspond at the national level as well. So starting with the national cybersecurity law that we're working on right now, this will replace the existing IT security law, basically implementing the provisions of the NIS2 directive, like widening the scope of entities or having the mandatory coordinated vulnerability process, cyber hygiene guidelines, etc., etc. So there are quite many things from the NIS2 that we have to implement also nationally. But what I want to stress is that we are not saying that we don't want to do it. We definitely want to implement the NIS2 because we also see that this is an important task to do, and it will be beneficial for all of us, even though it might be quite a challenge to actually implement it. And then, of course, the national cybersecurity law will include the creation of the National Cybersecurity Center that Ansys mentioned a bit earlier when I just before my presentation. And about the center itself, I will talk a bit in the next slide, but the general idea is, of course, that this law will include a clear mentioning that the National Cybersecurity Center is the one who is responsible for cybersecurity in the state, because until now, the legislation does not provide a clear picture of who is responsible for what nationally in the area of cybersecurity. This also includes a new model for cyber governance and control of entities. This changes a lot in how we are going to do things, but also it will allow us to hire more people, and hopefully we will succeed in that. And Baiba said that they will be hiring, we will be too. So, people with Latvian citizenship, you are very much welcome. If you have IT background, we'll be definitely willing to see you work for the MOD as well. But the information will follow, of course. And finally, we have also created a National Coordination Center for the European Cybersecurity Competence Center. Sounds terrible and very difficult, but in practice, this is an entity that should help to implement the Digital Europe funding in Latvia. So basically, this entity will be responsible for finding the projects, getting them approved in the government, getting through all the process of selection, so that we have someone from A to Z, an entity who is able to implement this program nationally. So, but that we have already created. That's already in the Ministry of Defense, and if you need some contacts, those can be found on MOD website. but more on the cybersecurity governance reform. This has been approved by the Cabinet of Ministers already in summer, in June. So, as I said already, the establishment and development of National Cybersecurity Center is one of the main things there, but that's, of course, not the only thing. What we have started to do already is to evaluate national IT information systems and to check if they are being built according to the minimum security requirements. And that is an important thing because quite often we see that if we're looking if we're looking at the building of the information system, like building a house, our state secretary has always said that well, we usually build a house, nice house, everything's beautiful, but at the end we somehow forget to put the key in the door. And that has been the problem for a long time. So for now, we have changed the situation. We have a very clear rule that no information system can be developed without the approval from the MOD, saying that, okay, here everything with the security requirements is done according to the rules. Then, as I said, of course, also the NIS2 directive is another big challenge that we have to accept. We don't have any other choice, and it's good because we will have to monitor all the subjects under this directive. We will have to create a structured and systematic way of checking how all the security requirements are being implemented both in government but also private sector. That will be a big challenge, of course, but therefore we also are building the National Cybersecurity Center with more workforce to be able to do it. Then on the lower side of the slide, you can see three other very important elements. First one, the establishment of competence centers. So new government policy has been approved, and this is an initiative by the Ministry of Regional Development and Environment, that all the state IT systems and resources will be maintained in data collocation centers, which we of course support very much. And then the task for the MOD there is to define the security requirements for these centers. So that is another big task that we have to do, and we'll have to do it very soon. But I think this is also a very beneficial idea and an important decision by the government that has been made. And then on the CERT side, security operations centers, they will also have those in the newly established competence centers in order to be able to detect some vulnerabilities or potential malicious activity as soon as possible. And finally, of course, the additional staff and also more competitive salaries, I would say, because for a very long time we have struggled with specific specialists, and we had to understand how we can get those specialists to the MOD, and now, of course, the law on the state sector salaries has been changed, and therefore I think it will be possible, hopefully, to get more people. I'm looking at the watch, and I see that I need to speed up a bit. So my final point is on the cybersecurity strategy. That's a document that we also need to approve by the end of the year. I think that is going to be an important task. First of all, to describe the new governance model, the reform. That's I think that's the job that we're going to have for the next 3 years, because, okay, we're going to create the center, but that is not how the work ends. We need to get people, we need to create this structured system, how we're checking all the subjects of the NIS2 directive, etc., etc. So this will be an important part. But then, of course, also combating cybercrime, where we work together with the Ministry of Interior, international cooperation, and the rule of law in cyberspace. There, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has an important role, strengthening resilience, but also then raising societal awareness and education and research. Those all elements build something together that we call a high level of cybersecurity, and I hope and I'm certain that we'll be able to deliver by 2026. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Okay, thank you. Nevertheless, there is an opportunity for questions. Whoever wants clarifications or something, we still have a time. I'd like, of course.
I'll jump to the mic again, and I just want to make one comment and to make it very clear, because some people asked me in the break, and I think there is still some uncertainty. So I just want to clarify that National Cybersecurity Center will consist of 2 parts. CERT.LV will be one part of it, and the department in the Ministry of Defense will be the other part of the center. So the idea is to have the common name for the cybersecurity agency, but that does not mean that we will not be there or that we will change those good things that are already happening. Don't worry, we will not break what is working. We'll just try to enhance things that maybe are not working properly at the moment or that are not there yet. So the goal really is not to break what is working, but really improve the situation altogether in the country. So thanks a lot, Edgars, for the presentation, and well, we have big things to do in the future together.
Just to clarify, kind of clear things maybe for you guys, but now I know that not everyone who is in danger actually can ask for help, because technically up until now it was, of course, governments, official organizations, or so. By enlarging the scale, do you enlarge also the scope of whom you are covering? Can I, as a private person, if someone threatens my private computer, come to you or to you? Where should I go?
Anssi, you can come at any time. Anyone can. No, anyone can. And we are helping, of course, as much as we can, as much as resources we have, also to end users, to small and medium entities, to everyone. Those that are our primary constituents, state institutions, local municipalities, critical infrastructure, they have also obligations. It's not just our duty to help them, but they have a lot of obligations and requirements. For those that are not our direct constituents, we are there to help as much as we can in consulting, in helping to prevent cyber incidents, etc., etc. I don't know if you want to add something. Sorry.
No, exactly. I think Baiba explained everything very well. But the main idea, of course, of this widened scope is that those are the entities that will fall under our control, to say it in a very simple words. Everyone still can come to CERT.LV if they have not any problems, but cybersecurity related problems.
Yeah, of course.
But sorry if I may, just one small thing. I think also it's quite important to say that Baiba explained very well the whole formation of this National Cybersecurity Center, and I think that's the very important part is the personnel. That should increase, because right now, well, if we're talking about 40 people that are dealing with cybersecurity, we should come to close to 90 by the beginning of 2025. So that's quite a substantial increase, and we hope, of course, that we will be able to fill all those.
Will they wear uniforms or not? Because, you know, being part of kind of a specific ministry.
They always can. There's an option if you work at the ministry or wherever else, you can always apply to the National Guard to be there.
Yeah.
Either National Guard or also the cyber defense unit, which is in the National Guard, so that's always an option.
Okay, of course. Yes, please,
yeah,
your question.
If I may have a question once again. When talking about the regulation, there are always risks to over-regulate something, having like local requirements, regional requirements, international requirements, and don't you see the risks that we end up developing our incident response plans in a way that it will satisfy, let's say, 5 different incident reporting requirements instead actually on focusing on containing the actual incident?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think it's also a very important point. I believe that firstly, well, we are not doing any like double reporting. What is asked by the NIS2, we will not implement anything more or doubling something nationally. So the main aim of the NIS2 is to reach a even level of cybersecurity in the whole EU. So that's why then the member states, they have of course some kind of freedom as well how to actually implement it. In some points, of course, it's quite strict how you should implement it, but there are different ways. But in no way we are creating a double mechanism for reporting or additional bureaucracy. At least we're trying to avoid it as much as possible.
Yes, please do. It's a time when we have to spend money for oil and gas and all that stuff. Okay, no more questions? There will be some? No. And by the way, when you come, Baiba will shake your hand and give you a small gift. Why not? Please. Yes, so far, so good. Again, let us open one more perspective, and it is to be done by Mr. Christian Kuna. I'm sorry to pronounce your family name maybe incorrectly, but this EU response to this cyber resilience in the time of a conflict in Ukraine makes us a little bit nervous. So hopefully you will have all solutions on your presentation. Nevertheless, we very much rely on the European capabilities. So if we are a good part of it, so give us a good news that we are also the one good partner where you can rely on, please.
Well, thank you very much, Ansis. I hope I won't disappoint too much with this short presentation, but I just wanted to say, first of all, that it's an honor to be here, and thank you very much for inviting the European Commission. I work in DG Connect in the directorate which is responsible for cybersecurity policy, but also increasingly trying to engage with and support member states, particularly the amazing work of the CERTs around Europe, BIBAs in particular, and also the authorities responsible for cybersecurity at an operational level, and Edgar's section in and the MOD here in Latvia is a shining example of a highly valued member of this cybersecurity community across the EU. I also wanted briefly to pay tribute to the resilience of Latvia in this time of heightened vigilance and risk, and it's a tribute to the investment that they have made in hardening their cybersecurity systems and networks over recent years. That I think someone mentioned Armageddon or apocalypse this morning, that hasn't happened, but we remain as vigilant as ever. I'm going to give, I thought Edgar's presentation was excellent, and I don't want to duplicate what he has said. I can't compete, but I would like to give some more policy context and perhaps go into a bit more detail about at least two of the instruments, policy instruments, legal instruments, which Edgar's mentioned, at an EU level, which may be of interest to you, but also just to situate it in the strategy which has been in place since the end of 2020. Of course, you know, the world for Europe changed on the 24th of February. It changed in terms of its geopolitics, but also in terms of its posture in relation to cybersecurity. But already with the strategy just under 2 years ago, there was an acknowledgement that cyberspace had become the site of geopolitical tension. Authoritarian governments, of which Russia is obviously one, had been working for many years against the principle of a free and open and rules-based internet. It was also premised on the principle, on the development over recent years of connecting everything, so that the attack surface for hostile actors is now greater than ever. And it was also premised on the security concerns that there was that served as a disincentive to digitalization, and for this European Commission, the two greatest priorities have been the green and digital transformations. Indeed, in relation to the green agenda, weak cybersecurity results in the need to, for example, duplicate data storage. It results in the waste of cheap, insecure connected goods which aren't patched when they're compromised. So all of it's connected. And then finally, the skills shortage, which has already been mentioned today. When we wrote the strategy, it was reported that there were 291,000 unfilled posts in the area of cybersecurity in the EU. I suspect that number is even greater now. And indeed, in the week that the Commission and the High Representative published the cybersecurity strategy, that very same week, in December 2020, the SolarWinds hack went public. Thousands of companies and government offices were affected, including EU institutions, bodies, and agencies themselves. And over the following 6 to 9 months, we saw the zero-day exploits in the Microsoft Exchange server. We saw the Irish Health Service hit by ransomware with real on-the-ground impact. We saw the US largest fuel pipeline operator, Colonial Pipeline, hit, and also its largest meat supplier. So just to recall the strategy, what you can see is that it aims to be comprehensive. So investment, regulation, but also more general policies, and it had something to say for all communities. Cyber defense was mentioned this morning, quite rightly, and that's certainly something that was addressed within the strategy. And you can see from the pillars of action that I think 26 strategic actions were set out on which we've made some progress. They're grouped around resilience, operational cooperation, and diplomacy. We've had less than 2 years, but there has been progress. We've had to activate, for example, our diplomacy actions in terms of, in the face of Russian aggression this year, in particular in the attribution of the attack on the Viasat satellite communications network. I won't be able to cover all of this strategy, but I just thought it would be good to give you a very brief overview like this before going into detail on some of the policy developments, as well as touching on the operational aspects of what the EU is doing. But since on policy and law, since 2016, there's been, I think, an unprecedented building up of a cyber framework in the EU. The EU has pioneered in other areas like data protection, similar legal frameworks, and we believe that you know, what we're doing on cybersecurity together will be a point of reference for the rest of the world. And you can see that this has taken place in a very short period of time, from the first NIS directive in 2016 to now being very close to having its successor, NIS2 being adopted, and now just in the last 2 weeks, the adoption of a new proposal on cyber resilience, which I will come to. So just something of a deep dive into NIS2 and what it looks like. You'll see that it has a broader scope compared with the previous NIS directive. It focuses on criticality and scale and the potential for real-world harm. It applies across the supply chain, and it's also aligned with rules on the resilience of physical infrastructure, which is a proposal which was adopted at the same time. And the directive, it is a directive, and so that recognizes that member states are at the center of how it will be implemented. Authorities and national coordinated vulnerability disclosure, all of this will take place within member states. There's accountability for risk management and compliance at the highest level within organizations, but also, although it's a directive, there is a strong framework for cooperation and harmonization, as Edgar was saying earlier, between the different member states and their national frameworks in transposing the directive. The sectors which are covered has been expanded compared with the previous directive. So it looks at what are the likeliest targets for malicious activity and for compromise, as well as looking at maturity and the potential impact if there is a successful attack. The new directive adds data centers, electronic communications services, space assets, public administration, manufacturing, and food. So you can see that it's fairly comprehensive, and there is of course a higher harmonization. That was one of the problems that the new directive was seeking to address. But it also aims to be proportionate. So there's a distinction between essential and important entities, and the rules which apply to important entities are lighter touch than for essential entities. And as with any EU directive, enforcement will be absolutely key. So fines are eye-catching, and that's a deliberate choice of the legislator, because it gains the attention in C-suites if there is a major breach. And this the approach to NIS feeds into how we manage crises in practical terms, and I'm not going to go into great detail here. Egaz has covered so much of this already, and it's fair to say that the EU is only as strong as the sum of its parts, and Latvia, although it's a small member state, certainly punches above its weight. It's part of this new framework of Cyclone, which again has been mentioned, this mechanism, this grouping, which will have a legal basis under NIS2. It's composed of national authorities, plus the Commission, where there is an impact, or likely to be an impact, on the EU's critical infrastructure and internal market. And the Commission's involvement also reflects its existing role in crisis management and in situational awareness in more general mechanisms such as IPCR, the the mechanism which is activated when there is a need for a coordinated response to an international crisis, such as is the case now, and also the Emergency Response Coordination Centre, which is part of the Union's civil protection framework. So, related to all of this is that we're encouraging and facilitating the investment in cyber threat detection. You should expect in years to come a lot of focus on security operations centers, and we are trying to support member states in ensuring that they are powered by the latest technology, machine learning and AI, and also that they're connected. So that was just a brief diversion into operational cooperation. But going back to the other big, if you like, legislative development in the EU this year, the Cyber Resilience Act. We have for years in the EU had frameworks for product safety, but cybersecurity aspects of products has tended to be neglected, at least on the European level in terms of legislation and regulation. I remember listening to Bruce Schneier many years ago saying that there had been a race to connect everything, but that security had been sacrificed for the sake of cost and connectivity. So what we were trying to address with this proposal for the CRA is the lack of incentives that we see in the market to invest in cybersecurity. And we know from experience with the NIST directive that 2/3 of incidents are the result of vulnerability exploitation. 1/3 is other incidents, and that's the fundamental problem that we're trying to address. And the EU isn't alone in this. There are moves in the US, in the UK, Singapore, and Japan to address issues of cybersecurity of products. But I think in many ways what we've done in the proposal is quite unique in its ambition and in its scope. So the main elements of the proposal, it addresses about 50% of products on the market. It creates obligations for producers, distributors, and importers, but it also creates an obligation on producers even after their product has been put on the market, up to 5 years of a life cycle. So the accountability is maintained. There's a conformity assessment, which in most cases would be a self-assessment. There's an obligation to protect from unauthorized access, but the proposal doesn't prescribe how that should be done. Products should be patched without delay, and if they're exploited, there's an obligation to inform ENISA in 24 hours so that other certs can be informed. And it covers products, by which we mean hardware, software, but not non-commercial projects, and not services such as cloud services. And it doesn't affect existing rules for products within particular sectors where there are already rules, such as for cars, medical devices. So that was just an overview of some of the work that we've been doing. I just wanted to finish with a quote from our commissioner on the day that the Cyber Resilience Act was adopted 2 weeks ago. So we're only as strong as our weakest link. I could add in the current, what this year I think has taught us is that we're only as strong as the weakest link, including partner countries, and that's why, again, we have been deeply impressed and also doing everything that we can to support Ukraine in its cyber resilience against the hybrid attacks of the enemy. I hope that was helpful and interesting, and very interested in.
Now, because of Canadians did it, now you should do it. Liels paldies. Could you pronounce it for us?
Liels paldies.
Wow, good. That was precise. Thank you. Thank you. You know, you mentioned us as a small nation. For us, it's always nice to have these paldies in Latvian language. Now, questions, remarks. Something was not clear so far. Thank you, actually, for giving us this short kind of, you know, few minutes after the adoption of this paper, you give the full coverage of it to explain it. Can I ask you a kind of, in a way, it's maybe not in a context anymore, but you probably remember like 2 years ago, we were so much pointing at certain Chinese technologies that they are the ones who are threatening us, who will, you know, poison all the markets, and there was this kind of commercial explanation to this, that we should not allow them in the market, it is not secure, and our good friends over Atlantic even, you know, say that if you do it, then no, there is a problem, big one. And now in Brussels, from the point of view of Brussels, which is the larger threat to Europe of today, of end of 2020, of 2022? The Russian behavior, or actually Chinese technologies, or someone who wants to come with certain reasons, with probably different interests, with still technologies they want to misuse in a way against us? We are promising you not to quote you in local press.
Yes.
So you can speak as, you know, professional. We are not referring to someone, or let's refer to someone from European Commission.
Yes, they'll never know it was me.
No one knows your name. Forget it.
One of the pillars of the strategy that I was presenting earlier is technological sovereignty. And it's interesting if you have discussions around, you know, member states, that's a very contested term, these notions of sovereignty, autonomy, etc. Because for some it means protectionism. For others it means, you know, being in control of your own systems and your own digital destiny. So we've applied and we've achieved a consensus in specific areas such as on 5G technologies. There was a very fruitful collaboration between member states in the NIS cooperation group to develop guidelines on the use of 5G technologies, and it was all based on risk assessment. So we're not singling out any particular nation state as the big threat, but it is clear that in adopting technologies, it has to be on the basis of an objective assessment of threat, and also resilience means that you don't become dependent on any particular links in the supply chain, and that's not just in 5G, but that's throughout the strategy. One of the things that we've been trying to promote. What I might also add is that one of the, you know, I was really interested in what was said in the previous panel about whether or not this is a cyber war. But what is certainly interesting this year is just the multiplicity of actors who have emerged. And it's never entirely clear who they're acting on behalf of, although we may have our own suspicions, which means that the landscape is complicated and potentially dangerous, and so we have to be very, very careful about becoming dependent on any particular suppliers and within the whole supply chain.
Okay, thank you for actually being so talkative, but also safeguarding as an official of the European Union. Of course, you have to represent this like balance in any kind of approaches. So this we definitely need. Any questions, remarks? Yes, please.
Once again, I do have a question. If I understand, one of the legislative incentives intends that those who produce consumer devices will have to supply those with patches. Can we expect that when at some point in time our smartphones will stop working when they will run out of vendor support, or at least will turn from being smartphones to dumb phones?
I certainly hope not, and I don't think that could be, if it does happen, it wouldn't be a result of the Cyber Resilience Act. Smartphones are an interesting example where you know, they tend to be quite secure because they tend to be they tend to have, you know, some of the biggest companies in the world behind them and looking after their security. But there's certainly an issue with products which are put on the market which potentially create a risk, expand the attack surface with security is just an afterthought or not even a thought at all, and that's what we try to address in the proposal.
Okay, but behind these smartphones, if there is intention like this, named by Oscars, for any kind of digital devices, even those are coming from the family of Internet of Things or something like this, will it be harder regulated when it enters, for example, a market in Europe, but is produced somewhere, let's say China or United States or wherever?
Well, the same rules would apply. So it's just as with any products which are placed on the market within the EU, it doesn't matter where they come from, they have to conform to EU rules. So it's not like where this is a new you know, area of law, but it's based on, you know, decades of precedence in other aspects of product safety.
Oh yes, in any kind of. Thank you. Thank you very much for update from Brussels. Thank you. This is always very nice to have these updates here in conferences, which are, by the way, observed by 30 countries from around the world. So stage you've been using was actually, you know, the European one. You covered all continent, most probably, and even beyond. Thank you. Thank you. And now we turn to a kind of software customization as a challenge, but Markus Maybaum is coming from Germany, being both academic but even architect of these systems. So you know probably how to build really systems that we can rely. Yes, yes, please come on the stage. And yeah, what it means in your concept, this resilience against modern cyber threats. So let's start with the modern cyber threats. What kind of threats you would name modern ones instead of these old-fashioned, we know how to deal with? Do you think that there are more and more coming that we will actually learn a lot, have to learn from zero of kind of threats we don't even know?
Do I have a? Oh, now I can speak.
You can.
Yeah, thank you very much for this kind introduction. Yeah, when you directly asked me a question in the very beginning, yes, if we talk about modern threats, of course, first of all, I don't want to tear you down, since this will be a bit of both a political and a technical talk. Don't worry, I will keep it easy for you. But to understand the concepts that I want to introduce today, it is, of course, necessary to understand those modern threats a little bit. And when we talk about those modern threats, we talk about the technologies that modern malware is using when exploiting our systems. And this is what this entire presentation I'm doing here is about, recognizing the motivation and the technology our adversary has, and what we can actually do about this. This is why I was very grateful for the question that Miko was asking to the panel about how we could organize our defense. And I was also happy about what Tenu Tamar replied to him in terms of what ideas were already on the market, like having Russian-speaking operating systems so the malware would not attack, or emulating to be in a virtualized environment, which is also a very good idea for a malware not to react. With the concept I'm introducing today, we go a little bit more strategic and we go a little bit more global. Just as a side notice, so this is a research which I primarily do under the academic umbrella of Fraunhofer. That's, you will not find a slide master here from any organizations that I have. I kept the slides quite plain. And about the Ukrainian heart, I will speak in the very end, if this is okay with you. Very good. So let's dig a little bit in. And as I said in the very beginning, we have to understand our adversary, and we have to understand the motivation of our adversary. So when we look into malware, by now, and still today, it is mostly about cybercrime. We heard this several times today already, and I'd like you to understand cybercrime is more or less nothing else but a business model. So what is the motivation of our adversary? If we see this as a core model, which we call the botnet lifecycle, it is a business model. It's nothing else about an investment. So the investment is we develop a malware. We go to the market, buy some 0 days. Maybe I have the capacities to develop them on my own, and if I have that, then I can develop a malware, which I deploy. So how do I do that? Usually using malicious emails, using drive-by downloads, so I just need to spread them somehow, then hope it's getting activated, if I have not a virtualized environment or a Russian-speaking operating system, for example. So, and why do I do this? This is to earn money by the ransom or by selling secret information. That can be credit card numbers, that can be your company's secret business concept that you make your money with. So I'm selling your data, I'm selling it to the best paying customer, or I sell it back to you if I encrypted your data. This is how cybercrime works, basically. And this works because, more or less, we all use the same systems. We all have Windows, some may have Linux. Do we have someone using Apple? Not so many, unfortunately. Now you see, most of the malware we see is against Windows system because most of us use Windows. So it's very profitable for the attacker because he knows most of us are using Windows. So what am I doing? I'm developing my malware for a Windows system. Then I know, okay, probably millions of victims out there, and some of them will pay. So the threat out there is that we have one software. It may be an office software, it may be some industrial software, whatever, but we have thousands of possible vulnerabilities out there, or just one. But one is probably enough, because as we said, if millions of people are using the same systems, then one exploit can compromise millions of victim systems. Just some statistics from Spamhaus, just to see how many bots are out there just as of today. So you will see this is tens of millions of victims that we have. And if just a very small percentage of them pays this ransom, or we make money out of the information, then we have this life cycle. Because they pay the money, we can invest into the next fancy malware, and the entire thing starts from scratch. So what's the intention of the model that I want to present today? It's to break this vicious cycle of death that we have. For that, we have to see the problem, one exploit, millions of victims. This is what we have to break to bring down this model. So now it's getting a little bit technical. So this is how a program usually looks like. So we have a control flow, which is copied into the memory. Then at some point, we branch into this control flow, and you see every program that we execute is more or less like a sequence of code blocks that are executed. And what does an exploit do? It breaks this control flow and deviates into a malware execution. So what is modern malware doing? Modern malware is usually probably in the stack segment. What it needs to find out where it is. That's what we call the triangulation. So it more or less has a left and a right border, and with that it locates its position in the memory. And from there it can locate other code blocks that can then be used in that context to do something like a code reuse attack, which is a kind of very modern attack. So everything that the malware needs is already in your code. The malware just needs to find out where it is and execute it. So more or less using the software that you have already, using it against you for a malicious purpose that we may have. This concept is called binary exploitation. We breach the integrity of a program by a fancy exploit and then use your own software against you. Everybody nodding? Yes. You heard about that, I see. That's very good. So what happens? So we see we have the same software in every system. So once one system is infected, we have this lateral movement inside our system. One system is infecting the next system. This is continuous, and it's not only our system. It will also affect, at some point, the internet, or we transport it out with a USB stick. You'll also see some non-infected system. This may be your Apple now, for example, or simply a system that has not the software installed. But you see, this is how usually a malware spreads, and this is why we end up with millions of infected systems. That's more or less the entire story behind it. Click. Click. So, the idea I want to sell you today, see me as a salesman now, is what we could do against this. How can we organize our defense? We talk about software individualization here. Core problem, we have one software, but maybe we should not have clones of this one software, but maybe we should have some more variants. That means that one exploit does not necessarily work against all those systems, and we do not see this lateral movement. So, there is two examples how we can actually do this. A first example is quite easy. We could resequence those code blocks. This is here is an example just done by an operating system. So you just don't take the executable file from your hard disk, move it into your memory, and execute it, but maybe you shuffle your code blocks. So what's the effect? You do not have the same sequence of blocks anymore. You will see in a second how this results. So this is, of course, not very easy, because this needs the cooperation of the operating system vendors, and there are some technology challenges behind that. So this is doable. This is research still in progress. But of course, it is challenging for the techies. Of course, we have something like indirect branches, and we have something like object-oriented programming and even aspect-oriented programming. With that, we have dynamic structures, so it is not so easy for the compiler to reshuffle it. That means, in a way, we have to recalculate addresses, more or less. But it is doable. Research in progress. I hope I can present some results next year. Maybe it takes another year, but we are working on that. The easier solution, and maybe more viable option for us, is that this resequencing of software is done before you sell the software. That means in the moment when the software vendor produces the software, he can kind of create different variants of software. Semantics is the same. The functionality of the software is the same. Just the code in your memory will look totally different. With what consequence? So the concept that I'm presenting, we have one software, but now we have millions of variants, because the range of options that is possible to reshuffle and resort your code blocks in your memory is quite unlimited. Of course, there is at some point a limit mathematically, but you cannot sell as much software as you would need to exhaust the mathematics behind that. So here is the concept. Same software, client A gets one variant, client B gets another one. And you see it's not only about reshuffling, there is other options possible. Make it Russian, make code blocks bigger, or maybe even insert dump inside your code. Just you have a lot of options actually how you can vary your code. So, and now try to exploit that. Same situation. But now you see you have different code blocks, code block sequences installed on every machine. Every machine still works the same way. It is the same word, it's the same operating system. You do not see a difference when you work with those things. From the perspective of the exploit, it's a totally different picture. Because here, you see the lateral movement already stops at step one, more or less trying to spread through the network? No. In this situation, this doesn't work anymore. Concept understood? Nodding, nodding, nodding. Very good. Nice. So that's the white side. One software, one victim, which means you need really targeted attacks. Of course, it doesn't bring down the attack vector binary exploitation. That still works. But now think in terms of the business model I introduced in the very beginning. So if you need to produce one exploit for one machine to hijack and to compromise, is this efficient? Is this economic? Obviously not. So what will cybercriminals do? Maybe invest into a different attack vector, but not anymore in binary exploitation. The good thing is, as we learned in the beginning, binary exploitation is one of the most modern and most spread attack vectors. That means if we take binary exploitation of the market, we take 30% of the attacks of the market. And this is quite significant. So what do we need to do? If a customer obtains a license, then we build the software according to the customer's license. So we build his very own individual software version and deliver the product. You can link this to the license. So the license could actually be the source, mathematically, the algorithm that describes the sequence of the code blocks. So if your very individual version, like you have your very individual car, it's like the serial number burned into your software. You don't need a dongle. You don't need cryptographic means, which could anyway be broken. You just arrange a very specific and individual software version for each of your customer. It has some side effect as well. So if there is some kind of distributed security copy popping up somewhere, you can definitely say whose security copy it is just by seeing the code structure. So the entire illegal software copying market is squeezed with this as well. There's more side effects, but I only have 16 minutes left, so I have to hurry a little bit, unfortunately. It also comes everything what has advantages, has of course some disadvantages. So current software distribution is quite easy. You buy a bunch of licenses, and then in your company, and then you just spread it to your machines, like with a Vesus server or something. Now that's the easy part. That's quite efficient. And of course, we know shareholder value, and of course, every IT section of a company is kind of forced to be very economic. So this is very economic, doesn't cost much money. If we go to the new concept, unfortunately, it does not work that easy anymore, because now you actually need to install each and every system individually. But now take those additional expenses against the extra expenses you have if you have to pay your ransom. I think this one is more economic from a business perspective. Agreed? Still some noddings, that is good to see. Very good. Of course, if we have a white side, we will also have a dark side. Right in the middle of the time, that's very good timing. So seeing the concept that we introduced as something good for us, of course, the dark side has seen this concept as well. This is our problem. Well, whereas we see this concept as a security mechanism, the dark side has used this concept already. That is what we call the mutating malware. We've seen this in the context of looking into malware families, for example. If you look into WannaCry just this year, so this is early years numbers. Unfortunately, I don't have any newer ones. But just with WannaCry, we see more than 2,000 mutations just in 2 months. This is not 1 million mutations yet, so they have not fully automized this. They just do this like semi-automized and manual, but they already use the system. Changing code blocks, using a new other fancy ideas, which I will show you in a minute. So we see this in the real life already. Same as with Revil. Same time, March and April, we had more than 1,000 mutations. So they use it out of the perspective to await our recognition systems, our IDS, IPS, which usually work pattern-based. So if you just change the sequence of your code blocks, then you have a new pattern, and your IDS, IPS will not recognize it anymore. If you do not put it to the very fine-grain mode, but if you work very fine-grain, looking into very small pieces of malware, then your false positive rate will explode. So then your IDS IPS is also not very reliable anymore because you're hunting 50% of false positives. Unfortunately, this is how it works. So there has been a lot of ideas. I will not dig into deep here now. So how to evade that? So if we start, if the granularity is too big or in that respect too small, so what could we be looking into? We could, for example, look into the function. This is a concept not invented by us, unfortunately, but we have seen this presented during CyberChess, that we do not look into sequences of code blocks. We do not care about those sequences. We kind of look into what functions are used and the sequence of the functions that we have. And they developed a very nice AI-based classification system which could actually analyze control flows and do that. So more or less the idea is, if you have different versions, a version A and version B, as we just discussed, we have to look into the control flow and see, okay, let's assume that each of the code blocks is a function call. So that means we have to look now into the sequence of those functions calls to determine whether or not this is a malware. This is modern malware. So what we talked about, the modern threats, so looking into those functions. If we do function-based analysis, I will not bother you now with the technical details because from a strategic perspective, you just need to understand the concept behind. This analysis more or less has a very small false positive rate because it's always the same how a malware basically works. Like you have a very first infection stage, then you have a loader stage where you load the rest of your malware. So it's kind of very typical things. You can evade the systems a little bit, but in principle, it always stays the same pattern. That means with this system in force, you can detect 4 out of 5 variants, which more or less is 20% of false positives. This is doable. The other option would be having 80% of false positives. Not so doable. This is, of course, an ongoing arms race that continues, but at the moment, the good thing is, if we follow this idea that we promote here, we are quite good to catch up. Let's look into a new technique. We called this version C for this presentation. So if we know we look into functions, then of course we can simply change the function code. This is now not making the operating system only Russian, maybe bring also some content in it that does not look so suspicious. So you see each code block has a specific function, but of course you can, oops, sorry. Of course, you can exchange the function, like very simple in the blue box. Each function can, of course, be substituted by a function with the same semantic, but looking totally different. That means we do not have a change of control flow, so no semantic change. It will definitely be the same software, but we will definitely increase false positives. Have we seen this? Yes, we have seen this. Anybody heard about acid rain? Can I see some hands? Oh, at least some. Okay, this is where we saw that. So this was a file wiper used in the Ukraine conflict. So what did they do? They wiped the modems of some wind turbines. There were some collateral. So the target was to bring down military communication in Ukraine. That was the primary target. So it was an attack against the modems of the Viasat. Unfortunately, the side effect was energy production in several European countries went down significantly, and some of the energy nets almost collapsed, so that were side effects. So they were using, in particular, this technique. And if you look into the results, what they did, so this is just for the techies in the room. On the left side, you see the attacked one, more or less wiped out, whereas on the right side, this is the original one. Right, let's have another version. So inserting false flag functions, this is also a nice idea. So the same concept again as making operating systems speak Russian. So now you just copy functions into your code, you do not execute them. You still do not modify the executable as such, but you just don't insert dump into the executable file, but you now insert function calls. So, and this is the problem if you do static and dynamic analysis. From a static analysis, you cannot follow the control flow. You just simply don't see it. Then you may have the suspicious functions. You may think this is a malware which keeps your defense busy, but indeed it's not. So same thing, you do not have a change of control flow, but to analyze this thing, now you really have to go into dynamic analysis. So you have to execute this, you have to follow the steps of the control flow just to see what's happening. So keeping your defenses really, really busy. Yeah, unfortunately, this is what the adversary is doing. So where have we seen that? We have seen this in Whispergate. Another viper we have seen in the Ukraine conflict. Now we are moving a little bit more towards the Ukrainian heart. So Whispergate was quite funny, because if you look here, so from a first view, what would you say? Asking for 10K looks like a ransomware. But actually, it's not a ransomware. It's just a good old file wiper, which they used in parallel to some other defacement campaigns. So we just pretend to be something. We pretend to be a ransomware, but actually we are just wiping files. So this is how this technology works. And so this was what we have to see now in this modern, in the current context of malicious upgrades. So we see those things coming in just through different vectors. So at the moment, one of the things which is actually coming back is steganography, difficult word, sorry, that those functions are embedded into manipulated media files. We see updates simply done by just getting them from some pre-calculated social media sites. Facebook's very well known for that. And also we see, again, a pop-up of polymorphic blending techniques. So some harmless operations, but somewhere hidden inside is the real content. So 5 minutes, I'm good. In a nutshell, this is not an old research. It is ongoing since 3 years, but we are now at the maturity stage where we can say we can bring this out, and we need to find the community. We especially need to find the industry to understand the idea and to support the context, and we need to create the awareness of the community that it is maybe not a good idea to continuously clone systems, and by that, to provide the attacker a huge attack surface. If we shrink this surface, then it's actually quite hard to, it's not hard to develop the exploit, but it's hard to keep up the financial concept behind that. That means now, if you want to have an exploit, as a state actor, for example, from one of your APTs, you have to pay that. And so you have to sell a lot of gas and oil in order to have enough money to pay all the 0 days that you want to bring to the market. Or you don't have 0 days anymore. That's your choice. So in a nutshell, what we do now, the adversary has caught up, but the good thing is we have a concept against that, a defense. Mikko, again, thank you very much for asking this question. And this is something what needs to be developed now and brought really into the world. And the next step we hope to have until summer next year is that we have this variant ready with the operating system, so that not even the industry itself needs to go the step, but maybe a Windows, a Linux, Apple operating systems could incorporate such a functionality. And with that, we will really give a tough time to the developers of the malware. Just as a little disclaimer, and I promised you to come back to the Ukrainian heart, this is, of course, the result, first of all, of a research thing, but of course, you are not standing alone, but you come from several affiliations. And with that, of course, a lot of those ideas were not only born in my mind, but we had some really good inputs from some Latvian and some Estonian colleagues, and in particular also from some Ukrainian colleagues. Unfortunately, we lost the contact to those Ukrainian colleagues, especially to a very good friend of mine. He's a Mi-8 pilot of the Ukrainian Air Force. He was very much contributing to the idea set. I haven't heard from him since 6 weeks, which is very unfortunate. So unfortunately, a lot of the guys that were contributing to this idea cannot be here today. I hope we will see them again one day. But this is how life is, and Actually, this is not a conference to give a political statement, but in a way we dedicate this research to all those brave men out there having good ideas and which unfortunately have to suffer now from the current situation. So I guess we have 3 minutes for question, and I'm also, of course, available in the coffee break if you want to know more about this research.
3 minutes plus 30 minutes
coffee break. Exactly. Very good.
No, anyway, thank you, actually, and especially for this Ukrainian heart, what you described. This very much works. So now questions or critique, please.
Yes, please.
Hello. I wanted to understand how this technology that you described, it is more applicable for the kind of personal usage, or what about the organizational and especially cloud, when you clone and actually use images and this kind of stuff?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Thank you. As said, the problem with images is a little bit tough. And this is one of the things, you refer also to patching now. And what we do, this is of course, you do not have a master copy anymore which you distribute to the system, but you have to kind of provide each and every system its own installation and also its own patch. So if we go back to the patch days, you will not have a kind of patch day which you download from a centralized download stage. Maybe it is still a centralized download stage, but you will have to log in with your own license and you get your own personalized patch back. So there is an additional work step which needs to be done on the vendor side. Yes, this is the additional investment which we have to bring in, but the payback is you have your individual version, and it doesn't matter if it's a private office version or if it's an industrial control system or if it's the operating system of a fighter aircraft. That doesn't make a difference. This concept is very generic and it works, especially in high security or military contexts, very good.
So approved, Alexander? Okay, might work? Yes, no, maybe? Yes, yes, approved. So good. Yes, please, Oscar.
I do have a question. This idea looks at least somewhat similar to this address space layout randomization. What's the actual difference and pros and cons?
Okay, very good question. I don't have the slide here now. No, I did not really want to go and dig into the deep technical details. ASLR is a concept which has been invented to protect your memory. However, it just changes the position of your executable. It doesn't shuffle the code blocks, it just changes the position of the entire code in the memory space. So that triangulation still works. So once I have found a left and a right cornerstone, this is why I'm doing this triangulation, I can locate the code in the memory. It doesn't matter if ASLR is used or not. So this technology, this triangulation, that evades the ASLR technology. To counter that, you have to shuffle the code blocks. And this is the difference to ASLR. ASLR is still hackable in that respect. This system is not.
Hackable, what a word. Wow. Good. Any doubts?
Yes, please.
Critique, what else you accept? Everything.
Challenges.
Changes, suggestions, betterizations, whatever.
Maybe some future partners to implement the same.
Oh yeah, yeah, why not? Tell us, there was the small player in these disclaimers, Baltic Defense College. You work there as a lecturer or you involve students?
I'm still lecturing at the Baltic Defense College, but I was there, of course, doing my, so as I have a military background, I was doing my general staff course at the Baltic Defense College. So I'm a bit affiliated also through this with Latvia, with Lithuania, and with Estonia. So,
but since also the cybersecurity issues becomes more and more involved into military and vice versa, the military involves in cybersecurity, do you have a specially trained personnel there in Tartu College which might help to both or all three Baltic nations, even Germany, why not?
Yeah, they have some lecturers there that are actually teaching cyber. However, it is not so many of them, and this is exactly why I said I help out from time to time just by lecturing cyber lectures to their courses and also to the European Security College. So this is what we do to prepare the future military leaders in that respect.
Of course, yeah, they have to be well prepared. Yes, please.
Is there a plan to catalog all the different variations of the software that you develop? Since if we try to find like an infected version, we would know which one it is because they're all so different.
The answer to this is yes and no. The vendor, of course, probably should have a catalog according to the licenses that he gives out to the customers, because they need to provide the patches. That's what I meant with the license is the key to your code block sequence, because from the license, the algorithm will determine the sequence of code blocks in the executable file later on. That means if you compile it again with that license code, you get the same executable. So this is more or less your catalog that you can always recreate. Was that the question?
And then what if the OS does the randomization and kind of playing around with the sequence?
Yeah, we actually would be happy if all the operating vendors would understand this idea and come up with that. At the moment, we are just negotiating with Microsoft on a kind of mid-management level. And of course, it would be nice to have Apple on board. And for Linux, it's about the community. So the Linux community has it in its hands. So this is the easiest one. But the toughest one is, of course, Microsoft, since they do not own the market, but they have like a major piece of pizza there. So this is, of course, Microsoft is the game changer here.
Good. Thank you very much. With a big round of applause.
Thank you.
And talking about slice of pizza, I don't know if there will be a slice of pizza, but slice of cake definitely is served. So we will return here in 30 minutes, but those who are online will return in 1 hour. So there will be a lecture which will be not broadcasted, the next one. So the most interesting one maybe for those who are here in the hall. So meet you in 30 minutes here.
Can I have a last one?
Absolutely.
Since Edgar's managed, only the Latvians can be hired by by the national CERT. NATO is also looking for talent. So all those sad faces I've seen here that could not now hire up with the Latvian CERT, we will also have posts out there quite soon again, so from January, if you want to look into that. As I've seen so many sad faces, so for NATO nations, this is
Thank you. Now all faces are happy, and this doesn't it doesn't exclude Latvians. They are also NATO nationals,
of course.
But anyway,
and also the invitees, if there are some in the room.
Absolutely. So everyone is welcomed and accommodated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And please approach me if there is more questions.
Yeah, they will, definitely.
Vai viens e-pasts var iesaldēt uzņēmuma darbību? Lūk, gadījums. Zane strādā kravu pārvadājumu uzņēmumā par grāmatvedi. Zanei ļoti patīk ceļot. Kādā brīnišķīgā dienā Zanes e-pastā iekrīt tikpat brīnišķīga vēstule. Tu esi laimējusi bezmaksas ceļojumu uz Balī. Klik! Ir noticis kiberuzbrukums. Uzbrucēji ir sašifrējuši klientu datubāzi un pieprasa izpirkuma maksu. Darbs uz laiku ir jāaptur. Ja uzņēmums būtu parūpējies par IT drošību, apmācot darbiniekus un pastāvīgi uzraugot IT sistēmas, no šādiem e-pastiem vairs nebūtu jābaidās. Parūpējies par sava uzņēmuma IT drošību.
Intel research team, and I'll explain it in a second, but it's a bit of a storytelling of exactly like the timeline analysis of the cyber offensive, and going a bit into like the core bits that we find relevant for us to have a broader context.
A very interesting showcase. Thank you very much for being here. Then
my pleasure.
Yeah, please.
May I?
Yeah, please come up. And there is also a switch for you. I'm a little bit curious why you have to have two, like, you know, switch and the computer.
No, this is just like for me, for notes.
Securities, yes.
Yeah.
Good.
It's me making sure that I don't forget information.
Yes.
All right. First things first, it is definitely a pleasure to be here. I mean, we're all surrounded by so relevant people, entities, really making sure that we are living in a more secure, more free world where the values of democracy and, again, freedom are really standing and withholding everything that we're suffering today in the world. Unfortunately, I'm not a military. I'm not someone representing Europe, ENISA. I'm just a simple technology strategist. For those that might be asking yourselves what that is, that's a fancy name for kind of field CTO. And I work for SentinelOne, which is a cybersecurity software vendor, software as a service vendor. And the research today that I'm showing is actually powered by Sentinel Labs, which is our threat intel research team. So this was a conjunction or a collaboration work between me and them, and obviously this is only possible thanks to them. And hopefully this works. It does. Now, it's not without saying that obviously it is a bit of a sweet feeling to be here and be talking about these specific topics. And I'm pretty sure that you all feel that kind of tightened heart that I feel, that also we're not talking about the same typical concepts that we typically talk in the cyber security space or the cyberspace, which is like the cyber economical crime, data theft. This is actually affecting people, and it's my opinion that it's affecting people's health, safety, and lives much more than probably we can think of. And unfortunately, through these past 7 months, things are not looking, very bright in the end of the tunnel. There's like no end in sight for what is happening, and often things just escalate even more than we would wish for. Opa, this went like really straight to the end. What did I did? All right. Actually, it was my fault. It was an animation. If we actually look into the past unfortunate months, and I think this is like a part of me, like the analogy, but it's humans being bros. And we saw this like in COVID. We saw this now. It's at the worst of times that we actually see the best of ourselves. And specifically in the cyber community, we saw the best of ourselves. Like in the worst of times, we all banded together. Again, going back to team sports, definitely I can relate with that. All of these specific entities, private researchers, or independent researchers, that is, journalists, all came together to ensure that we had the right information, that we were sharing the right information for the greater good. Again, for the protection of the values that I just mentioned at the beginning. And I know that we shouldn't speak lightly the term war. I understand the controversy around it, but again, it's always a question of perspective. I'm pretty sure that if you ask someone in Ukraine, that they will have a specific saying about it, whether it's war or not war, whether it's cyber war or not cyber war. The reality is that, unfortunately, once more, history has shown us that war is still present, more than we would wish for. Again, even though all of our advancements as society, but specifically cyber war has gained a much more relevant place in the theaters, like the classical theaters that war is cited by, whether that is by air, land, no matter what. And again, the reality is that it has become way more dangerous, regardless of we thinking that it was a non-cyber Armageddon or not. The other point that I think it's important to mention here is that all of the research that I'll be obviously showing, and again, all of the information that we have access to, all of us collectively, at least the public available information, is always like a moving target. Every single week, new data points show up. So again, the validity of this information should always be testified or attested given the moment in time and the information that we have. Now, we had, and I could feel this in the room even today, that we had various opinions about how effective this cyber war was. And the reality is that to an extent, and I could feel this, I'm not sure if you can feel the same as I, there's almost like this bizarre disappointment of things not being as we expected. Oh, they were not as efficient or proficient, I'm sorry, as they were supposed to be, or like the attacks were not so damaging as we were expecting. Well, to an extent, thankfully, right? Whether that is because of better defenses that we had, whether it is because they were not so well organized or didn't have the right resources, we don't know. Again, those things are obviously speculatory or speculation. But even out there, the fact was that throughout the information channels, media, and all of the soapbox meaning like very strong opinions that each one of us have, there was like very disparate opinions of what and how damaging the cyber war was actually against Ukraine. Reality is, and I think this has been stressed throughout today, that we need to proceed with caution, and we need to at least give the credibility that things can escalate and things can become more damaging if someone eventually wants to or wants so. But we have to also understand that in these specific situations, in these specific scenarios that we are living, there is a lot of spray and pray disinformation. Some of it can be even like propaganda. But the truth is that many of that is simply not grounded in the truth of incidents. And I think that when we are talking about cyber war, and even more for like someone which is not within the InfoSec community, I'm not sure, like your family members, your friends, and they're trying to grasp how things are actually happening. And looking to the media, it's not easy to see that. It's not easy to read exactly what is happening. So again, it is important for collectively, when we are talking about cyber war, that we do so exactly based on the ground truth of incidents. Looking, and this is very important, looking at the timeline of the attacker preparation. It can be like years before the actual event. What rises above the threshold? Again, what's business as usual? What is not business as usual? Even if it's the slightest activity that we see out there. And also, like, what's the actual outlook? What's the objective? What are they trying to achieve if they are really successful accomplishing this? So it's not just a single take, it's a multi-layered cake here to actually be as factual, as precise as we need to be. All right, this is a very busy slide, I'll go through it, but this is a high-level timeline view of the cyber offensives that we've seen since February to late April, beginning of May. And I'll break it down for you really quickly. What you see there in the green bar is basically all of the pre-positioning activities that we've seen before the actual physical invasion. The red line is showing the 24th of February, again, the physical day where Russia invaded Ukraine. And you can actually see that some of the first activities, I don't have a laser point. I do? This is amazing. Oh my, Oh, beautiful. Hey, look at that. Technology works. And you can see there exactly like the first activities being done, but in terms of cyberspace, not in the physical realm, just before the physical invasion. So that red line and red dot, as I said, represents the 24th of February, and all of the kind of very directed destructive attacks happening against Ukraine. Then you have in blue, basically the barrage, the flood of crimeware and activism followed up exactly by the continuous kind of wind tunnel, like profiting of crime and cyber crime groups, just like using the general noise, the chaos within the cyberspace to conduct their own activities, and obviously going within their own objectives. Oh, by the way, and what you see in yellow is obviously cyber offenses against Ukraine, and in red, it's pro-Ukrainian activities. You can actually see there, for example, in the blue bar, there's two elements that I find really interesting, which is the leaks of the criminal organizations like Conti and TrickBot, which were kind of substantial as they were. Well, there's number animations. Sorry, I forgot about this. But I kind of break it down already. Now, it is true that there wasn't only Russian threat actor activity. There's actually a bit more than that. And these were all the threat actors that we tracked during these specific months that the team was kind of closed and enclosed, very focused on exactly collecting threat intelligence as much as possible to be shared. But there's obviously a big dog that I would state that it kind of jumps to the eye, and that's Sandworm. That's a Russian state black hat group, as we all know. And they were like probably one of the most prominent ones in this cyber offensive, in this conflict. And we're actually going to focus a lot on them throughout this presentation. Which takes us to wipers. We already had a sense of wipers today in other sessions, but this was actually one of the most used tactics as part of the cyber offensive, and specifically once more from Sandworm, to cause digital disruption against Ukraine, and eventually also physical damages, not only digital. And so, as we, and rightfully so, and I want to stress this out, dwell in cyber ranges for our own preparedness, and by the way, going back to the previous kind of four elements, the four core elements of looking into the attack timeline of the preparedness of the attacker, as we dwell in these cyber ranges for our own preparedness, and again, rightfully so, the fact is that threat actors are doing that with live fire exercises. And history has shown us that, and like I said before, it is very important for us to actually go back, even if that's like years, to actually see why and how things were actually happening in February and the following months. And probably it's not very far away from your memories of when, in 2014, for example, the election commission was hacked in Ukraine, or when in 2015 and 2016, several types of attacks happened against state government agencies, media, hospitals, and last but not least, I think it was like 2 days before Christmas, the first known, at least publicly known, cyber offensive against a power central station that actually caused a blackout. So, but 2016 and 2017 actually set the tone for that preparedness. Again, there was another repeat of an attack against a central power station, this time in Kyiv, also resulting in a blackout. But then something else came along. And I'm pretty sure that this is, again, once more very close to everyone's heart here, that in, I think, June 7th, or 27th, that is, of 2017, Ukrainians, specifically at the beginning of the day, start seeing in their computers across all sorts of networks, private, public, government agencies, hospitals, etc., started seeing a message about an encryption malware. And by the way, for the people that actually don't know, Petya was an encrypting malware family that I think was discovered back in 2016. Now, the reality is that for those that recall, NotPetya was not a ransomware. It was actually a wiper, because if you went through the process of paying the ransom and trying to recover your data, you would not be able to do so. It was basically unrecoverable. So it was a hidden objective, which was destruction of data, period. So that was like the first preparedness element exactly of wipers and how wipers were used in this specific cyber offensive. And I mean, as part of the spillage, because we all know like the nature of worms and malwares in the cyberspace, there's no boundaries. And again, we talked about like being as close to Estonia, to Canada in the cyberspace. This affected the entire world, not only Ukrainians, not only Ukrainian companies. And most definitely you'll recall companies like Maersk, Maersk, that all got affected, FedEx and much more. Mondello, I even think, if I'm not wrong, really, really badly affected by this wiper. And fast forward to February 23rd, again, one day before the physical invasion, we saw exactly the same type of activities. This is a tweet from ESET Research, where, again, like I said, the collective, the team sports element here is really important. But ESET Research, together with Symantec, they started publishing specific file SHAs of malware activity that was being seen. Actually, it's kind of telling already because it's called kill disk. And that is what we eventually coined as hermetic wiper. Again, Sentinel Labs coined as hermetic wiper. Again, back then we thought that this was like really an interesting quirk. Like the icon embedded in the sample was this gift with a bow. It ends up, or ended up actually to be way more common than we thought. So if you scan through VirusTotal samples, this is something which is quite common. Still an interesting quirk. Now, hermetic wiper specifically was using kind of a well-tested and tried method of doing data destruction. They were using a legitimate, like a benign partition management driver coming from EaseUS to actually accomplish the more destructive elements of their attack, kind of also helping them to go under the radar of many detection solutions and possible IDS, IPS, and the like security tools. And by the way, if you're wondering why hermetic wiper, the actual sample was digitally signed by a certificate from DigiCert under the name of a company called Hermetica Digital Ltd. We know today that the company is a Cypriot company. Most definitely they were compromised or someone actually impersonated them beyond DigiCert to get the digital certificate, which eventually, very quickly, everyone prompted to be disregarded and obviously not being allowed to use. What you see here is the open handle empty driver. Actually, the file name was called emptydriver.sys, the partition manager driver that was used to accomplish those attacks. Now, this kind of follows what we call a school of wiping. If you look into Lazarus, for example, with Shamoon, it kind of followed exactly the same techniques of using a benign partition management driver to accomplish the destruction, like deleting MBR, partition tables, and really making sure that the recovery of those computers, those devices were simply not possible. Same thing happened with actually Lazarus Distover, APT33 Shamoon were kind of using the same tactics and techniques a couple of years back. So we call it like exactly the same school of wiping. You can see here, instead of the EaseUS, they were using Eldos, another partition management software, to actually accomplish the same goals. Now, Hermetic Wiper was being distributed by Hermetic Wizard. I love the names, by the way. And what you can actually see here, and these are very important details, that the earliest compilation time that we've seen from those samples of Hermetic Wizard were actually pointing to a day before. So this clearly shows us that it's not NotPetya. Again, the full scope, the full focus of creating brand new tools for this specific offensive, right? Although naturally they were leaning on, they were supporting themselves on the preparedness, on the elements that they've learned over the past couple of years, if not more than a couple of years. And again, Hermetic Wizard, or Hermetic Wiper in this case, I'm sorry, was just like the brink of months of data destruction attacks. This is a table from Microsoft. They also have a very good paper on the entire cyber offensive. And you can actually see this being divided by waves, by weeks, actually, which we call them waves. First notable thing, it's there highlighted, which is week 2. Apparently, there was like a pause in the cyber offensive operations. There was like no notable operations happening. But what you can also see and spot from this table is the actual number of cyber offensives decreased over time extensively. You can actually see there like 1, 2, 3, 4, like if not more, actually 22 destructive incidents versus 2. But the interesting element here is that the actual intended damage and types of target, they were increased in terms of impact. And so you can see there, for example, Carry Wiper and Destroyer 2 that I'll speak in a second, were obviously, as an objective point of view, way more impactful, at least from the cyber offensive point of view, than Hermetic Wiper was. The other point that is also very peculiar and interesting is that the entire threat intel community saw a couple of interesting quirks. Number one was that we could clearly see that those different waves were being conducted by very different teams with varying levels of experience and also using varying levels of tools. Isaac Wiper, for example, was written in Go language. And it was clearly not similar at all to Hermetic Wiper, which was super effective, while Isaac Wiper was not. Now, some of those things, again, were more effective than others. We don't know whether it was exactly because of the experience of those teams, because of the randomness of the attacks, because of the lack of, I don't know, efficiency or efficacy of those. Again, that's all speculatory. But those data points actually show us that there was definitely different teams working in these waves. The other notable point that I'll mention here is that these tools, for example, were being often compiled 2 hours before the actual deployment, the actual attack. So once more, I want to really make stress of this point of how focused they were on creating brand new tools out of their repertoire to be used and burned just in a couple of hours. The other fact that is also very telling is as research went and progressed with time, we found, like for Isaac Wiper specifically, earliest compilations of October 2021. And again, going back to what? The element of preparedness. These teams knew what they were eventually going to face. They knew what was going to happen. And based on the learnings that they've taken for years, they had already their portfolio of tools and resources ready to employ when it was most needed. Love the animation. Now, you might be asking, why so many wipers? Well, there was actually much more than wipers. There was ransomware and data theft, malwares. But in reality, wipers, to an extent, create this telemetrical, I'm sorry, very hard word for me to say, fog of war. It's almost like generation of noise, so that to a point, you are only seeing the attacks that you are meant to see. And it actually shows the reflection of the breadth of activity that we aren't seeing, right? And you can actually spot from even those ransomware or data theft offensives, like Hermetic Ransom, Sonic Vote, many of those were actually fake ransomwares. They were trying to encrypt things that were already destroyed by the wipers before them. And again, they had no way of recovering the information even if you paid it. So it's all about the generation of noise, confusion, chaos, even for the ones, us, collectively, that are trying to discern what is really happening. And again, the other point that I've mentioned already before, it's that philosophy of burnable tool. I'm going to use something, going to compile something that I know that eventually is going to be burnable. But I know that eventually it might not be like the most effective, future-proof tool, so that's okay if people find it out. The other question would be, you tell me if you're asking yourself this question or not, was their use random or tactical? Well, we actually, based on evidences, would like to say both. There were clearly times where this seemed very well structured and planned and executed, other times where it eventually was just randomness. I don't know whether that was because of lack of maturity, of knowledge, or just because they actually wanted to inflict that randomness into the play. Now, okay, I will take you through this journey of wipers, right? And we're going to be basically increasing the severity, as I mentioned before, based on that table that I've shown you previously, on the actual impact of that, that wiper. In this case, I'm going to talk about InDestroyer 2. For those that don't recall or don't know exactly what InDestroyer is, it's a malware designed to interfere with electrical substations, specifically with communication protocols like the IEC 104 that talks with protection relays. So really meant to do physical damage, not data theft, not encryption, not wiping. We're talking about physical damage. And this happened before, like I mentioned previously, in 2016 in Ukraine. And many of the researchers out there actually say that it's one of the most damaging attacks after Stuxnet. Now, you'd be asking, why InDestroyer 2 here on the wiper kind of talk that you have? Well, because it was actually buddied, followed with all of the other set of tools that was Caddy Wiper, Orc Shred, Linux Shred, Solaris Shred, you can call all of them Shred, to cause maximum damage and inflict maximum entropy into any process of recovery that eventually those teams had in the play. So in April 8, specifically at 1610 UTC, because this was scheduled to be executed, InDestroyer 2 started its attack, and then it was followed by specific wipers targeting specific OSs to do maximum destruction. Important point is that KD Wiper was actually discovered along Isaac Wiper, but in a totally decontextualized way, meaning it was not only used for those ICS level attacks. You can actually see from ESET research that Caddy Wiper was seen in multiple previous attacks, most probably because they were testing it, targeting things like government entities or financial entities, and then later on exactly the energy providers. All right, so last but not least in terms of wipers, the acid rain attack. We kind of already touched this in the previous session. So on 24th of February, exactly on the physical invasion, on the day of the physical invasion, early hours, an attack happened against the Viasat KSAT element, again, the Ukrainian portion of that service, that began with a denial of service, the DDoS, using exactly their own modems, the SurfBeam and the SurfBeam 2 Plus. But not so far down the route, we actually saw those, actually Viasat saw, not we, Viasat saw those modems completely disappearing of the service. And that was like very telling of what is happening. Oh, animations again. Apologies for that. What happened was that the attackers exploited a misconfigured VPN appliance that gave them access to a management network, and they were able to then send specific management commands to all of the modems within their service of Viasat. Now, Viasat initially said that they were not permanently rendering those modems unusable, but we, together with other researchers in the scene, had a different theory. We're actually saying that this was a supply chain attack where firmware cleansing commands were being sent to all of those modems and actually affected like thousands of modems across the world, not only in Ukraine. You can actually see again the targeted modem versus the non-targeted modem of how the firmware was. Now you can think, okay, we know that that didn't actually impact it a lot of the the offensives on the Ukrainian side. We can say that probably that was because of companies like Starlink that stepped up and helped Ukrainians to have solid communications for them to conduct their defense operations and offensive operations. And it's not because attackers didn't try to actually breach Starlink. They did. Jamming and interference of communications were being monitored and actively responded by Starlink, and that was actually the success element, the capability of monitoring and response that made their network remain safe, non-jammed and unhacked, and that eventually helped Ukrainians to do a proper defense and offensive by using online communications. And there were like other telcos actually being affected also as part of that. Now the collateral impact of cyber war, as we've mentioned before, because we know that cyberspace doesn't have any borders, oceans, walls, and we can be like 1 second from here into Canada or Portugal or Spain, doesn't matter. And again, the nature of cyberspace itself makes it very, very hard for those attacks to be fully targeted. They will have spillover. They will have a collateral impact into other elements that are not controlled by the attacker itself. And not only Ukrainian customers and modems got affected, for example, as part of the Viasat case set, but Italy, Poland, Germany, and many other countries were affected, and thousands of customers were basically rendered without communications. And this is a very notable case of Enercon, 6,000 wind turbines in Germany that simply lost the communications with the monitoring system. Now, thankfully, these wind turbines were capable of operating autonomously without any interruption, but that was really just a scent of what could go wrong if they wouldn't. And eventually, if the lack of communications with the monitoring station could make things, for example, blow up. So what happens now? And I'm basically just finishing. We can eventually ask ourselves, well, is Cyber Armageddon coming in? Well, we don't know. The fact is that we've seen Russia and the cyber threat actors using much more destructive attacks, much more targeted attacks against ICS infrastructure. And we actually saw also threats last week of cyber attacks being used even more exactly to maximize damage, physical damage. Again, I'm not talking about data theft or ransomware or anything like that. So as everyone said in the morning, it's about being cautious. It's about kind of respecting the attacker to an element and making sure that we are prepared in terms of resiliency against it. Now, I'll end with a personal kind of wishful thinking. I know that this is a very complex topic. We kind of approached that in the morning. But as humanity, I think that we still have a long way to go, specifically in making these cyber attacks be seen as war crimes. And again, I'm not a legislator, I'm not a lawyer. This is ultra complex, but again, I think there's ample ground for improvement. And improvement has been made. Exactly, you can see there that the case for war crimes charged against Russia, send more hackers, is actually for the first time being analyzed by lawyers and judges in the Hague court. And to an extent, that is causing somewhat a discomfort into the aggressor, because they have attempted to actually infiltrate the Hague court with a supposedly student that was doing an internship. But again, I'll end up with that personal wishful thinking that we need to do better, and we actually need to criminalize cyber acts much more than we do today. Thank you.
Thank you. The very interesting idea. Thank you. Being personal. Well, maybe a few questions or remarks. Someone, please, if you have anything to ask. Yes, time is running out, but you know,
we can
the
topic
do it over
is
coffee.
very
hot as well. Huh? Yeah, exactly. We can skip coffee.
I'm just a messenger. Don't shoot me the messenger.
Good. No questions, no remarks, so then we stick to the time. Thank you very much. It was so interesting. Also many things to think about later on. Now, Aigars is coming out already, and his task is to explain why these pitching activities were named as a main focus of this Cyber October 2022. So probably there is a big reason. So it's a big number of cases like this, isn't it?
It is.
It is. So now, please show us reality and reasons behind this. Nevertheless, there is nothing to be celebrated. There is something to be we should fight with.
You can
so
never
what exactly?
rest on your laurels, right? First of all, hello everyone in the audience. You are persistent and determined. I mean, you're still here at like 5 p.m. or so, having started at early morning. I'll try not to disappoint you. But you know what else is persistent theme today? Phishing. You've heard this word from almost from all speakers that came to the stage before. My task today is to talk from Latvian perspective, from regional perspective, because I do believe that regardless if we talk about DDoS or phishing or any other phenomena, we have to account for regional differences. And unfortunately, if you take any big name report on phishing, you most likely won't see the level of resolution that would enable you to discern Baltic or let alone Latvia. So this is actually my humble attempt to kickstart discussion about this regional perspective on phishing, and hopefully you will also walk home with some tidbits to make you a better cyber company, a better cyber customer, and to improve your security right away. Well, I'm Aigars, as Anses introduced me. I am CTO at Latvian company DOTS. I have some security certifications that don't matter too much, as General Yarker mentioned earlier this morning. I personally believe that there are at least 3 things that we as an industry, as a community, have to do. And this is not a cycle. These are simultaneous paths that we must take. It's learn, it's to measure, and it's to improve. And I'll try to touch upon each of them in my speech today. And the fun thing is that in IT industry, it's almost like in military. You've heard today that in military there are military components, Navy, Army, even Space for some. In IT industry, it's like usually, and these components they take effort to make them talk the same language, coordinate, and engage as one. And it's similar in IT industry. And we as a company, we are a bit unusual animal. We combine multiple of them. We combine bespoke software development. We do software-enabled infrastructure. And for sure, we do also cyber. Actually, on this slide, probably the most relevant one is this interview, which Baiba mentioned. And you can still participate in a draw that will finish at the end of this event today. And I speak firsthand because I do know how difficult it is to make them talk to each other. But I also do believe personally that this is the only way forward. We have to, it's our duty to share information and learn at least as fast as our adversaries. And it takes a lot of effort, believe me. So, before we can measure something, we have to define what we are talking about. And as Ansis said, fishing, farming, wishing, smishing, whatever ink. Raise your hand if you have been on NIST website, I don't know, during last year. Wow, quite a bit of hands. Anyone that ventured into terminology section? There are some hands. Then you probably know how many definitions of phishing exists on the NIST website. 7. And I will be bold enough to claim that 6 of them are either outdated or incomplete or otherwise wrong. Please do not try to read this slide. But the key takeaway is that the good thing is that there is a correct definition, in my personal opinion, on the NIST website as well. But the thing I want to emphasize, and please take it home today, phishing today is not just about emails. Unfortunately, you often see in speeches, in reports, and it's historical stuff, to be fair. It started as email, but today it's much broader. It's any channel, any digital channel. SMS, social media, recruitment websites, whatnot. Does it matter? Well, for sure, otherwise I wouldn't be on the stage, right? CERT would not have let me on this stage. But how much does it matter? CISA from States, and I'm happy I didn't try to get any examples from Canada. Now I understand that. You can see even in CISA there's this email creeping into all over the place. But the main idea is that in real world, much of the initial step in successful attacks is not that fancy. It's just the phishing. I mean, it's just the phishing, air quotes. 90% you will see some places, 80, whatever, majority. It's on the rise. FBI all over the place. And by the way, on FBI you also see this phishing, wishing, smishing, farming, all that kind of ink. To me, it's phishing, so let's agree on that. It's all the same stuff, just delivered in different ways. So it's both important and it's on the rise. So what will follow is, again, humble attempt by a small company from Latvia to start sharing our intelligence, but of course we have to do it in a privacy-preserving way, not to expose any specific customer or specific customer-related findings. So we had to tune the data to avoid any outliers, basically to avoid exposing any specific customer. But again, my hope is that maybe even CERT will take this from here, and we will see more phishing statistics, regional statistics in the future, because my personal opinion is you can't improve on something that you do not measure. If you don't put a scope on the target, you won't hit it. Some time ago, I had a conversation with a customer from England, and I had to explain to him what is phishing. And phishing, it's not just one thing. There are multiple approaches, if you like. And I came up with this model, if you wish, East End, West End, and the city. I think you might know where I'm leading you to. There was a pal, John Stowe, in England back in 18th century, I think, who did a survey of London, and first came up with the vision of London into basically more or less 3 parts. The East End, Brick Lane is one of the most famous, I think, streets in the East End. West End, I took liberty to kind of group together north and south from the Thames into the city and city. And how I explained what kind of phishing you have to protect yourself to this customer was like this. There is an East End. And East End in London, historically, again, this is, you know, as far as it gets, it was quite poverty-ridden area of London. It was simple, definitely blue-collar workers and petty theft kind of criminal activity, also, by the way, John the Ripper. So in terms of phishing, how I explain this, this is still mostly email-based. Incorrect grammar, fully automated, just going for the bulk. But still, if you fail for it, you still can get good old ransomware. But it's more or less indiscriminate. Then we go to the West End. West End is more like upscale part of the London. Piccadilly Circus is just, you know, one of the iconic places in the world. I just picked it for no reason whatsoever from the West End. And what you see in the West End is much more targeted attacks. This is semi-automated or manual. It is still somewhat resource constrained. How much resource constrained? For good guys, it's how much the customer is ready to pay. For the bad guys, how much value they expect to extract from you. And this is important, and this is the reason why buying social engineering, phishing, simulation on the cheapest price is not the best idea. But here we see proper grammar, targeted messaging, any channel. And this example, actually, I took from our own in-house. I was not afraid to take from the specific case. It's us launching against ourselves. As you can see, SMS, and if you look closely enough, you can see MFA bypass there as well. So if somebody thinks still in this audience that the SMS is trusted channel of messaging, it is not. I can send you SMS with any label on top of it whatsoever. And then, of course, the city. I guess you might know the reason why I picked that street name for the city. But the idea is here, it's state-sponsored. It's targeted. It's literally almost unrestricted in resources, how much time they can spend to prepare for this attack. And they will go conversational. They will prepare you as a target. They actually might come to conferences like this and introduce themselves in real world first to engage with you later and wait long enough to send you a bait. So we as a company are on Piccadilly Circus in the West End part. So that's important for you to understand the results I will be mentioning on the next slides. And what we have seen, again, this is humble attempt from a small company, from a small country, is that, and pretty much it represents almost last year of effort. You can see that in this market, a commercial cybersecurity company offering these simulation services to customers can spend on average about 5 days on the campaign, which is probably on the lower end of those that would target you as bad guys. And what we see is that average bait activation rate is 19% versus 12% globally. And globally, the global data is from, you will see attribution on the next slide, I think. from the report from Proofpoint. What worries me more is that we see much higher average full compromise rate, so it means not just to activate bait, but to input credentials, to do MFA bypass from the user. 15 versus 4. 15% here versus 4% globally. Is it bad or wrong? Bad or good? As someone else said previously, yes and no. On the surface, it looks bad, but we have to account for the fact that we as a company, we are in Piccadilly Circus, as I mentioned, right? So Proofpoint report includes East End and City, and we cannot know for sure distribution within this sample data set. So we have to be careful about comparing this data between regional reporting and global reports. That's the reason why I would encourage more regional data sharing and reporting in the industry. Unsurprisingly, most interactions happen on first hours of launching campaign because for sure company employees speak to each other and as you saw, we as commercial operators, we cannot spend too much time on single operation and we do not stage them over weeks or months of time. Multi-factor authentication does decrease the risk because it's just another step the user has to take and it's more time for him or her to think about it. But it's not a silver bullet. MFA bypass is real and we have to educate users on that as well. And just like small tidbits and pieces from the field, to talk to your users and educate them again is like we see constantly that trust anchoring improves success rate of campaigns. What I mean by trust anchoring is that one specific example, you put employees, colleagues, email on CC, you just misspell the email address by one letter, but user thinks that his HR manager has received this email, for example, if it's an email, and just thinks that it's trusted. I mean, my HR manager has received as well, so I should click on the link, right? How to protect yourself? Cybersecurity awareness program. It's not training. It has to be continuous. And for sure, of course, we have an app for that, but the idea is that it has to be continuous. I know I said that MFA is not a single silver bullet, but I do say that please, please, regardless of legislation, please put MFA in hands of every user. If you can, please do phishing-resistant MFA. And I have personal opinion about SMS for MFA, but we can discuss it during question and answer. Zero trust architecture. I think somebody mentioned zero trust earlier in this, these sessions today, but this is for technical people, and it will take time, but that's the eventual goal where to lead. Guess what is the number 4? It's actually the number 1, Cybersecurity Awareness Program. It has to be, it's an absolute necessity because whatever tools that we implement, it's the users. Phishing is not a technical problem. I mean, it can be technical. I mean, if you don't, you know, brush your teeth, you can't complain pretty much about anything, right? But it's much more about users. Before we go to, this is the last slide actually, before we go to the questions and answers, since I still have some minutes left, I actually would like to come back to this slide. I said that you probably know the reason why I put Trump Street on this city site. Do you know the name? Anyone, by the way, from the London here? No? Good. Do you know the street name for the street that flows into Trump Street? No, Russia row. Literally, Russia row in London flows onto the Trump Street. But do you know what? Probably some of you thought that Trump Street is about some US president. It is not. It's about Trump, horn. Historically, on this street, actually close to this street, horns were built for the city guards that guarded the city. So be careful about information that you receive. Do critical thinking, talk to your people, educate them. And from my perspective, I would very much like to encourage further discussions and research, regional research on phishing. If we say it's important, if we say that it's initial vector for most of the attacks, we have to improve it. To improve on it, we have to measure it here locally as well and see how we improve the next year. So, with that, I would be happy to take some questions and probably give some answers. Hans?
I will, yeah. Now you will have to say in Latvian, paldies, because everyone were struggling do this. Can you pronounce it properly?
Paldies, Hans.
Okay, good. It works. Paldies, liels. Now questions or, yes, please.
Hi, Igor. Thank you for your presentation. My name is Sigita. I work at Nord Security. Came from Vilnius all the way. I would like to challenge you a little bit. I disagree with the core principle of lying to your own staff or buying services to lie to your staff. Because I think that it really damages the trust relationship between the company and the management, and especially puts the security teams of the companies into like this police sort of role. Like, I am going to come and show you how it's not done. And I raised this point in our company. I understand that as a business model, it's very lucrative. It's easy to create and then reproduce and get the money for it. And we do it too. And because I don't like it, I was challenged by my management to come up with a better way of measuring how we improve cybersecurity. So, especially with phishing. So maybe you have some advice for me, and maybe there's something in your cybersecurity program that would be useful as a takeaway to bring home.
Yeah, sure. That is indeed controversial, especially if done in a rough and unprepared manner. There was a reason why I mentioned that we are in Piccadilly Circus, you know, not the East End John the Ripper style, and for sure we're not government, military, or anyone from the city. So our experience actually tells that you should not threaten your employees or do some intrusive language that's typically present in low-grade phishing attempts from this East End part, at least. Actually, it's probably also due to the fact that hopefully our customers are learning by doing this, and they can spot these more simple attacks easier. I see a constant curve, actually. It's the same for us as a company. For sure, I definitely would encourage everybody to use, first of all, use what you have today. The tool that you have today most likely provides some automated phishing simulation. Yes, it's going to be more towards the East End part, but it will give you an instant flavor how your users will react. And I see a constant trend. Once you drop below 10, or hopefully more towards 10% of full compromise rate, then you're ready to go to the next level. So do not threaten your employees. Speak to them, I probably should say politely, but personally I believe that you can't learn how to swim unless you go into the water. And unfortunately, users who are not professionals in InfoSec the best way to teach them to spot, identify phishing attempts, especially those higher end, is by running simulations. But by no means I would not suggest anyone to use rude language or abusive messaging in these campaigns, because eventually, yes, you have to eventually discuss and explain to your colleagues where they made a mistake, what they should improve on that. And actually, that's a very important thing. Just don't shoot and forget about it. Then go back, provide feedback to the user.
Okay. Any more questions? Yes, please.
Yeah, I would like to challenge as well.
Oh, yeah.
Looking back to your slides, everyone eventually will become a victim of phishing. If we haven't become a victim so far, it just means that adversaries haven't invested enough. What's the value in having this awareness program? Because we are all doomed. So maybe it makes more sense to invest in other things.
First of all, if we go back to one of the first slides, if we accept that phishing is initial step in like 90% of the attacks, if you can go from, for example, 25% full compromise rate to 5% compromise rate in your company, you will immediately eliminate big number of potential incidents in your company. And the other thing is that I recommend thinking not only about the company or organization. This knowledge your users will get, it's important for them in personal lives as well. It's not only about them as employees of your organizations. So that's also part of the kind of joint reach out and basically education of broader population on these topics. So if we, saying that we should not care about phishing, I guess to some extent it would be like to say, let's just don't care about speeding in our vehicles. Yes, we know it's an important source of casualties, but who cares? Everybody speeds at some point of time, right? So that's a tough topic. You will never get to the 0%. That's also true. But still, that's the effort. That's the low-hanging fruit to educate your people and take away, at least eliminate those EastEnders. And that's also will be a big, big, big achievement for you. I totally agree with you. If somebody from the city comes after you, then it's really very likely that you will be compromised eventually.
Well, anyway, there will be no compromises in a sense of Aigar's offer, which will now end. Just a small reminder, maybe there is a last minute for those who didn't fill the form, because this is exactly your company's activity into this Cyber October. Thank you for also raising awareness here on the stage, but also a small gift in a way. It's a lottery time. It will be in half an hour, but to finalize it, now it's time when you have to apply this enquete, or then you may lose the opportunity to get the full opportunity of you or your colleagues, whatever is the size of the company. You can do a kind of first examination of that kind or information in the company for free. That's the gift, right?
The gift is Interview access to this continuous cybersecurity awareness platform, Interview, yes. And the draw will be done by secure hands of ANSYS, so there's
I'm
no
kind
magic.
of my lucky hand. Okay, I choose left one. Good. Okay. Thank you very much, Aigars, for involving yourself also in this activity and giving us this kind of perspective. Nevertheless, the next perspective now will be presented by Egons. And Egons Bush works for LMT, a very important company, at least in my life. Now for what? Not even half, 1/4 of century. I'm your client. So I'm happy to see that you really invented different interactions in between physical and digital security. And my big question is now, you have to have tango. You have to have two to do a tango examination. But you know, I was just thinking. On one hand, you're developing this very small area of Ādaži, the national army base, as a most secured place in Latvia, most probably, yeah? And with the 5G and with typical, you know, opportunities and something. But it is so much restricted. So somehow, when you create a super trooper digital safe area, you somehow also restrict it from, you know, physically from, you know, great public who could be your customers or something like this. So there is a
great public is not supposed to go in Ādaži just on a regular basis. You can't even collect berries or mushrooms. It's prohibited there. So yeah, but that's a different story. I'm not in the military today, but I'm going to share our experience with physical security and how it comes so very IT and so very cyber secure and everything.
Okay, go on.
Thank you.
Please. Yeah. Applauses, of course. Why not?
Three buttons should be easy. So yeah, I'm here to share our experience and what we've learned, and also some things are still in process. Physical security used to be, how to say, very physical. When I was like 20 years ago, I was mostly IT. My background is IT, and just last 7 years I'm focused entirely on security. I was with long hair, and the physical security guys were actually sometimes warning me, well, this t-shirt is too old for you to wear. No, you have to be like more proper. These days, well, I don't have any hair anymore, but the point is that physical security has changed so much. So it works. A couple of words about LMT. I'm not from marketing department, but one interesting thing to mention is that back in 2016, a couple of different activities started at roughly the same time. One was, we created innovations. It was not exactly a department, but initiatives started. So we had business verticals. It's military, Ansys mentioned already. It's drones, it's medicine, it's a couple more. And goods that we realized at the very beginning that in most cases, security, it got to be from the very first day in the project, in the activity, in the upgrade of even core infrastructure, whatever it is. I think we are lucky and that we also have management support with that, because these days it works great. There are almost no activities LMT does. It is a cell operator, initially started in 1991, that wouldn't involve physical or cybersecurity. Load-wise, it's mostly cyber, of course. But on the other hand, if we install something like a traffic light, traffic light shouldn't browse movies around the internet or try to hack someone. So it comes together, physical and cyber. And at the same time, a lot of physical systems, like alarm systems, smoke detection systems, that became obsolete. And so security department had to upgrade them, so basically replace the old systems with new systems, and security guys were faced with interesting challenges. When you talk to head of physical security at LMT, he's very athletic, he's been doing physical security for all of his life, he had military background, and when you start talking about cameras, patching, updates, VLANs, segmenting network, it's honestly not his or his team business. And but we saw that all the systems, all the new systems were digital, there were so much IT, and the fast forward, at the end of the day we decided that physical security actually should not be responsible for maintaining, upgrading, and do all the maintenance stuff with those security systems. On the other hand, they have to follow the legislation that sometimes changes the physical requirements. If they have some parts in critical infrastructure, that's again different ballpoint. And even in, like, it's not exactly household, but in very civil projects like parking barriers, or we have restricted parking, so people from outside couldn't just drive in. And when we start talking about barriers, that they should open only if the car is right, then suddenly IT mind switches in from cybersecurity guys and says, well, wait, number plate is not sufficient to let somebody in. They need to present a second factor. And the second factor, which was quite a lot mentioned today, is a very interesting topic to discuss with physical security guys, because the only way they use physical multi-factor is to log in the systems or VPNs. Going forward, also the expectancy is that these physical security information systems are running almost continuously. It's usually 24/7. Again, of course, for the physical world, if you have one camera, you probably have overlapping sites, so you could see at least that the camera doesn't work or doesn't show. You probably have some video management system, etc., etc. But this has all to be managed. And then the challenges, we would call it cyber-physical ecosystem, is that, of course, cyber competence, lack of cyber competence, but also IT and network and all basically what people first usually learn in university for 3, 4, 5 years, and then they go to specialized courses, etc., suddenly has become on a plate for physical security guys within the very important object. They say, by they I mostly mean vendors, that it's going to be cheaper, it would be easier to manage, to administer, you could reuse your IT skills. Well, I don't know how it's in other companies, but our IT guys are extremely busy. They do not have resources to suddenly take several thousand of objects to manage, which each has firmware, software updates, etc., etc. So at the end of the day, it's actually increase of costs, TCO, maybe, and quite frequently the system itself, say an ARM system, it's not that expensive. It could be actually cheaper than it used to be, but then there is planning stage and architecture stage, and it needs to be properly planned. Again, connections, networks, alarms, etc. And life cycles. A life cycle usually is at least 5 years for physical system. It used to be 20, but these days, of course, it's all IT, so it's 5 to 10 years maximum. The total cost of ownership increases, and mostly due to the cost of maintenance and taking care of it. Data, say cameras, video surveillance systems, they become better and better. They have more data, and the data needs to be stored, so the amount of data, and say, do you back up your entire video systems if you have 1,000 cameras? Maybe not everything, maybe just configuration. That depends on your business approach, but that's, again, something very, very new. Full spectrum security, this is a fancy naming of what we call, it's got to start at the management level. If management supports security and invests in security wisely, then it's much more sustainable approach. There are companies that would only give some budget to the security gate only if there is a major, how do you say it politely, major issue, problem. Something happened, somebody's getting hacked, or premises have been accessed by unauthorized personnel, something like that. In our case, it's much better because our full spectrum security includes that. On one hand, we are in the very beginning of the project, and also we report security at the boardroom. We get great support. Some of the challenges also came from COVID-19 digital transformation, but for physical security, it didn't change that much. It was mostly lack of resources, because if you have like physical security guards, if somebody is ill, you cannot come to work, but not too much maybe in this respect. On the other hand, it's not just challenges. Every new technology, every new approach brings something great. IoT sensors, and particularly new IoT sensors that work on latest technologies like 5G, narrowband, etc., they bring great business value. You can have different kind of electronic fences. You can have, of course, all the existing fire alarms and water flood, etc. alarms, and they would have much higher battery life. So again, labor is not going to get cheaper, at least qualified labor. So if somebody puts some sensor and battery works for like 10 years, 7, 10, depends on the vendor, it's of course great. These days, the old sensors usually required battery to be changed like once a year, once 2 years, which increases total cost of ownership significantly. There is possibility to use modern technologies like drones. It's not just like a fan thing or war thing. It's also for different way of surveying. It could be used, let's say, to get accurate picture of a cell tower. In our case, it could be used to monitor efficiency, energy efficiency of housing, etc., etc. Also, AI is a great topic. It's actually one of the ongoing activities. We have not reached the end of the road, but when we have video surveillance, which is supposed to look at our premises as well as outside on cell towers and security, unfortunately, there are hooligans that are damaging properties on purpose. Some of them could be like, I don't know, anti-5G, anti-something, and it's very important to distinguish between actual attack and, say, an animal running. We have cell towers in very remote places with woods, mushrooms, etc., and then particularly in autumn when it gets darker and then there are animals moving around and there are leaves falling and there are more rain and other things. So it would be very important that our Security Operations Center would not receive like high priority alarm on each and every fox running by the cell tower. So this is where artificial intelligence could help us a lot, and this is one of the very, very interesting topics today. And physical security is no exception. Cloud is somewhere nearby. It depends on institution. We have our own approach, but again, for like small and medium companies, probably video surveillance as a service would make sense because they would just buy regular service and use it. Also, there is access control, like opening doors with badges or whatever people use, which could be also procured as a cloud service, which is neither good or bad. This is something that previously has never been part of physical security. With digital challenges, yeah, I mentioned already all the kind of technological competencies, and these very strict physical guys, no matter if they are insourced or outsourced, and IT guys, they sort of need to be friends. And we found out that in our particular case, it makes perfect sense to hire in a cybersecurity unit, cyber physical systems administrator. So we did it this year. So we are working in same security department. They are in different divisions, and the guy we hired actually knows fairly well what physical security concepts, but of course he can do a lot of things himself, or if needed, involve network guys, database guys, etc. Another interesting thing, particularly with digitalization of physical security, is so-called vendor lock-in. The vendors of physical components, cameras, video surveillance cameras is a great example, but not the only one. They try to get the customer for rest of its life. Basically, if it's one vendor, that manages their own stuff perfectly, it could be more than cameras, it could be also doors and access control, etc., sometimes even very nice integrated solutions. But if you have a need or want to add something else, it doesn't interoperate. So you either have multiple systems managing multiple things, or very carefully choose vendors and software and management software to run your physical security systems. Deployment strategy, starting from network planning and physical access, etc. Supply chain, they have more on the next slide, one of the next slides. Layers security, if you have digitalized door, of course the head of security has to think on all the aspects, because if something will be hacked, maybe some doors will open, maybe a data center door could be opened, etc., etc. This is a new level. Before it, for the physical lock, the worst thing that could happen is that somebody lost the lock. What you do, you change the lock, and basically off you go. Fine, no problem. Of course, all the GDPR and costs and lifecycle management, I would really encourage for the new physical security project, try to calculate lifecycle expenses, not which vendor solution, turnkey solution for next 3 years costs what, but how many years you're going to use it. Most likely it's more than the time of warranty, or sometimes called a limited warranty. And the life cycle management is very, very important, and that would make the cost factor much more clear. Yeah, and we'll not talk about NIS2 enough today for technological challenges. Yeah, of course, well, we need electricity. Any physical security systems that runs on anything a little bit IT and not exactly on batteries. Batteries could be used as a backup. Generators could be used as a backup. Need access to electricity, but then everything comes to play again. Imagine 1,000 video cameras which come from factory with no password or with admin or that type of password. So one needs something to make it secure, and even password management could be an issue. Updates. Vendors publish their own vulnerabilities. Usually good vendors are pretty quick solving 0 days, and cameras are being fixed, or the software actually being fixed, and same goes with other things, but somebody needs to install it. And how do you install it? Do you go to every camera, attach something and install? No, impossible if you have a lot of cameras or other things. IoT sensors, very interesting topic about IoT sensor we've met is, say IoT sensor has particular network access rights. It cannot go anywhere, it just can connect where it's supposed to. What happens if you need to change that sensor? It's not an easy question, but it's not that easy because you need the next sensor, which most likely comes from factory, well, as we say, clear as a, well, whatever, the clearest one. You need to configure it, and you need to inherit the access rights, either manually configuring it or somehow smartly doing this. So this is another thing. Default settings are terrible, terrible, terrible. Backups, particularly backups of configuration. Cameras and other stuff is relatively easy to replace. The question is if they have the same rights, if they have the same access, etc. And of course, it goes together with infrastructure management. And I think 3, 4, 5 years ago, I had a presentation, does your fridge hack Pentagon? This is, well, not fridge, but does your video camera or access control or fire alarm system hack somebody is a valid question. Supply chain security, very hot topic, and I got to say that we followed this very strictly. So in that sense, we were kind of lucky because war didn't change us dramatically, but it was relatively tough several years when we said no to different things, no to this Yandex library in that piece of software, no to Chinese this and that, no to this. Very, very challenging. And some say, yeah, but if you don't allow us to use that, then our business vertical will suffer. We cannot do a solution. But I said, fine, you cannot do this solution if it's not secure enough, particularly if you're targeting public safety, defense, and other sectors. Software provider, it could be good hardware, it could be bad software. Even worse, it could be bad software update or firmware updates. We've seen these cases that it was a good device with good software, good firmware. They changed something, they distributed firmware update, and then there is a malware inside. Also distribution channels, particularly for private persons, if they try to save a penny and buy something somewhere, say AliExpress telephone, a mobile phone, modern, sleek, you open up the box, it smells new, and it's infected before you even turn it on. Happens. Partners, with partners mostly mean here what you work with, so you have to build trust. And again, trust at the end of the day is not just between organizations. They need to do the formal part, but also you need to verify on screen to the extent possible or according to legal requirements, the personnel you work with. And still doing all that, what we do, every new solution, every new activity, project, we do test. We do have internal skills for penetration testing and white hat hacking, but also before go-live, particularly with something that is very important, either for national safety, security, or as the public say, a child watch. We've seen child watches spying on their parents, etc. So we do test it. So we do work with partners also in the region in order to test the final solution because we want to make sure that it works well. On the organizational side, we are ISO certified. We actually have 3 certificates, which 9,000 is quality, basically that the papers and everything is in order. 14,000 is environment. We use a lot of electricity for our cell towers, mostly, but also data centers, etc. So that comes actually as a legal requirement in order to have normal price, sort of normal prices for electricity. And ISO 27K, these 3 systems are integrated into one. We call it integrated management system. So if somebody has an audit, it's not 3, 4 audits, it's 1 audit. Probably 2 audits, 1 internal audit before the real audit, and then the actual audit. We got recertified last year. The point taken from here is the scope. ISO 27000 doesn't guarantee anything as such. One needs to really define the scope, and in our case, it's core business, including development of new services. That means that security is taken into account from the very, very beginning. Of course, physical security, to the large extent, we wouldn't allow these days, not only these days, but these days we wouldn't allow any engineer with Russian passport even remotely working. Before that, we wouldn't allow physical guys just to physically walk around our office or data center without being supervised. That's a requirement, and also with all the video surveillance and guards on site, it's enforced. Guest policy, yeah. But in all these activities, we also take risk-based approach, because we are a commercial institution, although very important and of national importance, but we got to follow reasonable rules, and our shareholders would like to receive revenues at the end of the day. Also, vendors and suppliers, it's a tough world, or it's been for a while, but it's amazing how many places Russians have invested in. Say, drone vertical is probably one of the most painful I've faced, because any new good drone innovation which is applicable to small and medium business, so it's not terribly expensive, has some connections back to Russia. So we had to say no quite a lot of times. And fully agree with previous speakers that staff needs to be trained, and it's not like a one-time initiative. How trained is probably in context with the organization itself. There is no one silver bullet, but it needs to be done, and it needs to be done more and more frequently to those guys. Like, we have a lot of engineers that do require admin rights, root rights, so privileged account management is also very, very important, and we're working on that. One of the hot topics internally is how to add more multi-factor authentication when it comes to the physical world and physical security. It's not like really piece of cake from the vendor side. There's something available, so we are exploring this area, and we see that it is very important because, well, again, these cameras with password, and some of them even have limitations. Maybe it's just so many symbols, etc. Second factor could improve security significantly. Need to know principle, yeah, good old principles that someone has access to what he or she needs rather than everyone to everything. This applies also to physical security and who sees which objects and cameras, etc., etc. And of course, business-oriented approach. Of course, risks, well, there are some security department risks would sometimes be as big as we cannot endorse them or say fine, but business-oriented approach also could mean that, well, business board discusses a topic and they are happy to take some of the risks, and then it's all fine, we can work with that. Yeah, to summarize, I think lack of cyber-physical competence is probably the most challenging part in physical security world, and also we have very good partners in physical security we work with, but also commercial companies that do physical security professionally, they are facing the same problems, and they have also very high cost pressure. We also are cost cautious, but with good, well, reason behind. We could probably be a little bit in a bit better privileged situation, and regular security guys, they basically can charge what they can charge in Latvia, and they would still need a lot of these things I mentioned before. New opportunities, yeah, and at the end of the day, it's a full spectrum security. Everybody here, or almost everybody in the beginning mentions that they are hiring. We will be too. So that will be it from my side. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Let's turn to these questions. Is this guy working with you?
No, not anymore.
Oh, okay.
But he has still a strong impact on decisions we make. Yeah.
For sure, for many companies around the world. Now, today I heard a kind of reminder that one of the big failures is actually your own stuff. They can, do some bad things, maybe with no purpose, really. So have you had the chance, have you had the situation that you actually fired the guy or the lady maybe because of he was really compromising your own company, so he was doing bad things? So I see how many aspects of the physical and digital combination of security itself. You really invest, you think every day. I understand why you lost all your hair now after this presentation for sure. But have you ever tried this, you know, to punish the person because he's, you know, doing bloody thing and we cannot trust, even if he has a Latvian passport?
Well, Latvian passport as such doesn't guarantee more than it's a
Not at
Latvian
all.
citizen.
Of course.
I think that aspect actually starts somewhere else and a little bit different. It's an HR question, actually, because the guy or girl you're hiring needs to fit. Hard skills are a requirement. Of course, without hard skills, we wouldn't hire anyone, but also to fit and organizations, not only structure, but also culture and behavior. So I do not remember any case we had to fire somebody for misbehaving or trying to do something bad. We have had minor incidents in the scale of the company. And what we do, if there's something has happened, we security guys have catch somebody, we forcefully train them.
Okay.
So that's what we do.
What does it mean, during the night or what? What is forcefully?
Forcefully, that means that they are required to go to training courses, or that would be it. But, well, nobody has ever rejected yet.
Okay, and what kind of security threat it was? So what was the training?
It's mostly about information security, user awareness programs, information disclosure rules, etc., etc. So it's like a regular training, it's just once more, and maybe analyzing the situation the unfortunate staff member has been into, and also then without mentioning actual names, we use those cases to learn new stuff and annual awareness training, etc. So it's all it's useful.
It's a little bit sad because of you doing this constantly on your staff, it seems like you don't really need the great prize which will be now given by
No, I didn't feel that, yeah.
I'm sorry.
So I didn't steal it from the audience, somebody else is going to get it.
Exactly. Well, anyway, thank you very, very much for this insert. I really believe this is a tough job, but thanks a lot. You do this, and it makes our life even more secure. I just felt
Thank you very much.
I'm connected to your network now, probably the secure network, probably. Thank you very much. Now, there must be a lottery situation, and hopefully you're ready to do this. Oh, why are you escaping? You don't believe that you will get the prize. Oh, what's that? If you're not here, then you don't get the prize, maybe, huh? No. Whoever will be the winner will receive it. So no worries. Actually, even no worries for those who are now online. So out of what? We were like 200-300 here, yes? So 2/3 of us were online. You want to start with these guys, which were online? Yes, because, you know, full respect of people. Now, you should explain what will happen, because I see the screen, but all the rest of the public does not. So
it's quite fair. You will press this generate button, which will generate a random number, and this number will correspond to this Excel table, which has this number.
So should I read that in this Excel table, I see Richards, I see Lauris, I see Anitas, Rudolfs, and Ojars. So all the... No, I don't need to mention all of them, but just to say that I see the names of persons, and we have also contacts. So when I press the generate with the left hand, that's my lucky one, like here. Yep. Okay, so it generates. Oh, it's 12. Why it's 12? Because it's Agita Siliniece. So congratulations if Anita is, and she works, by the way, for... No. Otherwise GDPR. Both of us. Yes, I saw. Yeah. Oh my God, GDPR regulation. I forgot it. Oh my God. And it's okay naming a family name as well? Good, okay. Or she's changing her family name today, huh? After the lottery. So what exactly Anita is getting? So what is the price for Anita in this case?
It will be cybersecurity platform for organization.
Good. So whatever company she's in, should it be like 1,000 people working, you will train them?
Yeah, training platform.
Training platform, full access, 1 year or 1 week or 1 night, or?
We will tell her.
Okay, good. So you will contact her And we all, hopefully Anita was also online, so she's now screaming, happy Anita. Okay, good. Now, the next, headphones. Okay, the good ones, those ones, packed ones. Maybe we should give to Baiba. She's a big boss. Which is your lucky hand? Okay, right one. Don't repeat my mistake. Read it, just a name and maybe first 3 numbers from the phone.
Ingita, and the first 3 numbers, 2, 9, and 7.
Okay. Are you here? Ingita, if you are here. Oh my God, she went home. Yeah, you call her, and tomorrow, something like 8:30, she receives her headphones. Good. Now, maybe the general should do it. You know, we trust Canadians. We always trust Canadians. They are so important for us. Yeah. Okay, for you, also the right hand is happy and lucky. Do you have such a GDPR regulation, more or less, like we do in Europe? Similar. Okay, almost the same. So you can, okay. So what we do with this gentleman, what he will receive now?
Cybersecurity training platform for organization. So
should we congratulate actually?
All this, and then first 3 numbers, 2, 5, 7.
And Aldi, congratulations to your community. They are happy to get this full access. Good. Aldi, if you are here. Aldi? He might, yeah, he left because he lives not in Riga. So far we can disclose. Thank you very much actually for providing. And this is such a symbolic thing. Can I also encourage you, because of in this morning you heard Baiba was announcing this cybersecurity months. So I can, you know, do easy peasy thing. I can invite Baiba to the television program so she explains what we should do and something like this. What you will do now during this months, this is the big question. So promise to yourself today and realize it. You have 4 plenty nice weeks. Should you invest back to your school, your, you know, private lecture, to your family members or neighbors or schoolmates or something like this? That could also be. I think things should be simple as that. So today, do you think we are now in a more secure Latvia or the world after this CyberChess conference? So many smiley faces at the end. Baiba, how smiley you are at the end of this day.
Thank you, Ansis. I'm smiling really very wide. I have enjoyed the day a lot, and I can say that it has run by very fast. We thought it's a full day, but really it was just a moment ago, morning, when we started. And I'm very glad to see still people in this audience, although it's getting late, at least by those standards that quit working at 5. So that's good. We endured until the end. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had time to meet somebody you haven't seen for a couple of years. At least I did. I had very nice conversations. And I'm very, very thankful to all the speakers who've been here, who have shared their insights, their knowledge, to what they believe and what is expecting us in the future, perhaps. So thank you. Also, yes, let's give applause to the speakers. And you can keep applauding. Also thanks to all the supporters that have made it possible to have this nice place with a nice setup and food and music and dances, whatever, also that we didn't have. And last but not least, I would like to thank my colleagues who have invested a lot of effort and skills and time to make it possible, in particular to Liga, Madara and Kristiana. They are the main driving force behind this. I see some of you over there. Really, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And the same goes to Bernhard, which we already applauded to. I knew he will not be here at the end because he is still in the Cybershock. Cybershock is ongoing until 6 o'clock, so you might still catch last minutes if you want. or probably it's easier just to see them online. So thanks again for coming. For those of you interested in the technical track, it will be running tomorrow from 2 o'clock until 6 online. And I hope very much we'll meet again next year in CyberChess, CyberShock event, hopefully even bigger and nicer than this year. So let's work together. It's not going to get any easier. The challenges are around, risks are around, but well, together we are strong and together we can endure. Thanks a lot. Thanks for coming. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you. So if you want to run to this parallel sessions, CyberShock, it's like really to run next door on the street. And yeah, there is no coffee break anymore, but you can still be here and do some networkings, you know, end of the business. So tomorrow, meet you online, 2 o'clock.